Introduction. In the early 16th century, few European countries provided so ideal a setting for religious enthusiasm as Spain. Effectively united since 1479 by Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, with imperial possessions scattered over Europe and the prospect of still greater ones in the New World, Spain could aspire to leadership among the Christian nations of the West. It could claim to have accomplished one of the objects of all the Christian powers since the Middle Ages, a successful crusade against Islam. After the conquest in 1492 of the Kingdom of Granada, the last Muslim stronghold in Western Europe, Spanish churchmen and politicians dreamed of pursuing the Muslims into North Africa, and even of pressing as far as Jerusalem to recover the holy places, put an end to Islam, and unite the world under a single Christian rule. The vision of Spain as a world power was accompanied by plans for a widespread and thorough reformation of the Spanish Church. After gaining impetus in the course of the 15th century, these plans seemed on the verge of a finite outcome: the conversion to Christianity of the Spanish Jews, the reform of the religious orders, the diffusion of works of piety throughout the nation, and the renewal of biblical scholarship. Against this background there rose what has gone down to history as a single native heretical movement, the movement of the Alumbrados, of men and women illuminated by the Holy Spirit. Its origins lay in the circles of Franciscan friars who produced some of the first great works on mysticism to be published in Spain. It started in the area of Guadalajara in about 1512 under the leadership of a Franciscan tertiary, Isabel de la Cruz, who was joined slightly later by Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz, an accountant in the service of the local nobility. It was detected by the Spanish Inquisition in 1519, and its members were known as the Alumbrados of Toledo after the tribunal which investigated and condemned them. Isabel de la Cruz and her followers taught the practice of dejamiento or abandonment. They were accused of claiming that those who to heresy and mysticism in 16th century Spain introduction 3 surrendered themselves to the love of God had no need of the ceremonies or sacraments of the Church, that they should desist from all activity, being cleansed of sin in their union with the deity. In fact, the Alumbrados of Toledo based their beliefs on a remarkably thorough study of the Scriptures, and they attracted people with a true desire to improve the state of the Church. Their views on justification were in many respects similar to Luther's Salvationism, the teaching that the first step in the process of salvation was faith alone, which preceded, and was independent of, any good works. This, their emphasis on the working of the Spirit in the individual, their pessimism about human nature, their interest in St. Paul, and their quest for greater simplicity in religion suggests that they were part of the tendency known as evangelism, a Catholic desire for reform prompted above all by the study of the New Testament, found in many parts of Europe at the time of the Reformation. After the arrest of the first Alumbrados in 1524 and the Edict of Faith defining and condemning their doctrine, Alumbradismo took on a number of meanings and uses for the authorities. Isabel de la Cruz and many of her followers descended from conversos or Jews converted to Christianity. The charge of Alumbradismo was thus often applied to other members of this social group, which was both successful and vulnerable, the object of jealousy and prejudice. It could be held against the readers of Luther, and of Erasmus, and was an ideal means of attacking men of converso origin who had studied or taught at the University of Alcala, who were attached to the imperial court, and who were resented by the more conservative elements in the Spanish Church. The accusation could even be extended to some of the most distinguished Catholic reformers, Saint Ignatius Loyola, Stephen of Avila, Bartolome Carranza, who endeavored to revive Catholicism with ideas suspicious on account of their novelty. The Alumbrados' use of the language of mysticism, moreover, their proximity to the Franciscan mystics, and their advocacy of complete passivity, the quiet of the senses which the Church had long regarded with distrust, meant that the accusation of Alumbradismo could serve to discredit other mystics, even the greatest mystical writers of the Spanish Golden Age such as Luis de Granada and Saint Teresa of Avila. Over 50 years after the Alumbrados of Toledo had been investigated, other groups were detected in the south of Spain, in Extremadura and Andalusia. The Alumbrados of Llerena, in the late 16th century, and the Alumbrados of Seville, in the early 17th century, had certain superficial similarities with the Alumbrados of Toledo. They assembled at prayer meetings unauthorized by the Church, and they believed in their own impeccability. They too rejected any form of activity which could hinder their union with God and basked in the security of grace. Made up of priests and female penitents, the later groups of Alumbrados combined lasciviousness with spectacular exhibitions of their mystical experience. In contrast to the movement led by Isabel de la Cruz, they encouraged ecstasies and trances. The edicts issued in Llerena in 1574 and in Seville in 1623 contributed to the dissociation of the Alumbrados from Lutheranism and identified them, rather, with pseudo-mysticism and imposture. Besides being used well into the 18th century for fraudulent visionaries, lecherous confessors, and mystics whose inspiration was of dubious origin, the term Alumbrado lingered on as a generalized bugbear in the works of writers on mysticism. From the late 17th century onwards, the charge was gradually replaced by the accusation of quietism or Molinosism, but the leader of the new movement, Miguel de Molinos, defended his own mystical teaching by deploring the heresy of the Alumbrados. Alumbradismo had many facets. We have the beliefs of the heretics themselves, who assembled in identifiable groups. Yet the groups differed from one another. Even if those investigated in Baeza led by the disciples of John of Avila can be said to have held an intermediate position, the Alumbrados of Llerena and Seville are a far cry from those of Toledo. At the same time, Alumbradismo led a more or less independent existence as an accusation, usually combined with other accusations, against individuals who had no direct connection with any of the existing Alumbrado groups. The different aspects of the heresy and of the term are examined in this book. My study opens with a brief survey of the spiritual climate in which the Alumbrados of Toledo developed their beliefs. They did so at a time when various plans to reform the Church were afoot. Some, such as the foundation of the Spanish Inquisition, were decidedly coercive, but others, such as the spread of devotional literature in the vernacular, the establishment of new seats of learning, and the encouragement given to mysticism as a universally accessible way to God, were of a gentler character. The most prominent figure behind these enterprises, Cardinal Francisco Jiménez de Cisneros, was also attracted by the messianic prophecies so widespread not only in Spain but throughout Europe, and he admired the more spectacular expressions of mysticism. These were phenomena against which the Alumbrados reacted, but they nevertheless had their own origins in the same movement of religious revival for heresy and mysticism in 16th century Spain. Introduction 5, which he promoted at a time when the barriers between orthodoxy and heterodoxy were far more fluid than they were to become under the impact of the Reformation and the Council of Trent in the 1540s. I then deal with the piety of the Alumbrados of Toledo. What were they accused of thinking? What were their true beliefs, and what were their sources? Although we have writings of some of their later followers, such as Juan de Valdez, no work by the first Alumbrados would seem to have survived, no catechism or spiritual alphabet similar to those produced by the advocates of other arts of reaching God. We must rely on their trials in order to define their beliefs, on the letters they wrote in their defense and about which they were often advised by their councils, and on the statements made by witnesses, many of whom were overtly hostile. Yet the Spanish Inquisition was a punctilious institution whose object was indeed to uncover the truth. Compared to the secular magistrates, the inquisitors went about their duty with an astonishing thoroughness. In the end, the trials, in which the statements of witnesses both antagonistic and well disposed towards the accused are recorded in the greatest detail, are a reasonably reliable indication of the beliefs under investigation. The next question I discuss is how these trials were conducted. First, the events that prompted the Alumbrados' arrest, their treatment in prison, and their sentences, then the attitude of the inquisitors. The inquisitors' aim may well have been to get at the truth, but the interrogations were often organized in order to discover whether the defendants were guilty of Judaizing, a heresy familiar to the Holy Office, or whether they in fact held views closer to the new heresy which the inquisitors were bracing themselves to combat but of which they still had little experience: Lutheranism. The threat of Lutheranism explains not only the initial decision to prosecute the Alumbrados, but also the manner in which Alumbrado tenets were ascribed to a far wider circle of men and women in the 1530s. I therefore show how Alumbradismo was used as an accusation against courtiers and scholars who declared their admiration for Erasmus and against Catholic reformers. Even if the charge in itself was seldom justified, it does demonstrate the widespread opposition to attempts to introduce novelty into the Spanish Church. The last section of this book concerns the later Alumbrado groups, those of Llerena and Seville. The information about them is almost entirely hostile. The transcriptions of the full judicial proceedings which we still have for the first half of the 16th century, so cumbersome but so precious as a source of knowledge, were being replaced by brief summaries of trials, relaciones de causas, which tell us little about the defense of the accused. We are also left with the extensive reports by the Alumbrados' Dominican enemies, but these are one-sided accounts, and so our view of the later Alumbrados remains one-sided. Nevertheless, these descriptions explain the future of the term as it survived into the 18th century and make it possible to compare the movements with similar ones elsewhere in Europe. The bibliography on the Alumbrados is vast. The Alumbrados of Toledo in particular have been the subject of numerous studies stretching back to the 19th century when they were regarded as the precursors of latter movements of religious nonconformity. In the last 15 years, research has been facilitated by the publication of some of the most relevant documents, the trials. Too much material has also recently been published on the later Alumbrados of Extremadura and Andalusia. There are, however, few surveys of the heresy as a whole, from the early 16th to the 17th century, and none in English. I hope to remedy this lack with the present study. Chapter 1 Reform and Enthusiasm. Whatever similarities the Alumbrados of Toledo may have had with contemporary religious movements elsewhere in Europe, they developed their ideas and were themselves investigated in an atmosphere peculiar to Spain alone, where enthusiasm went hand in hand with prejudice and where dogmatic flexibility and uncertainty were accompanied by a deep suspicion of diversity. The Spanish Inquisition. For the greater part of the Middle Ages, religious diversity had been tolerated in Spain. Although the invasion of the peninsula by the Arabs in the 8th century was followed by the gradual reconquest of Iberia by the Christians advancing from the north, the Arabs, who had been pressed as far south as Andalusia by the 13th century, left a tradition of peaceful coexistence between Jews, Muslims and Christians. This ended in the 1390s. Economic resentment of the Jews in Castile, Aragon and Catalonia, together with religious hatred fostered by preachers such as the Dominican Vincent Ferrer, led to the first substantial pogroms Spain had ever known. The conversion of the Spanish Jews to Christianity began after the pogroms of 1391 and accelerated at the beginning of the 15th century as the anti-Jewish legislation became more rigorous, the converts and their descendants being known as conversos or New Christians. In 1477 the Catholic kings, as Ferdinand and Isabella were later named by the Pope, became aware of large communities in and around Seville of Judaizers, conversos who had reverted to their former religious practices. When they were codified by the Inquisition, these practices could be divided into three categories. The first was the observance of traditional Jewish feasts, such as the Sabbath, Yom Kippur and the Passover. The second was the deliberate violation of the commandments of the Church, refusal to attend Mass, the eating of meat on days of abstinence, failure to go to confession or to take communion, and the third was the abuse of sacred objects, whipping crucifixes or insulting images of the Virgin Mary and the saints. Influential figures in Castile urged the establishment of an Inquisition whose purpose would be to chastise recalcitrant conversos and forestall the pogroms. The most ardent advocates were Old Christians, Spaniards who claimed to have no Jewish blood, many of whom resented the growing success and prestige of the converts. But there were also New Christians themselves, such as Fray Alonso de Espina, who encouraged the foundation of the Holy Office so as to safeguard Catholic orthodoxy from the insidious influence of more recent converts often baptized out of expediency rather than conviction. The Spanish Inquisition, which was founded by the Catholic kings in 1478, was established in Andalusia by the end of 1480. A tribunal was set up in Ciudad Real in New Castile in 1483 and transferred to Toledo a couple of years later. In 1487 the Holy Office was introduced into Aragon. In the areas belonging to King Ferdinand, Aragon, Valencia, the Basque countries, Navarre, Catalonia, Sardinia and Sicily, it was regarded as an instrument of Castilian colonization and was accepted after strong resistance. Only in Naples was it never imposed. As an organization, the Spanish Inquisition was a novelty in more than one respect. Castile had known no medieval Inquisition, although Aragon had. In contrast to the medieval institution, the Spanish Inquisition was not predominantly in the hands of the mendicant orders, the Franciscans and the Dominicans, but allowed a far greater influence to the secular clergy. Moreover, the Inquisitor General, the head of a supreme council, the Consejo de la Suprema y General Inquisición, known as the Suprema, which always remained in Castile, was appointed by the Spanish crown. The new organization was thus essentially a national one, although the right of appeal to the Pope continued to exist. The first targets of the Inquisition were conversos, a vast category of individuals who, as we shall see in Chapter 5, accepted the new faith with varying degrees of sincerity. The most recent converts had been faced with a choice between baptism or expulsion from Spain after the fall of Granada in 1492. Thereafter, in the 16th century, the converts of the first generation were newly Jewish exiles seeking readmission into Spanish territory after a period spent abroad, usually in Portugal or North Africa. After the expulsion of adult practicing Muslims in 1502, they were joined by Moriscos, converts from Islam. But in the center of Castile, where the Alumbrados flourished, the tribunals of the Inquisition were concerned above all with the converted Jews and their descendants. The policy of edification, the choice between baptism or exile, was coercive, and the methods of the Inquisition, the confiscation of property, imprisonment, the occasional use of torture, and, particularly in the early years, frequent sentences to the stake, were even more so. Yet there were various ecclesiastics who believed that the Jews and Muslims should be converted, and the new Christians edified, by example and persuasion. This was the view, in the late 15th century, of the Archbishop of Toledo, Cardinal Pedro González de Mendoza, and of the Archbishop of Granada, the Hieronymite Hernando de Talavera. To achieve their object, they encouraged the composition of manuals and catechisms. The printing press was a new and valuable instrument for the transmission of their ideas not only to the conversos but to the laity in general. At the beginning of his Lucero de la Vida Cristiana, dedicated to Ferdinand and Isabella and first printed in 1493, Pedro Jiménez de Prejano, Bishop of Coria, referred to the forcible conversions of the late 14th century approved by Vincent Ferrer. In the time of that great preacher Saint Vincent, many elderly Jews and Jewesses were converted to the faith, some of them against their will, by force and fear. Brought up in the Mosaic law, they taught this law and its ceremonies to their children, grandchildren and families, so, although they were baptized, they never abandoned the Jewish rites which they had learned in their infancy. Distressed by the blindness and perdition of humanity and of the faithful, which have been caused above all by the aforesaid ignorance, moved by the most pious and Catholic behest of your Highnesses and by love and zeal for the holy Catholic faith and salvation of so many souls damaged in this way, I decided to try to write in our Castilian tongue so that a brief summary of things necessary for our salvation might be placed at the disposal of the faithful of all estates, ages and conditions. Besides commenting on the Gospels, the Bishop of Coria explained the sacraments and the laws prescribed by the Old and New Testaments. Other writers confined themselves to descriptions of the life of Christ, endeavoring, as Juan de Padilla said in the first canticle of his Retablo de la Vida de Cristo, to describe it simply and devoutly, without the high style of orators and vain poets. Popularization of scenes from the Gospels was accompanied by popularization of the words of the Gospels. In 1485 the Gospels and Epistles, with commentaries by the French Dominican William of Paris, were printed in Saragossa in the Castilian translation of Gonzalotin Heresy and Mysticism in 16th century Spain. Refon and Enthusiasm 11 García de Santa Marfa, a lawyer protected by Ferdinand of Aragon. An even greater contribution was made to the vulgarization of the New Testament by Ambrosio Montesino of the Franciscan order. By 1501 he had finished the translation of the Vita Christi by the Carthusian Ludolf of Saxony. The 4 volumes were printed over the next 2 years in Alcalá de Henares. Sentences from the Gospels were quoted in Castilian and followed by extensive glosses by the author, the Church Fathers, and more recent exegetes. 10 years later, in 1512, Montesino concluded his Epistolas y Evangelios por todo el año con sus doctrinas y sermons, a work undertaken at the command of the king to improve on Gonzalo García de Santa Marfa's version. Cardinal Jiménez de Cisneros of the Princes of the Church, who supervised and encouraged this propagation of devotional literature in the vernacular, the most active and influential was Cardinal Francisco Jiménez de Cisneros. After a promising career which ended in his appointment as Vicar General to Cardinal Mendoza, Cisneros retired from the world, withdrawing to the Franciscan Recolectorio of La Salsa de Clos de Guadalajara, a convent intended for meditation, and in 1484, at the age of 48, joined the Friars Minor, entering the newly founded convent of San Juan de los Reyes in Toledo. His asceticism, the austerity of his retreats and his evident sanctity led to his being recommended to Queen Isabella by Mendoza and, in 1492, he became her confessor. 2 years later he was nominated Provincial of the Franciscans in Castile. In 1495 he succeeded Mendoza as Archbishop of Toledo and Primate of Spain. In 1506, after the death of Ferdinand's son-in-law and heir Philip of Burgundy, he ruled briefly as Regent of Castile, and in the following year he was made Cardinal and Inquisitor General. Still more than Hernando de Talavera, Cisneros managed to acquire a mythical reputation. Not only was he the ascetic eschewing the society of men, searching barefooted for the silence of the forests, dressed in sackcloth and content to sleep on a bed of straw as he is described by the humanist Pietro Martiri as he was also a warrior, a crusading cardinal who personally accompanied the Spanish forces to North Africa in 1509 to fight against Islam. For many he was the providential figure designated by prophecies over the centuries, a desirable candidate for the papacy who would convert or crush the Muslims and reconquer Jerusalem. An enlightened patron of learning, Cisneros revolutionized scholarship in Spain. In Alcalá de Henares he founded the academy known as the Complutensian University after the Latin name of the town. Absolute priority was given to theology. There was no civil law faculty, a feature prominent in most other Spanish universities, and to the professorships of Thomism and Scotism Cisneros added one of nominalism, which was altogether unprecedented in Spain. He thus encouraged the study of the teaching of the German nominalist Gabriel Biel, whose influence on Luther was considerable. In accordance with humanist principles, the statutes of the University of Alcalá introduced a Greek professorship and also made provisions for chairs in Hebrew and Arabic, although the latter was never filled. At the new university, whose first constitutions were issued in 1510, the cardinal assembled the scholars who were to contribute to his most ambitious project, the publication of a polyglot Bible, with the purpose of establishing a more perfect text of the Scriptures than the one contained in the standard Latin translation of Saint Jerome, the Vulgate. It was the first of a series of multilingual editions issued throughout Europe for the next 2 centuries. The Greek and Latin texts of the New Testament were completed in 1514, while the Old Testament, with versions and paraphrases in Latin, Greek, Hebrew and Aramaic, was printed 3 years later. By founding the Complutensian University as a training ground for the study of the biblical languages and texts, Cisneros had sanctioned scholarly investigation into the Scriptures. The university soon became a lively center of theological debate, and it was there that the first Alumbrados encountered the world of learning. Another development in which Cisneros played a prominent role and which was closely connected with the growth of Spanish mysticism was the reform of the religious orders. The movement in many parts of Europe to reform most of the existing monastic and conventual houses, to suppress the laxity and the wealth they had acquired since their foundation, and to bring them back to the original rule of their founders, started in the late 14th century. Spain was no exception, and Benedictines, Dominicans, Franciscans and other orders endeavored, in the course of the 15th century, to revive the true spirit of monastic discipline. The process gathered impetus gradually, and it was under the Catholic kings, above all during the primacy of Cardinal Cisneros, that the reformers achieved the greatest number of their goals. Although Cisneros promoted the reform of every order in Spain, his first concern was with his own order, the Friars Minor, and the Franciscans, more than any others, became the bearers of his reality. One by one the conventual houses, with their property and easier way of life, were replaced by observant houses practicing St. Francis's rule, and by the time of Cisneros's death in 1517 the conventual houses had disappeared. Mysticism, an essential aspect of Franciscan reform, especially in the late 15th century, was the practice of meditation. There is no way of identifying the meditative methods which existed under one of the first reformers, Pedro de Villagracis, at the beginning of the 15th century. However, the exercise of recogimiento, the gathering of the senses which became characteristic of the order, seems to have developed in the 1480s partly as a reaction against the excessive anti-intellectualism and devotion to liturgy prevalent during the earliest phases of the reform. The encouragement of this method led to convents being reserved for its practice. They came to be known as recolectorios, and it was to one of the most important, La Salceda, that Cisneros withdrew from his secular life, and there that he decided to become a Franciscan. For a definition of recogimiento we have to wait until the 1520s. By then the Franciscan methods of meditation had been perfected, and we can identify the various sources on which their practitioners drew. Contemporary exercises devised outside Spain were imported, particularly those followed in the Netherlands by members of the Brethren of the Common Life such as Wessel Gansfort and Jan Momber. The man who appears to have introduced Momber's ideas into Spain was in fact a Benedictine, Cardinal Cisneros's cousin Garcia Jimenez de Cisneros, prior, and later abbot, of the monastery of Montserrat in Catalonia. He probably encountered Momber when he accompanied a diplomatic mission to Charles VIII at Amboise in 1496. On his return to Spain he used the printing press installed at Montserrat in 1499 to produce a far earlier work from the circle of the Devotio Moderna, Gerard Zerbolt's Tractatus de Spiritualibus Ascensionibus, and in November 1500 he published his own book, the Ejercitatorio de la Vida Espiritual. Garcia de Cisneros's Ejercitatorio draws heavily on the most popular text on mysticism in circulation, on Zerbolt and on Momber's Rostum Exercitiarum Spiritualium, with its mnemotechnical devices to assist the reader at his various stages of spiritual progress, on Hugh of Balma, the editor of the Pseudo-Dionysius, on Richard of St. Victor, Bonaventure, Gerson and the Valencian mystic Francesca Exumnus. It contains instructions on the three mystical ways, the Via Purgativa, the Via Illuminativa and the Via Unitiva, provides subjects of meditation, and recommends the most suitable place, time, and physical position in which to empty the mind of human cares, to meditate on the humanity of Christ and pass progressively to more abstract themes. In the final stage, the understanding ceases its activity and the highest part of the soul is elevated to God by love. The work was intended above all for Garcia de Cisneros's fellow Benedictines, albeit for the less learned ones, and the ideal place for meditation remained the monastic cell. In his discussion of those who are most suited to meditation, however, he emphasized the advantages of the unlearned in general, of those who approach God with love rather than with learning. At the end he also alluded to a broader readership. He had written his book in the vernacular, he said, in order to reach los simples devotos, and not for the benefit of proud scholars, los letrados soberbios. Learning, he insisted, leads to intellectual arrogance, the greatest obstacle to union with God. That mysticism was the ideal theology for the simple in spirit was already a commonplace by the time Garcia de Cisneros was writing. It was stated in one of the most popular manuals, Gerson's Mystica Theologia, and was stressed in other books. Yet although there was no shortage of works on mysticism in the late Middle Ages, few were in the vernacular. The praise of ignorance they contained was reserved for the learned who could read them in Latin. One of the most striking features of the movement for religious reform during the primacy of Cardinal Cisneros was the amount of mystical literature made available in Castilian. Even if it was largely composed by members of the religious orders, it was distributed outside the convents and became accessible on a vast scale to the laity. While the great product of the Devotio Moderna, the Imitation of Christ, was being issued repeatedly in the vernacular, in Catalan since 1482, in Castilian since 1490, in Valencian since 1491, Cardinal Cisneros himself ordered Castilian translations of St. John Climacus's Spiritual Lighter, of the works of Catherine of Siena and Angela of Foligno, and of the popular version of the Pseudo-Dionysius's Mystical Theology by Hugh Balma translated as Salda Contemplativos. Not only was the mystical way to God generally recommended as being accessible to an unlearned laity, but it was soon presented as both the easiest and the quickest manner of attaining perfection. Though the mystical authors emphasized the necessity for spiritual exercises and preparation, and strove to show that only a small number of persons might experience union with God in the last stage of the mystical process, they nevertheless soon referred to it as an art and as a shortcut, an adagio. The first writer to have used these words on a title page was an anonymous Franciscan, whose un brevissimo adagio we arta amara Dios, con altra arte contemplar y algunas reglas breves para ordenar la pensa en el amor de Dios appeared in Barcelona in 1513. A shortcut and an art, the mystical method was easy, brief and sweet, but it had hitherto been known to the few. From 1513 onwards one book after another was to divulge it, to provide sufficient rules, as the Franciscan tertiary Bernab de Palma wrote, for a man to change from carnal to spiritual. The majority of Spanish writers on mysticism in the first 40 years of the 16th century were Franciscans. It was a Franciscan, Antonio de Ciudad Real, vicar of the convent of San Juan de los Reyes in Toledo, who translated Hugh Balma's version of the Pseudo-Dionysius, published, like Un Brevissimo Adagio, in 1513, and it was the Franciscans Alonso de Madrid and above all Francisco de Osuna, who described the method of meditation known as Recogimiento. Recogimiento. Francisco de Osuna, a native of Andalusia, studied theology at Alcala and entered the Recolectorio of La Salcida in the early L520s. In his Tercer Abecedario Espiritual, the standard manual on the method first published in 1527, he distinguishes between two kinds of Recogimiento, general and particular. The first type is defined as a virtuous existence led aloof from the cares of human affairs. The second is the specifically meditative exercise practiced by the friars at La Salcida. The exercise should be performed, he says, in a dark and silent place, the eyes closed or lowered and focused on one point. This makes it possible to collect or gather the senses. It should be done for at least 2 hours a day, the first hour before noon and the second later. Although he says that the religious are in a particularly favorable position to practice the method and that few people are chosen to do so, Osuna insists on its universality. It is well suited, he continues, to rich laymen with enough leisure to perform it, and even to merchants frequently engaged in business. All the practitioner really needs is the strength to dominate his appetites, and Osuna is liberal in his advice about how this should be done. The recogito must take care of his diet, avoiding spices, garlic, raw onion and anything highly dressed. He must keep away from pungent smells, rinse his mouth to rid it of any strong taste, clean his teeth and drink his wine watered. The test of the right size of a meal, Osuna admonishes, is the ability to pray after it instead of falling asleep. The practitioner of Recogimiento should then learn 3 forms of prayer. The first is vocal, the best being the Lord's Prayer on which Osuna provides a commentary. The second is in our hearts and consists of meditating on the life and passion of Christ. The third and most perfect type of prayer, which corresponds to the last mystical stage, the Via Unitiva, is mental or spiritual. If the first stage perfects the memory and the second the understanding, in the third the will is perfected. The highest part of the soul is raised to God on the wings of desire and pious affection propelled by love. At this point an exchange of wills occurs, man only desires what God desires and God does not depart from the will of man. In this state all intellectual activity must end, but, Osuna reminds his readers, not to think of anything as more than it sounds. In no manner can it be explained since God, to whom it is directed, is inexplicable. Indeed, I tell you that this thinking nothing is to think of him entirely. With his insistence on edifying company, on fraternal correction, on the necessity of a spiritual advisor, Osuna pays homage to the Church. Like guarded Cisneros and in accordance with a venerable tradition in his own order, he rejects the benefits of learning and reminds us that erudition can be an insuperable obstacle to his method. Too many books, he admonishes, are nothing but too much dissolution of the mind, excessive labor, lack of rest, weight on the memory, a meat that can never fill your stomach. Many books make a library of your cell, but not of your memory, for all they leave there are the titles. I do not wish to concern myself with such people, he writes elsewhere, since they are alien to true devotion and place all their learning in talking to God as though they were talking to Lorenzo Valla or someone else who could accuse them of speaking bad Latin. Mystical theology, on the other hand, has nothing to do with familiarity with the knowledge of letters. It does not need a school, as it were, or intellect, but must be sought in the school of the affections through the vehement exercise of virtues. We can thus conclude that there is this difference, even if it is the supreme and most perfect knowledge. Mystical theology can be mastered by any one of the faithful, be it a poor little woman or an ignoramus. In his hostility to learning, a hostility which would seem to be aimed more at the new humanism than the old scholasticism, Osuna resorts to an emphasis on experience, on the taste within the soul. Although he admits that this can sometimes be illusory, he displays the greatest assurance where all signs of divine favor are concerned. He condemns the skepticism towards trances and ecstasies which had been expressed over a century earlier in Vincent Ferrer's devotional manual, the Tractatus de Vita Spirituali. While in our days there are many who have been visited with an abundance of grace, he continues, there are also many who are alien to it, and who, seeing in others by certain external signs what they do not see in themselves, think they are mad and deceived or possessed by devils, and the least evil they attribute to them is hypocrisy. Optimistic assurance was endemic in the type of mystical manual produced by the Franciscans at this time. The art or method recommended, accessible even to a poor little woman or an ignoramus, mujercilas idiotas, those who had not studied theology, was guaranteed to succeed. In his Art para Servir a Dios of 1521 Alonso de Madrid informed his reader that, by following his instructions, he would progress much further in 1 year than he would intend without them. Those who followed the method enjoyed immense privileges. A soul nourished in mystical theology, wrote the Franciscan Bernardino de Loreto in his Subida del Monte Sion, at first published in 1535 and revised in 1538, will be able to feel and to explain certain problems of the Holy Scriptures more rapidly and with greater profit than any scholastic theologian, however notable, who lacks spiritual wisdom. In such an atmosphere the most spectacular manifestations of divine grace were welcomed. Cardinal Cisneros had ordered the republication of Vincent Ferrer's treatise on the spiritual life in Alcala in 1510 but had removed the chapters in which the Dominican advised caution in judging ecstasies and visions. The rejection of any skepticism frequently engendered an unquestioning faith in the numerous visionaries who arose throughout Spain and whose prophecies confirmed the providential role reserved for the country and its governors. Prophecy the inspired were frequently women, nuns or beatas, women leading a life purporting to be in the service of the Almighty. Some were tertiaries, members of a third order attached to the Dominicans or the Franciscans but intended for the laity. Others were independent of any order but had taken a vow of chastity and sometimes of poverty. Cardinal Cisneros was particularly inclined to accept the authenticity of their divine gifts. He believed in the ecstasies of Maria de Toledo, the founder of the convent of Clarissas of Santa Isabel de los Reyes, and in the miraculous grace of the Benedictine Madre Marta. He believed, too, in the visions of the Dominican tertiary Maria de Santo Domingo, known as the Beata of Piedrahita, whose experiences are one of the best illustrations of the spiritual clepate at the time. Sor Maria de Santo Domingo had attempted, in the first years of the 16th century, to reform the order of preachers by founding an Observantine convent in her birthplace, Aldenuva near Barco de Avila. The Dominican provincial opposed the plan. So Sor Maria and her followers decided to proceed with support from outside the order, from Ferdinand of Aragon, the Duke of Alba, in whose territories Barco de Avila lay, and Cardinal Cisneros. Her followers observed a type of austerity that had been rigorously prohibited. They wore a habit of their own devising reminiscent of that worn by Savonarola's adherents in Florence. When an attempt was made by the new prior of Avila to visit their convent, the inmates imprisoned him. After a complaint to the papacy by the provincial, a brief arrived in 1509 ordering 3 apostolic judges to investigate the matter. Sor Maria's various trials, the efforts to eject the friars from Aldenuva and to enforce sanctions on the tertiary dragged on for 3 years until, in 1512, the Vicar General of the order in Rome complied with Cisneros's wishes and allowed the remaining friars to stay in the convent. Sor Maria was formally absolved and acted as prioress until her death. As with most of the other prophecies so popular in Spain at the time, Maria de Santo Domingo's utterances were based on a synthesis of medieval traditions. One of them, the Joachist tradition, consisted of ideas attributed to the 12th century Cistercian theologian, Joachim of Fiore, though these had been revised and elaborated since his death in 1202. The fundamental conviction was that the Church was about to be reformed and the world converted by spiritual men. Although the members of Joachim's own order had been candidates for the fulfillment of the prophecy, it was adopted with particular fervor by the mendicant orders. There had been revivals of it among the Dominicans since the first movements of reform in the later 14th century, and these revivals had often led to violence. In Spain, Vincent Ferrer had expressed Joachist ideas in his sermons, while certain beliefs associated with Joachim were probably taken over by Savonarola. Still more than the Dominicans, however, it was the Franciscans who appropriated Joachim's prophecies. Numerous traces can be found in Spain. Joachist Franciscans are reported in Majorca, Valencia, Aragon and Catalonia throughout the 14th century. The 15th century is less well documented due to the absence of an Inquisition in Castile, which meant that the world of the convents there was effectively sealed. Yet there is reason to think that Joachist ideas lost little of their strength. They emerged as soon as the Inquisition began its investigations, and they were held by the Franciscans in the Basque town of Durango to be discussed in Chapter 1000. Another tradition which frequently accompanied the Joachist ideal of the imminent spiritual church originated in the myth of a crusade which would end with the transference of the papacy to Jerusalem and the reformation of the world under the last emperor. Who the emperor might be was a subject of speculation. For some he was to be a French king, for others a German, and by the early 14th century the Franciscan Arnaldo de Villanova had proclaimed that he would be the king of Aragon, while the mystic Ramon Lull was uncertain as to whether the Great Crusade would be led by a king of Aragon or France. In early 16th century Castile all the Spanish rulers, Ferdinand of Aragon, Cisneros and Charles V, were suggested. In the visions of Sor Maria de Santo Domingo it was Cisneros who recurred. She spoke of a saintly reformer who would become pope with the assistance of the Dominicans and 2 or 3 Franciscans. She did not actually specify whether Cisneros was to be the pope or one of the Franciscans who were to help him, but this could be inferred. She claimed that she herself would convert 90,000 Muslims in a day, that she would visit Jerusalem twice and that she had foreseen Cisneros's triumphant arrival in Iran. Dreams all in keeping with the cardinal's plans for a new crusade. Proof of the authenticity of Sor Maria's inspiration was supplied by her miracles. When she had taken communion the elements had supposedly approached her of their own accord. During her trances, she was said to have answered searching theological questions although she was ignorant of dogmatic niceties. A wound had reputedly opened between her ribs on Maundy Thursday. She had been seen struggling with the devil. Christ had presented her with a ring. Countless admirers implored her to wear articles belonging to them in order to benefit from her supernatural qualities, and Cisneros himself asked her to wear a Franciscan girdle for his sake. Such evident sanctity was accompanied by the certitude of both Maria and her admirers that she was impeccable. God, she maintained, had told her that He would keep her from sin. This belief was to be invaluable when her prosecutors accused her of mortal misdemeanors, of embracing her followers and of allowing her confessor to spend the entire night in her cell. Later in the century Sor Maria's persuasion might have had grave consequences, but as it was she was judged by an apostolic tribunal clearly predisposed in her favor. She was defended fervently by her confessor and a fellow Dominican. She was protected by the king and the Inquisitor General, and the Holy Office chose not to intervene. Despite the opposition of several powerful members of her order, including the Vicar General, she was fully acquitted, and her judges recommended her as a model of piety. Cardinal Cisneros welcomed those prophets who foresaw his own triumph. Charles de Bavils, the French admirer of Lowell, stayed with him in 1506 and spoke of the reconquest of the Holy Land due to take place within 12 years and the imminent conversion of the world to Christianity. 3 years later, after Cisneros's victory at Rouen, Bavils exhorted him to continue his march through the territory of the infidel, to press as far as Jerusalem and fulfill the prophecy of Jeremiah. In 1512 Cisneros received reports about a man uttering similar prophecies, Fray Melchor. The son of rich converso merchants, Melchor spent his youth at the court of England where he was called to repentance. He returned to Spain with the intention of pursuing his journey into Africa, but remained in the peninsula. After joining one religious order after another he encountered Sor Maria de Santo Domingo who advised him to become a Franciscan. The Vicar General allowed him to travel from convent to convent in his endeavor to fulfill his mission of reform, and in the course of his peregrinations he met a number of beatas who amazed him by their sanctity, Cisneros's protégé Madre Marta and, possibly, Francisca Hernandez who was to play so important a part among the Alumbrados. Fray Melchor, like Bavils, believed in the impending conversion of the Muslims and maintained that the entire church would be transformed within 12 years. 7 had elapsed and in the 5 that remained the Holy Roman Empire would be destroyed, all the kings of Europe vanishing together with their kingdoms. The whole clergy, with the exception of a few reformers, would be beheaded and the church would then be re-established in Jerusalem. Predictions of this kind can be documented throughout Europe at the time, transmitted by every available means, in woodcuts, in broadsheets, but above all by word of mouth. 23 In the world of the Alumbrados of Toledo they recur again and again. In about 1523, the vicar of the convent of La Salcida stated that Luther was Antichrist but that God would remedy the havoc caused in Christendom by way of a creature with the stigmata who would introduce peace on earth among the Jews, the Muslims and the Christians. Slightly later, when the learned Franciscan Francis Cortes justified his devotion to Francisca Hernandez before the Inquisition, he emphasized the providential role that Beata was due to play in the reform of the Franciscan order. She had not come to impose a new way of life, he said, but to end the blindness which had led men to concentrate on external things. The revolution she was about to accomplish was purely spiritual. She was to show that the essence of the poverty which God and Saint Francis had prescribed for the friars minor was not to refrain from touching money with one's hands. True poverty consisted in banishing all covetousness of this world from one's heart. The plan for reforming the world which another Franciscan, Francisco de Ocafaya, divulged to one of the leading Alumbrados, Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz, was less spiritual. This time Francisca Hernandez was to accompany the friar to Rome and to rewrite the scriptures while a new pope was installed and the King of France was dispossessed of his kingdom by Charles V. Orthodoxy and heterodoxy. During the primacy of Cardinal Cisneros the beatas and the visionaries were not the objects of local piety alone. The spectacles they provided drew crowds. Their fame spread. They were supported by the court and the nobility and had the approval of a part at least of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Only some years after Cisneros's death did ecclesiastical tribunals probe the sources of their inspiration and obtain repeated confessions of imposture and diabolical influences. Mysticism, at the same time, was generally commended as the best means for even the humblest Spaniard to reach God. It was a shortcut, described in the vernacular, and open to the unlearned. It was also essentially individual and bred a piety of peculiar intensity. Intense religiosity tended to be greeted with enthusiasm. Not until the 1520s, with the Lutheran Reformation in Germany, did the fear develop that a particular kind of piety was dangerous, and not until the Council of Trent, which opened in 1545, were dogmatic definitions provided which made a clear distinction between what was Roman Catholic and what Protestant. Certainly previous councils had reached conclusions on many points. There was no doubt in anybody's mind that the convert to Christianity who reverted to Islam or to Judaism was a heretic. The fundamentals of the faith as expressed in the Apostles' Creed had to be respected, but a great deal of space was left for opinions. The various monastic orders were accustomed to fierce debates about matters such as the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary. Other views were discussed at the universities and at the Spanish feudal courts. Justification, a subject which was to come under such suspicion with the Reformation, had long provoked argument. Numerous teachings were admitted and were held by men who were to remain loyal to the Catholic Church in spite of the Lutheran schism. The uncertainty about what was orthodox allows us to understand how the Alumbrados of Toledo had been able to proselytize for some 7 years, from about 1512 to 1519, before being denounced to the Inquisition, and how they were able to continue their activity for another 5 years before being condemned. It is also reflected in the attitude of those powerful noblemen who protected them. Catholic patrons. The ideas of the Alumbrados of Toledo, it was later claimed, originated in the Franciscan convents in which regimiento was being practiced. Soon, however, they were taken outside the convent walls and spread among the laity, and they were accepted with eagerness at the courts of the Spanish nobility with which the Alumbrados were connected. The entire area of the early Alumbrado movement, the town of Guadalajara, the villages and convents in the valleys and hills to the south and southeast, between the Henares and the Tagus, was dominated by the various branches of the Mendoza family, at its head, the Duke of Infantado. The Mendozas were the Alumbrados' first patrons, employing, protecting and befriending them. The third Duke of Infantado, Don Diego Hurtado de Mendoza, one of the richest and most powerful of the Spanish grandees, was to be accorded the honor of entertaining the King of France after his capture at the Battle of Pavia in 1525. He had formerly been an active warrior, but in his old age he was increasingly afflicted by gout and confined to his apartments. The splendid ducal palace in Guadalajara, built at the end of the 15th century by Juan and Enrique Guaz, appears to have been a center of streams of piety. It was later said that the Duke had come to agree with Luther's doctrine of salvation. 30 Such a rumor, however, was probably the result of his interest in different religious opinions including those of the Alumbrados, for the Duke was also known for his love of relics and ceremonies. He turned his palace into a cathedral or chapel royal, making elaborate provisions for services of extreme grandeur in his private chapel and assembling singers and musical instruments on a scale exceptional among his contemporaries. The second-grade nobleman to protect the Alumbrados was Don Diego López Pacheco, second Marquis of Villena and Duke of Escalona. The son of Don Juan Fernández Pacheco, the favorite of Henry IV of Castile, Don Diego had taken part in the civil war following the sovereign's death in 1474. He had fought against the new Queen of Castile in defense of the dead king's daughter and certain rights to which he laid claim. By 1479 he had to admit defeat. He had lost over half of his numerous possessions, and when he was pardoned the next year he had to be contented with the favor of the Catholic kings and titles which he held only in name. Nevertheless, he distinguished himself at the siege of Granada 12 years later, obtaining fresh estates in reward for his services. After Isabella's death he opposed Ferdinand's regency of Castile and tried to check the political power of Cisneros, finally committing himself to Ferdinand's grandson who succeeded to the throne as Charles I of Spain in 1516 and was elected Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, in 1519. Don Diego supported the royal cause in the revolts of the early 1520s and then retired for good to his castle of Escalona. Villena's castle, some 25 miles north-northwest of Toledo on the road to Avila and commanding a bend in the river Albercha, had once contained one of the most magnificent courts in Spain, that of Don Álvaro de Luna. Like the Infantado Palace in Guadalajara, it was filled by its owner with representatives of different religious ideas. Don Diego shared a devotion to the Franciscans with his second wife, Doña Juana Enríquez, the sister of the Admiral of Castile. He founded churches and convents on his estates, the headquarters of his own spiritual advisors being the Observantine convent he built outside Escalona in 1493. Yet it was not only the Franciscans who stimulated the Marquis's faith, he was also an admirer of Erasmus. Francisco de Osuna dedicated to him his Tercer Abecedario Espiritual, that standard manual on mysticism, but the Marquis also received the dedication of the far less orthodox Diálogo de Doctrina Cristiana by Juan de Valdez, who had once attended him as his page. Although many other members of the nobility are mentioned in the trials of the Alumbrados, there is a third figure of special prominence, the Marquis of Villana's brother-in-law, Don Fadrique Enríquez, Admiral of Castile. A veteran of the Siege of Granada, he was to act as joint regent during Charles V's tours abroad and was to be one of the first governors of Spain to urge the monarch to proceed against the Lutherans. After the defeat of the rebels in 1521, he too withdrew from public life and settled on his estates in Medina de Riosco, northwest of Valladolid. He too built Franciscan convents, and to him Francisco de Osuna dedicated another of his books, the Gracioso Convite. For all his encouragement of anti-Lutheran measures, Don Fadrique too was attracted by all manifestations of true piety. Convinced of the need to reform the Church, he briefly assembled on his estates men who were later to be accused of Lutheranism. He corresponded until his death with Fray Francisco Ortiz living in the convent of Laguna after his condemnation by the Inquisition, and it was to Don Fadrique that the alleged founder of the Alumbrado movement, Isabel de la Cruz, turned in order to obtain her release from imprisonment in 1529. Throughout the 16th century, members of the Spanish nobility encouraged reformers of the Church. A few were implicated in the Lutheran scare of the late 1550s, but by and large they gave their support to orthodox movements. Aristocrats helped John of Avila and assisted the Jesuits. They were attracted by the Carmelite reformers and by other mystics and ascetics who flourished in the second half of the century. Many of their younger children entered convents to practice asceticism themselves, but Francisco de Osuna also wrote extensively on how noblemen, merely by exercising spiritual poverty, had no need ever to suffer from financial deprivation in their quest for salvation. They could keep their riches and still be sure of a heavenly reward. Even if a high cultural level was by no means characteristic of the Spanish aristocracy in the 16th century, those of its members who were sufficiently educated to appreciate the theological ideas being discussed at the time indicate the sympathies current among the ruling classes. Their readiness to protect the Alumbrados confirms the uncertainty as to what was orthodox and what was heterodox, and suggests, as we shall see in the next chapter, a propensity towards evangelism which they shared with many members of the nobility in Italy, but which stopped well short of Protestantism and a break with the Church of Rome. The piety of the Alumbrados of Toledo. Chapter 2. The protagonists. Comparatively little is known about Isabel de la Cruz, the beata who had become a Franciscan tertiary and had left her family to preach in the Guadalajara region in about 1512.1. It was she who allegedly first turned ideas which she had assimilated in Franciscan convents into the doctrine of the Alumbrados, but only excerpts from her trial have survived and our impressions are fragmentary. The trials of two of her earliest followers, on the other hand, are extensive and informative. Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz and Maria de Casla emerge with exceptional clarity. Self-righteous, tactless and obstinate, ever ready to criticize and eager to admonish, Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz excelled in making enemies. Yet his refusal to conform, especially in church, to the behavior of his neighbors, a feature reflected even in the slovenliness of his clothes, the integrity of his views and the strength of his faith, make him an impressive figure and account for his influence and the devotion he inspired in his disciples. Born in the last decades of the 15th century, the leading Alumbrados were brought up during the primacy of Cardinal Cisneros. They read the devotional literature, the publication of which he had encouraged, and they were joined by scholars he had influenced and assisted. Closely connected with the Franciscan Recollectorios from the outset, they used the language of mysticism which we find in the writings of Francisco de Osuna and Alonso de Madrid. Yet, in a world where ceremonies were lavish and displays of religious fervor frequent, the Alumbrados formed, in certain respects, a movement of free action. Their personalities were more typical of the austere nonconformity to be found at a later date in English Puritanism than of the atmosphere of flamboyant ritual frequently associated with 16th-century Spanish Catholicism. Like Isabel de la Cruz, Alcaraz was of Converso descent. The grandson of a scribe and the son of a bread merchant, he was brought up in Guadalajara in the household of Don Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza, who bore the title of Adelantado, or governor, of Cazorla, a small area close to Jaén, Andalusia. The Adelantado, as he was always known, was a son of the Marquis of Sandolona and brother of the first Duke of Infantado. Subsequently, Alcaraz worked for the Adelantado's son-in-law, Don Diego Carrillo de Mendoza, 3rd Count of Brigo, and then for Don Diego's son and heir Don Luis, who employed him as an accountant. After the death of Don Luis in 1522 he departed for Madrid in the service of Don Benito Cisneros, the nephew of the great cardinal. Returning to Guadalajara soon after, however, he received an invitation from the Marquis of Villena to join him in Escalona. The Marquis took on his 14-year-old son as his page and gave Alcaraz a salary of 35,000 maravedis a year, for hoping to profit not so much from his professional services as from his talents as a lay preacher. He seems to have owed his acquaintance to Antonio de Beza, the alcalde or judicial official of Escalona, who was noted for his piety and erudition. Alcaraz remained in the Marquis's employment until his arrest by the Inquisition in 1524. Married, the father of a number of children and the owner of a small property in Guadalajara, Alcaraz was professionally concerned with money matters and led an essentially secular existence. He never attended university or studied theology, and he only had a limited knowledge of Latin. Yet he had an immense interest in devotional works. He possessed a library which was large by contemporary standards and included nearly all the religious literature in the vernacular printed under Cardinal Cisneros. He owned the works of the Carthusians, almost certainly the Lives of Christ by Ludolf of Saxony and Juan de Padilla, and possibly the Castilian translation of Denis the Carthusians de Quater Novissimus. His collection included El Estimulo de Amor attributed to Bonaventure, the Meditation is ascribed to Augustine, a Flos Sanctorum, two Abalmas Sata Contemplativos, Bernard's Sermons, the Book of Angela Foligno, bound with the Rule of St. Clare and Vincent Ferrer's Treatise on the Spiritual Life, a Latin and a Castilian version of the Scriptures, The Imitation of Christ, Contemptus Mundi, and a book to which he referred as St. Benedict's Directorio, but which was almost certainly guarded as Cisneros as Exercitatorio de la Vida Espiritual. He was well acquainted, furthermore, with John Climacus's Spiritual Ladder and with the letters and prayers of Catherine of Siena. Alcaraz was known for his asceticism, but this was far surpassed by the austerity of Marfa Kizla. The accountant was later to write to the inquisitors that she used to make fun of her brother Juan when he cried because of his chilblains, saying that he preached fortitude but did not know how to practice it. 4. Alcaraz went on, she attached little importance to the sorrows of this world, even to death, and since I knew our weaknesses I regarded her as presumptuous. 7. Alcaraz succumbed, during his imprisonment, to that sense of persecution and friendlessness which the Holy Office sometimes succeeded in engendering. Marfa de Kizla, on the other hand, never did. Until her release she courageously defended herself and others accused, resisting torture and risking ever heavier sentences by corresponding with her friends. The attraction she had for scholars and members of the Mendoza family testifies to a personality of exceptional force. Marfa de Kizla, too, was of Converso descent, but she was of a higher social standing than Isabel de la Cruz or Alcaraz. She came from Palma del Rio in Andalusia, where her father had been a merchant and her mother's family had worked in the service of the Count of Palma, Don Luis Fernandez de Portocarrero. 9 One of her own brothers, Juan de Quisla, entered the Franciscan order and became chaplain to Cardinal Cisneros. He was subsequently appointed titular bishop of Irissa in Thrace, visitor of the Archbishopric of Toledo and coadjutor of the Bishop of Avila. Marfa herself married a rich merchant from Guadalajara, Lope de Rueda. In Guadalajara she became a favorite in the Duke of Infantado's family, and was befriended by the Duke's wife, by his illegitimate daughter, Doña Brianda de Mendoza, by his daughter-in-law the Countess of Sal de Falla, as well as by the Duke of Medinaceli's bastard brother Don Alonso de la Cerda. Through her brother Juan, moreover, her connections extended to elevated academic, ecclesiastical and political circles, and she was well acquainted with some of the most distinguished scholars at the nearby University of Alcalá. These, in turn, provided her with ideas and with reading matter, and by the time of her own arrest, which was not to occur until 1532, she had been able to indulge her considerable intellectual curiosity. The Edict of Faith. The ideas which brought about the arrest of the Alumbrados were listed and condemned in an Edict of Faith issued by the Inquisitor General Alonso Manrique, Archbishop of Seville, in 1525. It contained 48 propositions, mainly statements or snatches of conversation overheard by hostile witnesses. A number seem to have been recorded by the inquisitors with a notable lack of grammatical precision, and they were all presented in a disjointed and isolated form, outside the general context in which they had been uttered. The majority of the propositions were attributed to Alcaraz, and nearly all the rest to Isabel de la Cruz and her other followers, Maria de Quisla and her brother Juan, Gaspar de Bedoya, a converso priest and Isabel's principal legate in Pastrana, Alonso López de la Palomera, a crippled weaver also from Pastrana, and Rodrigo de Bivar, the cantor of the Duke of Infantado's choir, and, with López de la Palomera, one of the very few old Christians involved. The first purpose of the Edict of Faith was to make known the reprehensible nature of the statements listed. Each was accompanied by qualifications ranging from heretical to false, erroneous, or simply mad. It was read in its full form on Sundays and feast days in order to put the faithful on their guard against the new doctrine. Drafts of paper also had other objects, however. The edict dated 23 September 1525 had been preceded by edicts probably going back to the previous year. These contained the same propositions and were designed to elicit further denunciations from anybody who had heard any of the propositions but had not yet reported them to the Holy Office. They also summoned those guilty of having uttered such statements to appear before the inquisitors with a spontaneous confession. Both Maria de Quisla and Rodrigo de Bivar responded to the appeal, the former consequently escaped arrest until 1532 and the latter until 1539. Another object of the edict was to prompt the memory of forgetful witnesses during the trials themselves. Indeed, many of the denunciations the inquisitors received from their prisoners, particularly in the 1530s, were the result of a fresh reading of the document of 1525. The edict was directed against persons who called themselves enlightened, abandoned and perfect, Alumbrados, dexados et perfectos. As in the case of so many heresies of the past, the names, particularly that of Alumbrado, were originally terms of mockery and abuse. Alumbrado had been used previously to denote excessive piety and to suggest hysteria and hypocrisy or fraudulence. Never, in the history of the different groups making up the heresy, did anyone agree that he or she was an Alumbrado. The word remained a term of accusation alone. Because of the manner in which it was composed, the edict cannot, at a first glance, be considered a satisfactory definition of a doctrine. At least one of the statements, that the world was to end in 12 years' time, qualified as mad, reflected the views of Charles de Bovils and Fray Melcher, but was probably attributable to one of the opponents of Isabel de la Cruz and her followers. Other statements, reminiscent of the evangelical movements in Northern Europe, were of uncertain authorship, and the ideas they expressed had little prominence in what we know of the beliefs of the Alumbrados. The 35th proposition runs that in no manner is it legitimate to swear, que en ninguna manera se había de jurar, a conviction of the Swiss Anabaptists in the 1520s which spread among the Anabaptists in southern Germany and the Rhineland and was later adopted by the Dutch Mennonites. A further view which was at best of marginal relevance to the teaching of the Alumbrados was that a work attributed to St. Augustine was the fruit of fantasy, que los soliloquios de s. Agustin eran cosas fantasidas. The work in question, Meditationes, Soliloquio y Manual, one of the Castilian publications encouraged by Cisneros, was in fact a medieval compilation of texts by Anselm, John of St. Victor, Cyprian, Gregory and other authors, including Augustine, and its true authorship may well have been suggested by the learned Juan de Cazalla. Most of the propositions, however, can be fitted into a more coherent faith. One was that prayer must be mental and not vocal. Many expressed contempt for the cult of the saints, the worship of images, bulls, indulgences, fasting, abstinence and the commandments of the Church. Others concerned digimento, abandonment, passive reliance on the divine will, a devotional state in which no special form of prayer or place suitable for meditation was required but which brought about a condition of perfection in which the love of God and man was God. No effort should be made to combat temptations indeed, they should rather be embraced and accepted. All activity was an obstacle to the divine presence in the soul. It was thus wrong to ask anything of the Almighty, to think of the humanity of Christ, or, by exerting the memory, even to remember God. Digimento. The Edict of Faith presented the most exaggerated and damning possible version of the Alumbrados beliefs. So did the bills of indictment submitted during the trials. But we should now examine the condemned teaching in the light of the Alumbrados' own defenses and of what we know of kindred movements of the time. Digimento would appear to have first been devised by Isabel de la Cruz who, Alcaraz was to claim under torture, derived her entire doctrine from the Franciscans. There is no doubt that digimento had a great appeal in the Franciscan convents of the Diocese of Toledo and it is often presented in opposition to the accepted method of meditation described in the previous chapter, recogimiento. The danger of such a distinction is that the word recogimiento can in fact be applied to any method of meditation and can lose all precise meaning. If, however, it is taken to be the method prescribed by Francisco de Osuna, we can examine the elements common to, and the differences between, these two ways of reaching God. The main scene of the conflict was the town of Pastrana where Osuna himself and two of his fellow Franciscans, Francisco Ortiz and Cristobal de Tindilla, were instructing the local laity in the practice of recogimiento. It consisted, according to one practitioner, Jurisdictionimo Olivares, in a gathering of the senses which entailed banishing all thoughts and placing the soul in a state of quiet until it reached the stage in which it recalled neither itself nor God. In order to achieve this condition Olivares and his companions knelt for a while and then sat down in a coma with their eyes closed. Another practitioner, Gabriel Sanchez, a curate of Pastrana, was told by Osuna to reserve certain hours for meditation, to endeavor to cease thinking, and to abandon his will and heart to God. If did this for an hour before and an hour after Mass every day he would finally reach the point when he could practice the method continuously, in the choir, in a cell, or while performing any other activity, even in the marketplace. Yet another practitioner, Nicolas in bed, said he had been instructed to free his heart of anything offensive to God, to raise his will to love God. Once he was feasting in this state of suspension he would need to seek no further but should cast away all thoughts, even virtuous ones. Cristobal de Tindilla, he added, had told him that it was then a temptation even to think of God. Doubts about the benefits of recogimiento were introduced into the community of Pastrana by Olivares's brother, Francisco Jimenez, who traveled to Cifuentes and was there introduced by Fray Diego de Barreda and Fray Antonio de Pastrana, both Franciscans, to digimento. Judging from Olivares's account, the principal difference between the two methods lay in the physical circumstances in which they were practiced. The dejados dispensed with those actions recommended by the recagidos. To sit in a coma and close one's eyes was unnecessary. The subject merely had to submit himself to God without forcing himself to pray or even to reject temptations. Temptations, evil thoughts, might come, They might sent be God to purify the soul. The Dejato was not to combat them, all he could do was not to consent to them willfully. This form of prayer, for a form of prayer it was, could be used at all times, in all places and by all people. God, Barreda had reminded Olivares, was everywhere. Wherever the devout happened to be they must be engaged in prayer, with the same reverence as if he were standing before them. Isabel de la Cruz and Alcaraz had also maintained that the prayer could be said continuously, wherever or however one liked, even while trading, and that nothing could impede it. Isabel presented Alcaraz as an example of a layman who was married and constantly engaged in business in the marketplace, but who let no such detail stand in his way. Another witness recalled Alcaraz as saying that one could pray to God anywhere, just as peasants and carpenters prayed as they worked. Fray Diego de Barreda had told Francisco Jimenez that regimiento was a better and a surer way than regimiento. When the Franciscan chapter of Toledo met at Escalona in May 1524, the Scandalizi Inventivae Illuminatorum Pseudomintentium were condemned. For Fray Diego and the authors of the decree the difference between the two methods was clear, but it was not so for everyone. Both regimiento and regimiento were universal, both were practiced by Franciscans, both seemed to lead to the inactivity of the senses, even if writers on regimiento were cautious in their terminology and thus escaped the charge of advocating complete passivity. In the 12th proposition of the edict against the Alumbrados, which refers specifically to regimiento, the inquisitors seem to have incorporated a part of Nicolas de Inbid's description of regimiento. When the prosecutor presented Francisco Ortiz with the bill of indictment, he included this proposition, and Ortiz showed no sign of being aware of the error. Olivares and Francisco Hernandez both referred to Alcaraz's method of prayer as regimiento. The confusion was increased, perhaps disingenuously, by the defendants. On being asked how he defined the two methods, Alcaraz, who had formerly denounced the recajidos, said that he understood both words to mean the same thing, a determination not to offend God, to refrain from vices, to avoid vanities and to keep the commandments of God and the Church. When questioned about her preference for regimiento or regimiento when she first visited Pastrana in the early 1520s, Maria de Kisla also answered that she had never held an opinion on what was practiced in Pastrana and Guadalajara but simply sought, by all means, the best way, closest to the doctrine of the saints, to reach God and know His will so as to obey it. Defenses such as these must, of course, be treated with skepticism, but there are also other items of evidence. If the Fray Cristobal included among the correspondents of Isabel de la Cruz can be identified with Cristobal de Tindilla, and if the Fray Andres de Ecija on the same list was the provincial who defrocked the tertiary and was so moved by Olmilos's utterances, it would seem that even those most closely associated with the method of regimiento were prepared to experiment with rival arts. But can the Alumbrados be regarded as mystics? In their defense, both Isabel de la Cruz and Alcaraz claimed that they could be. Alcaraz possessed the standard manual on mysticism, Tu Abalarnas Salda Contemplativos. He quoted it in his defense, albeit not as frequently as the Imitation of Christ, and mainly at a later stage in his trial when his letters were being written by his counsel, Fray Reginaldo de Esquina. He also referred to mystical steps. Isabel de la Cruz was even more specific about the mystical and progressive nature of regimiento. She had said there were three types of prayer: vocal, mental and supramental. She informed the inquisitors that she advised the beginners to devote themselves to discipline, fasting, prayer and meditation on the Passion of Christ, and that it was only los que estaban instruidos, the initiates, who had attained a sufficient degree of virtue, whom she told to pay no heed to these base things but to remain forever suspended in the desire and love of God. She gave the names of beginners and those advanced. Alcaraz was among the latter. Skepticism and reaction. Even if they were indeed mystics, the first Alumbrados were all opposed to the more flamboyant manifestations of religious enthusiasm so popular at the time. Our knowledge of Isabel de la Cruz's attitude rests largely on the testimony of Alonso López de la Palomera, the crippled weaver who had been afflicted by trembling fits when attending the elevation of the Eucharist and has been taken to Isabel de la Cruz by the Count of Solday's steward. Isabel told him to beware of appropriating the gifts of God, for a high price would be exacted on the day of judgment. The recipient of these gifts, she said, should hide them. On no account should they be employed as a display of sanctity. Alcaraz agreed. In support of the assertion that, however great the benefits of human and divine consolations, true virtue was to be capable of dispensing with both, he referred to the Imitation of Christ. This is the work he quoted more frequently than any other non-scriptural source, and with such accuracy that he either knew entire sections of it by heart or, more probably, had been permitted to keep a copy in prison. On the subject of spiritual consolations he cited the celebrated passage in the 11th chapter of the second book, "Many follow Jesus to the breaking of bread, but few follow him to the drinking of the chalice of his passion. Many revere his miracles, but few follow the ignominy of the cross." In Alcaraz's eyes, spiritual consolations were, at their best, spectacular shows of divine grace which the recipient was well advised to keep under control. At their worst they were inspired by the devil. Such an approach was by no means novel. The majority of writers on mysticism gave the same warning, and they did so with growing urgency in the course of the 16th century. John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila are two of many examples. In Alumbrado circles there was a special interest in the admonitions given by Gerson, who was widely believed, at the time, to be the author of the Imitation of Christ. One of Alcaraz's most devoted followers, the learned alcalde of Escalona, Antonio de Beza, translated into Castilian Gerson's Tracts Approbation Spurs Tuum. It was written on the occasion of the debate about the canonization of Bridget of Sweden at Constance in 1415, and dealt with the authenticity of inspiration. Gerson did not deny the value of visions any more than he claimed it was impossible to determine their authenticity. He merely recommended the utmost caution and insisted that only spiritual men, of whom there were few, could judge matters of the spirit. Yet, however common skepticism about outer manifestations of grace may be in the history of mysticism, it ran against the grain of Cardinal Cisneros' ecclesiastical policy and of Franciscan mystics who pursued the same tradition after the Cardinal's death. Thus Vincent Ferrer's strictures on visions and trances were expurgated from the 1510 edition Opus Tractatus de Vita Spirituali, and Francisco de Osuna expressed favorable opinions on the subject in his Tercer Obsidiario, even if he punctuated his book with conventional warnings about the possibility of satanic influence in spiritual excesses. He maintained, probably with Alcaraz and his circle in mind, that to deny the value of spiritual consolations was to express an idea forged in the devil's furnace which is accustomed to falsify and impair pious intentions. Those who, like the Alumbrados, regarded spiritual consolations as an indirect means of reaching God which tie even down, auditors, are unworthy of a reply, since they equate spiritual consolation with worldly consolation and say they are both self-love. Osuna himself seems to have viewed spiritual consolations in the same light as the humanity of Christ. If humanity is a way to reach God, His sweetness spurs us on to run to Him. It is necessary, the taste of sweetness is a gift of God for which we should be grateful, but it is only a step on the way to union with Him. The attitude of the first Alumbrados to the more flamboyant manifestations of mysticism was certainly unpopular in Spain in the early 1520s. It brought Alcaraz into conflict with the Franciscans, and it brought Isabel de la Cruz into conflict with other beatas and their followers. It gullied the enmity of frivols such as Francisco Hernandez and Maria de Tejeda, but it could not be considered heretical. Nevertheless, it pointed to another side of Digimindo, one which bore a resemblance to Lutheranism. Sin and Grace. Isabel de la Cruz and her circle were far from sharing the optimism of Francisco de Osuna. Persuaded of the sinfulness of others, they were equally convinced of their own initial unworthiness. Marfiticasla had a particular liking for the 7th and 8th chapters of the Epistle to the Romans. One of her favorite texts when she commented on the New Testament was Rom 7:19, "For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do." Her deep sense of sinfulness was to make her responsive to the section of Erasmus's Enchiridion on the inner and outer man. It also affected her domestic behavior, leading her to refrain from any sexual relations with her husband. When she resumed them, on the advice of Isabel de la Cruz, she did so with unconcealed distaste. Her feeling of unworthiness was accompanied by an even more intense longing for God. She spoke of an anguished desire to see God without a veil and apart from my body. The statement, with echoes of 2 Cor 3:14-16, was associated by the inquisitors with the heretical claim to see God face to face and was attributed to some of the Alumbrados later in the century. It was with the same awareness of human worthlessness and the same aspiration towards communion with God that Alcaraz developed the idea of a double process of man's belief in the love that God has for him, accompanied by his reliance on the love of God. Alcaraz provided a number of scriptural quotations in support of this process. He referred frequently to the Iannine epistles, which can be said to have provided the basis of his spirituality. His preference was for 1:4:16, and we have known and believed the love that God hath to us. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. Before the inquisitors he quoted Rom 9:16, so then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that sheweth mercy, and 2 Cor 10:5, casting down imaginations, and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. Love was a gift of God, comprehensible to God alone, which he had bestowed on Alcaraz and which Alcaraz had recognized by its effect. It was dispensed independently of human effort. The will had to be abdicated. Alcaraz maintained that all our good works proceeded from God and that man could do nothing for himself but subject himself to God and recognize his own worthlessness, and that even this recognition was a gift of God. When the inquisitors objected that God had given us knowledge of good and evil together with the freedom to choose between the two, Alcaraz had replied that one made far better use of the freedom of will by submitting it to God, since no choice could be made without him. Reliance on God, abandonment to his will, was to be so complete that there was no point in endeavoring to arouse the human will to resist temptations or to fret about salvation. Qui amat animam suam, verta turn, in 12:25, was to be taken literally. Works, Alcaraz believed, were the consequence of the love of God, they never preceded it. If man really loved God he would perform great works, and otherwise he did not love God. How, the inquisitors wondered, could Alcaraz be so sure that he possessed the love of God? And what was the result of this certainty? In reply to the first question Alcaraz quoted in 3:8, Spiritus ubi vult spirat. He had tasted the love of God and can allow no doubt as to its existence in him, unworthy though he might be. To the second question the replies of both Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz have survived. In words reminiscent of 1 and 3:9, Isabel de la Cruz admitted to believing that as long as she retained this love of God she could not be deceived, and that she could not err as long as she remained in this love of God and her neighbor. Alcaraz too assured the inquisitors that love was so deeply rooted in him that it was impossible for him to misinterpret the scriptures or to err, and added that it was impossible for him to lie. On the face of it such confidence would seem to justify the charge of antinomianism, and indeed this was to be the principal characteristic of the later Alumbrado movements. Their members were convinced they had achieved such a degree of grace that they could not sin. Isabel de la Cruz's followers, however, always regarded the Jacinto as the elimination of the desire to sin, and not as a state of impeccability in which sins can be committed but not regarded as such. All that is known of Alcaraz's doctrine in practice confirms the asceticism of his piety. He frequently quoted Col 3:5, mortify your members. Another passage which he advanced as a source for Jacinto was Mount 16:24, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. When was asked by the inquisitors how he interpreted these words, he said they meant we should deny our own will, refrain from mortal sin, relinquish vanities, and refuse to love anything temporal and contrary to the will of Christ in adversity. Saints, ceremonies and the commandments of the Church. A high proportion of the propositions condemned in the Edict of 1525 expressed contempt for the cult of the saints, the worship of images, and the ceremonies and commandments of the Church. Such charges had come to form part and parcel of a number of heresies over the centuries, and since the 15th century were associated with the more radical movements of reform. In Spain in the 1520s they could suggest the indifference to Christianity of the Judaizer or the hatred of Rome of the Lutheran. The Alumbrados were accused of saying that it was not necessary to bow the head when the name of Jesus was mentioned, to stand up when the Gospel was read at Mass or when the Holy Sacrament was carried through the streets, nor to take holy water and cross oneself on entering a church. Two oft propositions contained the statement that the cross was a piece of wood which was not entitled to be worshipped. Two were directed against the veneration of images and two against praying to the saints. Alcaraz was charged with describing ceremonies and fasts as adulteries, tithes, and of denying the necessity of bulls for the salvation of souls from purgatory. In response to these charges, the Alumbrados managed to marshal an impressive number of witnesses who testified to their piety in church. They proved that they had purchased indulgences, even if Alcaraz admitted that he had been less and less attracted by images, fasts, vigils, prayers of supplication, and that he had indeed described them as adulteries for some people. He had been prepared to comply with the world by attending the required ceremonies, but it is not difficult to see how easily a belief in Digimento could exclude the greater part of external observances. Gaspar de Bedoya thus endeavored to reduce the Mass to its fairest essentials. He was against the taking of holy water and all the gestures accompanying the elevation of the Eucharist, maintaining that the most perfect state for a priest to be in was one of pure abandonment to the will of God. One might wonder what effect Alcaraz's teaching had on his younger followers. An answer is provided in the testimony of Pedro de Marquina, working, like Alcaraz's son and Juan de Valdez, as a page at the castle of Escalona. When he was 18 or 19, Marquina said, he had proposed to enter a religious order. He conceded that Alcaraz's doubts about whether he had a sufficient vocation and his advice that he should not go into a convent did have some influence on his decision to remain a layman. But Marquina was also interrogated about his behavior at Mass. He admitted that since his meeting with Alcaraz he had often failed to strike his breast at the elevation of the Eucharist. Why? Marquina replied to the inquisitors that his devotion to the sacrament and his desire to commend himself to it were such that he forgot to perform purely ritual gestures. Before encountering Alcaraz he had always struck his breast. He had always prayed in silence during the prayers and the epistle. Under the accountant's influence, however, he had started to pay attention to the words of the Mass. Instead of praying during the epistle and the Gospel he now listened. The Scriptures. One of the aspects of the Alumbrados that most troubled Spanish churchmen in the 16th century was their use of the Scriptures. That laymen with no theological training, idioti ad illiterati, should dare to interpret the Bible of their own accord was viewed with increasing misgivings after the Lutheran schism of 1521 and the subsequent Protestant emphasis on the intelligibility of the Old and the New Testament. Alcaraz, Isabel de la Cruz and Maria de Cazalla had not only done this, but they had done it publicly and had tried to persuade other members of the laity to do so too. As the century drew on, alarm grew greater. In 1537 the Franciscan Fray Luis de Maluenda wrote of the Alumbrados that it was a sad day when men with little learning took advantage of Scripture but poorly understood to defend their opinions and pass as if they were learned and wise. And it was a still sadder day when poor little women left their distaffs and dared to read the epistles of St. Paul. All speculative and moral theology in the epistles, the friar reminded his readers, was written in cipher and could only be understood by a trained theologian. Over 20 years later, in 1559, the Dominican Melchor Cano also pointed to the Alumbrados and the Lutherans to illustrate the peril of the Scriptures in the vernacular. But how did the Alumbrados believe the Scriptures should be read? Isabel de la Cruz held that they should be approached even without the desire for immediate or proper understanding. They should certainly be read without the sinful curiosity of the letter learned, but in the humble spirit in which they were written. As the reader progressed he would be enlightened. Fray Diego de Barreda too said that he had taken from the Dejados the idea that we should read the Scriptures in simplicity, without desiring anything but to please God. The dismissal of learning as a means of reaching God was another feature which the Dejados shared with Francisco de Osuna and the approved writers on mysticism and Recogimiento. When the inquisitors accused Alcaraz of despising the learned, he replied that knowledge could be acquired and it could be infused. Both types were valid, but his own preference lay with the second. A saint says that he whose knowledge is infused speaks as a man with experience, like one who has tasted the honey and says it is sweet. He who has not tasted of it says that it is sweet, but he has only tasted of it through knowledge. This is the difference between men. From such statements we see that Alcaraz held that only the inspired could truly understand the Bible. His quotation of John 3:8, Spiritus ubi vult spirat, his faith in the arbitrary distribution of the love of God, attest his belief in the existence of a group inspired with that same spirit which had blown on the simple evangelists. Isabel de la Cruz and her followers referred to numerous scriptural passages to confirm the privileges of the spiritual man and to emphasize the mysterious manner in which the Almighty might prefer the unlearned to the learned. Mount 11:25, Thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes, was one of their favorite quotations. In his conversations with Doña Minquita Mendoza's chaplain, Pedro de Rueda, Alcaraz never tired of asserting his claim to experience and of reminding Rueda that, however well acquainted he might be with Thomas Aquinas, he had advanced no further than the narrow confines of his own learning. Alcaraz quoted Rev. 6:4-6, For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened, and have tasted of the heavenly gift, and were made partakers of the Holy Ghost, and have tasted the good word of God, and the powers of the world to come, if they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance. Rueda, he insisted, had fallen away irrevocably. He was like Nebuchadnezzar in Dan 4:4, at rest in his house, and flourishing in his palace. As one in the love of God who was most reluctant to have anything to do with someone who was not, Alcaraz also challenged the chaplain with 2 John 1:10, If there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. He advanced 1 Cor 13:8, Charity never faileth, as a proof of the sublime privileges the Dejados, and the alone, enjoyed. In his first letter to the inquisitors written soon after his arrest, Alcaraz was equally determined to assert the rights of the spiritual man. To Matthew 11:25-26 he added 1 Cor 2:15, But he that is spiritual judgeth all things, yet he himself is judged of no man, and 1 Thess 5:19, Quench not the spirit. Mysticism or evangelism? Juan de Valdez. The impression of the Alumbrados with which we are left is contradictory. To the inquisitors, Isabel de la Cruz presented herself and her followers as mystics following the traditional stages leading from meditation to contemplation, from the asceticism of the Via Purgativa to the full state of union with the deity, the hard-won Via Unitiva. Just as statements echoing those of Maria de Casla about the superiority of actions performed out of a disinterested love of God to fasts and penances performed for the sole purpose of reaching heaven can be found in such orthodox works as Alonso de Madrid's Art para Servir a Dios, so we see again and again that the Alumbrados echo or repeat the words of the approved mystics. The emphasis on experience, the hostility towards learning, the quest for permanent prayer, the insistence on the love of God, are all commonplaces which recur in the writings of Francisco de Osuna. Then there is the frequent confusion between Regimiento and Recogimiento to which so many points of community inevitably led. Were the practitioners themselves, one wonders, always aware of the difference between the two? Nonetheless, the teaching of the Alumbrados does indeed differ from that of the orthodox mystics. Alcaraz's skepticism about ecstasies and trances goes hand in hand with a pessimism about human nature which is in contrast to the optimism of Osuna. Such pessimism extended, it appears, not only to the ritual gestures imposed by the Church but to any work preceding justification. Indeed, according to the inquisitors, it even excluded activity at the time when the elect, secure in their attainment of grace, believed themselves beyond the reach of sin and free of all obligations. Yet the complete passivity on which the inquisitors picked to discredit the movement must also be reconciled with the Alumbrados' determination to study the scriptures and with their disapproval of certain aspects of the Catholic Church which had more to it than an aversion to external works. Their criticism of the worship of images, the cult of the saints, the purchase of bulls and indulgences suggests a commitment to reform. These last aspects of the Alumbrados doctrine have affinities with evangelism. Evangelism implies the same pessimism about man, the same reliance on the will of God, the same concern with justification and the desire for a simple fun of religion based on a study of the scriptures, and the same interest in the Pauline epistles. It existed before the Reformation, but was certainly redirected by Lutheranism, even if those who partook of it did not at first contemplate a break with the Church of Rome. The similarity between the teaching of the Alumbrados and evangelism brings us to the one man who can be regarded as the direct link between the two, Juan de Valdez. Because of his background and his career, he was typical of the humanists who were to be pursued by the Inquisition in the 1530s. His father, a nobleman, was regidor of Cuenca, while his mother was of Converso descent. One of his elder brothers, Alfonso, was to have a distinguished career at the court of Charles V, to which he was attached as imperial secretary for most of his adult life. Juan, as we saw, served for some years as page at the castle of Escalona. The date of his birth is uncertain, but he was probably about 15 when he entered the service of the Marquis of Villena in the early 1520s and became a disciple of Alcaraz. By 1526 he had left the castle and was studying at the University of Alcala, where he remained until 1531. In his years at university, Juan de Valdez established his name as a writer. His brother Alfonso was a close friend of Erasmus, and Juan too corresponded with the Dutch humanist at the time when his reputation in Spain was at its height. In 1531, suspected by the Inquisition partly on account of his Dialogo de Doctrina Cristiana, which had been published in 1529, Juan de Valdez left Spain, making first for Rome, where he worked at the papal court. In 1535 he settled in Naples, the honor of benefices accorded him by two popes, and remained there until his death in 1541. By the time he moved to Naples, Juan de Valdez was at the center of a large and influential circle. It included members of the nobility Giulia Gonzaga and the Marchioness of Pescara, Vittoria Colonna, and eminent churchmen such as Pietro Carnesecchi, Marcantonio Flaminio, Giovanni Morone, and the English Cardinal Reginald Pole. These distinguished men and women were enthusiastic readers of the elegant works which Valdez composed, finding in them a perfect compromise with Protestant teaching at a time when hopes of reconciliation between Catholics and Lutherans had not yet been abandoned. The Dialogo de Doctrina Cristiana was printed in Alcalá by Miguel de Eguía, Erasmus's Spanish publisher and a close friend of Rodrigo de Bivar and many of the more scholarly Alumbrados. The book was dedicated to the Marquis of Villena. It was presented, and has often been accepted as, an Erasmian dialogue. Recently, however, it has been shown to contain excerpts from the works of some of the leading reformers, Luther, Ecolampadius, and perhaps Melanchthon, a discovery the consequences of which will be discussed further. Whether the work can also be seen as a reflection of the teaching of Alcaraz is a point which has long been debated. Could ideas which resemble those of the Marquis of Villena's accountant not simply be the result of reading Erasmus? Does the incorporation of passages from early works by Luther not suggest that both Juan de Valdez and the Alumbrados themselves may have derived their ideas from the great reformer? Although it may never be possible to answer these questions to anybody's complete satisfaction, it cannot be denied that certain parts of the Dialogo, which are neither paraphrases of, nor excerpts from, the works of the Protestant reformers, do bear a strong resemblance to the views of Alcaraz. Throughout the Dialogo, as in all Valdez's subsequent works, there is an overriding concern with justification by faith, which could well be the consequence of his acquaintance with Luther. Far closer to the teaching of Alcaraz, on the other hand, is the definition of the spiritual man, he who tastes and feels spiritual things and rejoices and rests in them, and pays no heed to corporeal and outer things, but despises them as inferior. The same applies to Valdez's words on how the scriptures should be read, I approach them with the greatest devotion and reverence, humbling my spirit before the presence of God, and so I beg Him to enlighten my understanding, so that all I understand be for His glory, the edification of me soul and the benefit of me neighbors. The passage on conduct at Mass, moreover, is reminiscent of the testimony of Pedro de Marquina. Valdez likewise attacks those who would not dream of paying attention to what is being said at Mass and who, on being asked after the service what part of the Gospels was sung or what was said in the Epistle, can no more tell you a word about it than if they had been in the Indies. However many ideas in the Dialogo de Doctrina Christiana may have been derived from Alcaraz, the work shows few signs of mysticism. If it has taken elements from the teaching of the Alumbrados, it would seem to have taken the more evangelical ones. It is only in his later works that Juan de Valdez may have been trying to reconcile the apparent contradictions in the Alumbrados doctrine. In the products of his Neapolitan period, such as the Cento e Dieci Divine Considerazioni, which was to be published posthumously in Basel, we see that his concern with justification by faith is accompanied by an increasing insistence on the experience of a gradual revelation, a progressive enlightenment, which could indeed correspond to Isabel de la Cruz's statements about mystical progress. By then, however, Juan de Valdez had embarked on a course of his own which also deviates from what we know of the views of the Alumbrados. The scriptures were to become less and less important for him and were to occupy a subsidiary place beside the work of the Spirit within the soul. Valdez thus exposed his works not only to the disapproval of the custodians of Catholic orthodoxy but also to the distaste of the more severe Protestants. It may not be fully justifiable to take the writings, particularly the later ones, of a man as learned and as widely read as Juan de Valdez as evidence of where the teaching of the Alumbrados was pointing. But what we know of the future of other individuals involved in the movement suggests that it may indeed have been one of the possible directions. Otherwise, we can conclude that the doctrine of the Alumbrados had much in common with evangelism, but that Isabel de la Cruz and her followers also retained a mystical element which gave their teaching a flavor of its own. They did not, perhaps, have time to work out their ideas to the full. As they have been recorded, they remain in a somewhat inchoate state. But this too can be said of certain expressions of evangelism elsewhere in Europe. Chapter 3: Tradition and Discussion. Although the possibility of Lutheran influence on the Alumbrados of Toledo by the time they were arrested in 1524 cannot be dismissed, Luther can hardly have had a part in the genesis of their ideas at an earlier period. It is thus necessary to look at other possible forerunners, at the great heretical movements of the Middle Ages with which the Inquisitors so eagerly compared the Alumbrados, at some of the works circulating among the Alumbrados, and, formally, at ideas which had been, and were still being, discussed in the households of the Spanish aristocracy. Medieval precedents: the doctrine of a passive surrender to the will of God, reminiscent of the jealous Nihilite of the German mystics, the ensuing contempt for works and ceremonies, the claim to perfection to which it could lead, and a faith in their own capacity to interpret the scriptures, were all points which the Alumbrados were said to share with the heresy of the Free Spirit or Bigards as it was described and condemned in the Bull ad Nostrum of 1312. In the edict against the Alumbrados, two propositions, both concerning the possibility of attaining perfection on this earth, were equated with those attributed to the Bigards. Ellen, one of Alcaraz's judges, the Dominican Domingo Pizarro, also believed the accountant to be in the same tradition. It is doubtful whether the Bigards and Beguines, those pious communities of laymen and women which proliferated in Northern Europe in the early 14th century, ever really held the heterodox views ascribed to them. But, guilty or not of the heresy of the Free Spirit, they did carry with them a spiritual vitality and a theological curiosity which did not leave those whom they encountered unaffected. They were highly mobile, traveling and forming groups throughout Europe north of the Alps and the Pyrenees, and assisting in the spread of the most diverse ideas, from justification by faith to the conviction of the approaching millennium in the mystical teachings elaborated in the Rhineland. A channel by which their views could have entered Spain can again be found in that indefatigable conveyor of ideas, the Order of St. Francis, for there was a strong and reciprocal attraction between the Franciscan Third Order and the Bigards, especially after the latter had been condemned. Franciscans were involved in the spread of a variety of more or less heterodox views. Throughout the 14th century, friars cherishing Jochist prophecies had been detected in Majorca, Valencia, Aragon and Catalonia. They were often also influenced by the first great schismatic movement within the order, the Fraticelli, determined to reimpose the rule of absolute poverty of the founder and condemned by the Pope in 1317. At the same time, in central Italy and Provence, the effect can be charted of a movement among the conventual Franciscans known as the sect of the Spirit of Freedom, accused of denying the existence of hell and the freedom of the will and believing that, when a certain state of grace has been reached, man can do whatever he likes and whatever he does is perfect. All these ideas were ascribed to the Alumbrados. The denial of hell, to which we shall return in Chapter 5, was one of the propositions contained in the Edict of 1525, while Alcaraz was accused of holding the concomitant view of universal salvation. Such a teaching, proclaimed in a modified form by the Greek Church Father Origen in the 3rd century and revived in the 9th by Scotus Erigena, has a long history and could have any number of sources, but one of the only Alumbrados to admit to having held it was a Franciscan, Diego de Barreda. The flames of hell, he had said, were in our own will and there was no hell other than offending God. Franciscans also made up the other significant heretical movement with which Fray Domingo Pizarro compared the Alumbrados. This time it was purely Spanish, and its members were known as the heretics of Durango. Its leader, Alfonso de Mela, was from a distinguished family in Zamora in Castile. One of his brothers was to be made a cardinal and another a bishop. Fray Alfonso's own orthodoxy, however, fell under suspicion after his first sermons in the early 1430s. As a punishment he was sentenced to 10 years' reclusion in a convent in Umbria, once the center of Franciscan unrest. Returning to Castile with a papal absolution, he again visited Italy before settling in Durango, a small town in the hills behind Bilbao in the Basque region. There, in the 1440s, he and other Franciscans were accused of various misdemeanors which included inveighing against matrimony and indulging in fornication on a grand scale. According to Fray Alfonso himself, his crime was simply to have preached the truth of the Holy Gospel as it has been disclosed by the holy doctors and decrees. God, he continued in a letter addressed to the King of Castile from his place of refuge in the Kingdom of Granada, had had the singular goodness to declare in my heart that his holy law and gospels have never hitherto been explained satisfactorily by experts, according to the authentic truth which they contain, and therefore require a new and urgent exposition. For revelation was a gradual process, Fray Alfonso recapitulated the phases of biblical history, and it was not until the resurrection of Christ on the third day that the era of the Spirit alluded to by Joachim Fiore had commenced, the reign of the Holy Ghost, who had at last revealed all that had previously been hidden in Proverbs and who has led us from the flames of legal servitude of man to the perfect liberty of divine law. At this point Fray Alfonso quoted the ominous passage which had also been cited in the bull against the Bigards, 2 Cor 3:17, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Despite the contrast between the accusations made against the so-called heretics of Durango and Fray Alfonso's defense, there is a discernible antinomianism in his beliefs. But whether and how his true convictions were transmitted within Spain remains as obscure as the passage of similar views from outside Iberia. All that can be concluded is that the Franciscans had distinguished themselves by their receptiveness and that, in their midst, Isabel de la Cruz could have assimilated a large number of the beliefs attributed to her. Pedro de Osma, the other celebrated case of heresy in 15th century Spain, was set not in the Franciscan convents but at the greatest of the Spanish universities, Salamanca. It was there that Pedro de Osma, the teacher of one of the most distinguished scholars to work on Cisneros' polyglot Bible, Antonio de Nebrija, acted as reader of philosophy and professor of theology. Pedro de Osma's trial, which opened in 1478 in the Kingdom of Aragon at the instigation of the Vicar General of Saragossa, was caused by his book entitled De Confin. The theses which he sustained concerned the power of the clergy to grant absolution, a power which he regarded as severely limited. Contrition alone, he claimed, could bring about the forgiveness of sins, The Church had no power to remit or to impose the pains of purgatory. Setting out with this premise, Ozma went on to deny that the confession of sins was instituted by divine law, to repudiate the value of indulgences, and to challenge the concept of the infallibility of the Church. While the Inquisition of Aragon decided that the book should be burned, the Archbishop of Toledo succeeded in persuading the Pope to issue a bull condemning Ozma's more scandalous ideas. Yet the discussion of the 9 propositions attributed to Ozma, which the Archbishop organized in Alcala, showed that the leading theologians in Spain were far from being in full agreement about the professor's condemnation. It was only after receiving attestations of the damage caused by his book and evidence that numerous readers had ceased going to confession that the Archbishop declared the case closed, condemned Ozma's doctrine as heretical, and ordered the book to be destroyed. Ozma himself abjured his errors, accepted banishment from Salamanca for a year, and retired to a convent in Alcala, where he died shortly after. Ozma's followers were to be associated with a number of erroneous beliefs, including the denial of hell, but what remained a subject of intense discussion in Spain was the status of auricular confession. The proposition that confession was not instituted by divine law was contained in the 1525 edict against the Alumbrados and was ascribed to Rodrigo de Bivar. In the 1530s, Pedro de Lerma, the chancellor of the University of Alcala, was accused of proclaiming the same view from the pulpit, and it was also among the charges made against the humanist Juan de Vergara. Juan de Cazla, of the many Franciscans directly connected with the first Alumbrados, one of the most fascinating and tantalizing is Maria de Cazla's brother Juan. Although he is mentioned again and again in the trials, he was fortunate enough to die before being brought to trial himself. Since the proceedings being prepared against him at the time of his death in 1530 have been lost, the true nature of his relationship with the Alumbrados, when it started and how long it lasted, is still something of a mystery. This is all the more regrettable since Juan de Cazla was perhaps the closest link not only between the Alumbrados and Cardinal Cisneros but between the followers of Isabel de la Cruz and the world of learning. As Cisneros's chaplain, Juan de Cazla had participated in the Cardinal's reforming activities and had done so inspired by the prophecies so popular in the Franciscan order. In 1509 he had accompanied his superior to Oran, where he wrote an account of the crusade in North America filled with references to the great mysteries and miracles marking the holy journey and with faith in the divine power that guided the cardinal. It was Cazla who provided Cisneros with one of the reports on the prophetic activities of Fray Melchor, but only after having fallen under the prophet's spell himself. Cazla is even said to have set out with Diego López de Hucelos, whom we shall encounter later as a protégé of the Admiral of Castile, in order to fulfill Cisneros's plan of converting the Muslims. The two advanced no further than Portugal, but the Franciscan undoubtedly foresaw for himself a part of outstanding importance in the reformation of Christendom. Attracted by Fray Melchor, Juan de Cazla was also drawn by inspired beatas. He revered another of Cisneros's favorites, Madre Marta. Together with Fray Cristobal de Tindilla he called on the woman who was to play such an infamous role in denouncing Isabel de la Cruz, Marl Núñez, in Guadalajara. He was briefly inveigled by Francisca Hernandez, another source of denunciations, but in this case his reverence passed and persuaded his sister to stop visiting her. The same may also have occurred with Isabel de la Cruz, for we know that he told Alcaraz that de Jaminto savored of heresy, that Alcaraz was subsequently to regard him as an enemy, and that Isabel de la Cruz accused him of preaching art rather than love. Whether the fruit of art or of love, Juan de Cazla's sermons seem to have been impressive. Alcaraz admired them, and the Countess of Saldanha had the deepest veneration for the preacher. Addressing congregations in Pastrana and Guadalajara, he explained the Pauline epistles, elaborating on the need to worship Christ crucified rather than the mere wood of the cross, a proposition inserted in the Alumbrado Edict of 1525. The Church, he complained, was overburdened with commandments and cared more for bulls and excommunications than for souls. He insisted on the binding nature of the precepts of the Scriptures, and to pious groups of listeners he also read the New Testament in Greek. Cazla was an outspoken representative of the new learning encouraged by Cisneros. He was well versed in the works of Gabriel Biel, whose teaching was popular at the University of Alcala. He knew the French prophet Charles de Bavils, who stayed with Cisneros in 1506, and he imbibed the ideas of the two men Bavils regarded as his masters, Nicholas of Cusa and Jacques Lefebvre d'Etaples. He was, finally, an enthusiastic reader of Erasmus. Whatever reservations Isabella de la Cruz and Alcaraz may have had about Kizla, there was a time when they were close to him. Because of his learning, his experience and his international connections, he could have transmitted any number of sources including Luther, and the Inquisition of Aragon decided that the book should be burned. The Archbishop of Toledo succeeded in persuading the Pope to issue a bull condemning Ozma's more scandalous ideas. Yet the discussion of 9 propositions attributed to Ozma which the Archbishop organized in Alcala showed that the leading theologians in Spain were far from being in full agreement about the professor's condemnation. It was only after receiving attestations of damage caused by his book and evidence that numerous readers had ceased going to confession that the Archbishop declared the case closed, condemned Ozma's doctrine as heretical, and ordered the book to be destroyed. Ozma himself abjured his errors, accepted banishment from Salamanca for a year and retired to a convent in Alcala where he died shortly after. Ozma's followers were to be associated with a number of erroneous beliefs, including the denial of hell, but what remained a subject of intense discussion in Spain was the status of auricular confession. The proposition that confession was not instituted by divine law was contained in the 1525 edict against the Alumbrados and was ascribed to Rodrigo de Bivar. In the 1530s Pedro de Lerma, the Chancellor of the University of Alcala, was accused of proclaiming the same view from the pulpit, and it was also among the charges made against the humanist Juan de Vergara. To Juan de Kizla of the many Franciscans directly connected with the first Alumbrados, one of the most fascinating and tantalizing is Marfa de Kizla's brother Juan. Although he is mentioned again and again in the trials, he was fortunate enough to die before being brought to trial himself. Since the proceedings being prepared against him at the time of his death in 1530 have been lost, the true nature of his relationship with the Alumbrados, when it started and how long it lasted, is still something of a mystery. This is all the more regrettable since Juan de Kizla was perhaps the closest link not only between the Alumbrados and Cardinal Cisneros but between the followers of Isabel de la Cruz and the world of learning. As Cisneros's chaplain, Juan de Kizla had participated in the Cardinal's reforming activities and had done so inspired by the prophecies so popular in the Franciscan order. In 1509 he had accompanied his superior to Oran where he wrote an account of the crusade in North America filled with references to the great mysteries and miracles marking the holy journey and with faith in the divine power that guided the cardinal. It was Kizla who provided Cisneros with one-off reports on the prophetic activities of Fray Melchor, but only after having fallen under the prophet's spell himself. Kizla is even said to have set out with Diego López de Husillos, whom we shall encounter later as a protégé of the Admiral of Castile, in order to fulfill Cisneros's plan of converting the Muslims. The two advanced no further than Portugal, but the Franciscan undoubtedly foresaw for himself a part of outstanding importance in the reformation of Christendom. Attracted by Fray Melchor, Juan de Kizla was also drawn by inspired beatas. He revered another of Cisneros's favorites, Madre Marta. Together with Fray Cristobal de Tindilla he called on the woman who was to play such an infamous role in denouncing Isabel de la Cruz, Marl Núñez, in Guadalajara. He was briefly inveigled by Francisca Hernandez, another source of denunciations, but in this case his reverence passed and he persuaded his sister to stop visiting her. The same may also have occurred with Isabel de la Cruz, for we know that he told Alcaraz that de Jaminto savored of heresy, that Alcaraz was subsequently to regard him as an enemy, and that Isabel de la Cruz accused him of preaching art rather than love. Whether the fruit of art or of love, Juan de Kizla's sermons seem to have been impressive. Alcaraz admired them, and the Countess of Saldanha had the deepest veneration for the preacher. Addressing congregations in Pastrana and Guadalajara, he explained the Pauline epistles, elaborating on the need to worship Christ crucified rather than the mere wood of the cross, a proposition inserted in the Alumbrado Edict of 1525. The Church, he complained, was overburdened with commandments and cared more for bulls and excommunications than for souls. He insisted on the binding nature of the precepts of the Scriptures, and to pious groups of listeners he also read the New Testament in Greek. Kozla was an outspoken representative of the new learning encouraged by Cisneros. He was well versed in the works of Gabriel Biel, whose teaching was popular at the University of Alcala. He knew the French prophet Charles de Bavils, who stayed with Cisneros in 1506, and he imbibed the ideas of the two men Bavils regarded as his masters, Nicholas of Cusa and Jacques Lefebvre d'Etaples. He was, finally, an enthusiastic reader of Erasmus. Whatever reservations Isabella de la Cruz and Alcaraz may have had about Kozla, there was a time when they were close to him. Because of his learning, his experience and his international connections, he could have transmitted any number of sources including Luther and the early refiners. Yet the association of the Alumbrados with one particular proposition, that the love of God and man is God, impels us to look at the only work of any substance which Kozla is known to have published, L'Ombre de l'Alma, first printed in Valladolid in 1528. This is a Castilian version of the first work of piety issued under the patronage of Cardinal Cisneros at the very beginning of the century, the Viola Animi, which, in its tome, was a summary, by the Carthusian Pierre d'Orland, of the influential Liber Creature Arms of Theologia Naturalis, completed in 1436 by the Catalan theologian Raymond of Saband. The L'Ombre de Alma is a dialogue between a master and a disciple, and the question with which it opens is how man can repay God for his benefits. The master informs the disciple that the greatest gift he has received, and most certain indication of the existence of God, is free will. From the free will proceeds the love of God in its purest and most disinterested form. This love produces all that is good and allows man to be transformed into the object of his love, whether superior or inferior to him. The highest object of love is God himself. The emphasis is on the divinity of the love of God in man, contrasted with the impurity of self-love. A divine gift, it unites the possessor with the giver. Troubadours and court poets. It was by no means only in the convents and at the universities that ideas which came to be regarded as heterodox had been discussed openly throughout the late Middle Ages, it was also in the courts of the Castilian nobility, in the poetry of the troubadours of late 14th and early 15th centuries. A work such as the Cancionero Divina contains poems by men of different social origins and professions. There are Franciscans, like Fray Diego de Valencia, in whose poems we find strains of Joachim's prophecies. There are Hieronymites, noblemen, hidalgos and conversos. Questions would be proposed as a subject of debate by one of the poets and were then discussed at the feudal courts. Among the most active in this respect was the court of Don Alvaro de Luna, the Marquis of Villana's grandfather, at his residence in the castle of Escalona. A problem which fascinated the troubadours and their protectors was predestination. Were works to any avail if God knew in advance who was to be saved and who was to be damned? So ran a question which Ferran Sanchez Calavra put to the Chancellor of Castile, Per Lopez de Ayala, in the first years of the 15th century. Another recurrent theme was grace. Calavra had concluded that the grace of God assisted those who attained it and was denied to those who were too careless to taste of its sweetness. Although the importance of human effort was emphasized, grace was presented as an experience which the damned never enjoy and its distribution as altogether unpredictable. Like the Alumbrados, the troubadours were sure that they possessed it. They had tasted its sweetness. In some cases the poets prided themselves on their lack of learning and harped on God's having bestowed grace on the simple and not on the learned. The Franciscan Fray Lope del Monte implied that the gift of grace was a license to interpret the Scriptures. Others resigned themselves to accepting a chasm so great between creature and creator that very little understanding of the latter by the former was possible. The poets of Castile continued to express a type of spirituality which frequently comes close to that of the Alumbrados. Alcaraz quoted extensively in his letters to the inquisitors from the epistles of St. John. A distinctive Johannine influence is also to be found in the letters of one Alvarez Gatto, a converso poet living in Guadalajara in the 1460s and 1470s under the patronage of Don Elfigo López de Mendoza, the second Duke of Infantado. 21 To the study of the Scriptures, 1 Alvarez added a devotion to Seneca and preached a stoical abandonment of the will to God, which has been interpreted as a reaction to the dangers facing all the new Christians after the establishment of the Inquisition. In one of his last letters he maintained that the object of our existence should be renunciation of the love of the world, of the flesh, of one's own will, and the abandonment of free will for the love of God until we are transformed in Him and He is made one with us. He supported this idea not only with quotations from the Gospel of St. John, Jn 14, 23 and 17, 11, but also with 1 John 4, 16, God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God and God in him. The tradition of the troubadours persisted in Castile well into the 16th century. While various members of the Mendoza family, the Countess of Corona, the Duke of Infantado's daughter Doña Marina, and others, were addressed in the religious poetry of Ambrosio Montesino, another Franciscan, Fray Luis Escobar, was preparing his Quinquagenas, first published in 1526 and subsequently reissued in a revised version with the title Quotaciones Respuestas. Luis Escobar lived in Medina de Riosco in the Franciscan convent built by the Admiral of Castile. The work is dedicated to Don Fadrique Enriquez, who used to call on the friar as he lay ill in bed to challenge him with successive theological problems. The dialogue between the Admiral and the Franciscan shows how concerned the two men were about the state of the Church and of their country. They lamented the absenteeism of prelates and the unchristian behavior of the nobility, justly punished by the rise of Luther and other heretics. To the Admiral's questions Fray Luis replied both in prose and in verse. He gave answers about the sale of indulgences and the literal interpretation of the Scriptures, and returned repeatedly to the theme with which the Admiral seems to have been most preoccupied, freedom of the will. Theological speculation and discussion thus formed an important part of life in those households and courts with which the Alumbrados were connected. An episode described in the trial of Alcaraz shows how deep ran the tradition of medieval debate. In his residence in Amarox, not far from the castle of Escalona, the Marquis of Villena once summoned his Mercedarian confessor, Fray Alonso de Figueroa, together with Alcaraz, and put a question to them: what did they mean by the love of God, and how can we know that charitable works are performed for the love of God? The two men discussed the point in the presence of the Marquis and his wife. Fray Alonso later reported Alcaraz's heterodox replies to the Inquisition. The Marquis, like the other high-ranking noblemen protecting the Alumbrados, the Admiral of Castile and the Duke of Infantado, was never questioned by the Holy Office, but he appears to have attended the debate in a spirit of the utmost tolerance. Such a spirit, however, was not to last. Gradually it was decided, sometimes by men who can hardly be said to have represented an official attitude of the Church, that certain ideas were orthodox and others heretical. This tendency started surreptitiously, and the Alumbrados of Toledo were among its first victims. Chapter 4 The first arrests. For about 7 years the Alumbrados of Toledo seem to have been free to proselytize. Only in 1519 did they fall under suspicion, and it was not until 1524 that the leaders were arrested. To shed light on this change of fortune, the events leading up to their imprisonment by the Inquisition and the conduct of their trials must now be examined. The first denunciations. The Spanish Inquisition began to acquire information about the heresy of the Alumbrados in 1519. On 13 May the Inquisitor Sancho Velez of the Tribunal of Toledo received a somewhat sinister trio, the Beata Maral Nunes, attended by her maidservant and a priest, Hernando Diaz. Together they denounced Isabel de la Cruz, Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz and Maria de Quisla. Although there was still no telling where these denunciations would lead, nor that the new heresy which had been revealed would, in years to come, be detected even among the highest ranks of Spanish society, the inquisitors cannot have been unaware of the utility of an embittered woman whose reputation was declining. They had recently had to cope with the drunken and incontinent Maria Gonzalez, who had denounced enough suspected Judaizers to keep the Tribunal of Toledo occupied for many years. At first, however, the matter brought to their attention by Maral Nunes appeared to be largely domestic. The denunciations were prompted by squabbles in the households of the Mendozas. Marl Nunes was protected by Doña Juana de Valencia, the second wife of Alcaraz's first patron, Don Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza, Adelantado of Cazorla. With the priest Hernando Faz, whose brother was the accountant of the Duke of Infantado's eldest son, the Count of Saldana, Mari Nunes exercised a strong spiritual influence on the retinue of the Count of Brigo, by whom Alcaraz was also employed. Yet Isabel de la Cruz, too, was favored by Doña Juana de Valencia. To Mari Nunes's indignation, Doña Juana granted the tertiary a pittance. And Isabel was menacingly influential in the Prigo household. The two beatas, Marl Nunes and Isabel de la Cruz, were thus rivals contending for power, and by 1519 Marl Nunes was losing. Alcaraz had once been a follower of hers and later said that it was she and Hernando Faz who had first aroused his interest in spiritual matters. But he left her circle for that of Isabel de la Cruz. Marfa de Cazorla experienced a similar revolution. Soon after her arrival in Castile she had grown devoted to Marl Nunes, but had then abandoned her on the advice of Isabel de la Cruz and had left Guadalajara to settle in the nearby village of Horta. When Marl Nunes appeared in Toledo in May 1519 she was both jealous and frightened. Alcaraz had threatened to spread information which would destroy her claim to virtue. Her relationship with Hernando Faz, whom she affectionately nicknamed the priest of the ladies, was apparently by no means chaste. She was also known to have been the paramour of the Duke of Infantado's cousin, Don Bernardino Suarez de Figueroa y Mendoza, Count of Coruilla, whom she had taunted with impotence. Increasingly vexed by her worldliness, her fondness for food and clothes, and her lavish treatment of Isabel de la Cruz's former maid, whom she had suborned to obtain slanderous details about her rival's life, Alcaraz and his friends did all they could to remove her followers from her society. They too had been gathering evidence and the vicar of Alcala had opened proceedings against a beata. It was in an effort to be the first party to engage the support of the Inquisition that Marl Nunes and her companions set off for Toledo. Also in 1519 another tribunal, the Tribunal of Valladolid, had its first encounter with a beata who was to play a major part in the prosecution of the Alumbrados. Francisca Hernandez was summoned by the inquisitors in December. She had been living in the university city of Salamanca where she was reputed for her beauty, her holiness and her miraculous powers of healing. Although she had never studied, she was said to provide brilliant expositions of the scriptures. She was an object of special veneration for members of the Franciscan order, with the guardian of the local convent, Fray Antonio de Sagan, sending his novices to her for religious instruction. The inquisitors wished to investigate rumors concerning Francisca Hernandez's relationship with her male disciples, and she arrived in Valladolid accompanied by 3 admirers suspected of improper dealings with her, Bernardino Tovar, a distinguished Greek scholar, Diego de Villarreal and Antonio de Medrano. Nothing resulted from the first meeting of Francisca Hernandez with the Inquisition other than that she was thenceforth to be kept under surveillance in Valladolid, where she was to lodge in the house of the royal accountant, Pedro de Cazorla, a cousin of Marfa de Cazorla. The impression she made on her interrogators seems to have been favorable. The Inquisitor General, Adrian of Utrecht, had doubts about her sanctity, but when he was elected Pope 3 years later he allegedly instructed his confessor to ask her to pray for him in the entire church. Slightly less indulgence was shown to her 3 companions. The inquisitors forbade them to have any further direct communication with her, an order which they ignored. The case against Francisca Hernandez and her circle was not pursued immediately. In the years to come her followers were to mix with those of Isabel de la Cruz. The rivalry between Isabel de la Cruz and Marl Nunes was added competition with Francisca Hernandez, whose vindictiveness was to prove particularly redoubtable. The area of the Alumbrados thus expanded far beyond the region around Guadalajara and the University of Alcala. It stretched to the city which frequently housed the Spanish court, Valladolid, and to the city with the most illustrious university in Castile, Salamanca. But this was a later development. At first the groups were separate and the denunciations supplied were different. In May 1519 Marl Nunes denounced a number of unorthodox propositions and acts which, from the Inquisitors' point of view, could lead in various directions. Some of the more damaging, the denial of hell, feasting on Maundy Thursday, contempt for the sacraments, were commonly associated with Judaizers, and Marl Nuys reminded the inquisitors that Isabel de la Crux, Alcaraz and Marfa de Cazla were of Converso descent. Judaizing, which is examined further in the next chapter, was a sufficiently serious heresy to warrant immediate prosecution by the Inquisition, but although a representative of the Tribunal of Toledo, Juan de Mendoza, hastened to Guadalajara to interrogate Marl Nuys's associates and also questioned Alcaraz, no action was taken against the accused. In the spring of 1520 the investigation seems to have been all but completely abandoned and was interrupted for nearly 5 years. Why? The revolt of the Comuneros. One of the more obvious reasons that have been suggested for the interruption of the investigation into the Alumbrados is the unrest in Spain in the early 1520s, when the country seemed about to revert to that state of interfactional warfare that had characterized it in the 15th century. Dissatisfaction had been increasing with the new ruler, Ferdinand of Aragon's grandson, Charles of Ghent. He had arrived from Flanders in 1517, a foreigner surrounded by Flemish and Aragonese advisors, and prone to be distracted from Spain by his concern for his foreign possessions. He had inherited Sardinia, Sicily and Naples. He was the ruler of the Netherlands, Franchcomte and what remained of the Kingdom of Burgundy and, after the death of his paternal grandfather and his own election as Holy Roman Emperor in the summer of 1519, of the territories of Maximilian of Austria. Charles I of Spain, now the Emperor Charles V, was incapable of devoting to the Castilians the care which they expected, but needed their money to pursue his foreign policy and to look after his foreign domains. Within days of his departure for Northern Europe in May 1520 the revolt of the Comuneros broke out. The immediate cause of the revolt was the attempt on the part of the imperial advisors to force the Castilian Parliament or Cortes to vote a subsidy large enough to cover the emperor's traveling expenses, but the demands of the various rebel movements which formed in the towns of Castile went far beyond resentment at Charles's treatment of the Cortes. Their first aim was, arguably, to secure the cities from any infringement of their traditional rights by the crown. The first victims were consequently the royal officials, the corregidors. By and by royal authority became associated with anything found distasteful, and some of the more radical rebels began calling equally for the abolition of the Holy Office and freedom from the oppression of the landowners. For Charles the decisive moment in the Comunero revolt was when the nobles decided to combat it. In September 1520 the vassals of Duenas had rebelled against their overlord, the Count of Bundia. Few aristocrats continued to support the rebels. Even the most cautious, such as the Duke of Infantado, came down on the side of the royalist government presided over by Adrian of Utrecht, and by the Admiral and Constable of Castile. The rebel army was finally defeated by the Constable in April 1521. And when Charles returned to his Spanish possessions in July 1522 royal authority had been restored. It would hardly be surprising if disturbances of such magnitude had prevented the inquisitors from pursuing the investigation of what had all the appearances of a mere quarrel among the Mendoza's servants. For almost a year the territory of the jurisdiction was in arms. Toledo, where the inquisitors resided, had been the first city to rebel and the last to surrender. The very existence of the Inquisition had been threatened, and Adrian of Utrecht, both regent and inquisitor general, was obviously distracted from the Holy Office by other, more demanding duties. Guadalajara too had been in turmoil. The Comuneros had been supported by the Duke of Infantado's son, the Count of Saldanha, and, after an unsatisfactory parley with the Duke in June 1520, had burnt and devastated the houses of the local authorities. Yet, notwithstanding these difficulties, the inquisitors did find time to follow up other cases in the Diocese of Toledo, and even in the town of Guadalajara, in this period. The revolt of the Comuneros cannot therefore have been the only reason for the interval between the first denunciations and the first arrests of the Alumbrados. It is even questionable whether the revolt had anything to do with it. When the inquisitors at last arrested Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz, a major religious change in the Holy Roman Empire had taken place. Charles's northern territories were threatened by the spread of Lutheranism, and the Spaniards were taking precautions not to be affected by it. Proselytism and expansion. Exactly what was said when Alcaraz was questioned by the Inquisitor Juan de Mendoza in 1519 is not known. 14 All we know is that Mendoza reprimanded him. There are two possible reasons for such lenience. The first is that the protection of Alcaraz by his aristocratic employers was still effectual against the Holy Office. But references in Alcaraz's trial also suggest another, more likely reason, that the accountant managed to persuade Mendoza that his opinions were so innocuous as not to be worth proceeding against. It seems probable that Mendoza led Alcaraz to believe that the case was closed, and closed to the Inquisitor's satisfaction, since, although Alcaraz was well aware of charges against him, he made no attempt to modify his views or alter his behavior. Nor did either Isabel de la Cruz or Maria de Cazalla. The time of their greatest success, when they started to proselytize intensively and to gain an impressive number of supporters, was in fact after Mendoza's visit to Guadalajara. Mari Núñez's denunciations to the Inquisition would seem only to have increased the local popularity of the Dejados. A sizable group of Franciscans ranged themselves behind Isabel de la Cruz. The Tertiary's confessor told Mari Núñez to beware of attacking Isabel since the whole order of St. Francis would come forward in her defense. The matter was placed briefly in the hands of the civil governor of the Archbishopric of Toledo, but, owing to the protection of the Count of Corona, Mari Núñez managed to escape the ploys of her enemies. Either, as Alcaraz claimed, driven by shame, or, according to her own testimony, for family reasons, she left for Seville. Hernando Diaz remained for a short while in Guadalajara but, having lost the favor of the Duke of Infantado, he soon joined Mari Núñez in Andalusia and obtained a chaplaincy in Puerto de Santa Marfa. It was after May 1519 that the first Alumbrados visited the towns in the neighborhood of Guadalajara, Cifuentes and Pastrana, and made numerous converts both among the friars in the local Franciscan Recolectorios and among the town dwellers. In Cifuentes, Isabel de la Cruz obtained the devotion of Fray Diego de Barreda and Fray Antonio de Pastrana. In Pastrana, where Maria de Cazalla had also been particularly active, Isabel de la Cruz's faction won over the priests Gaspar de Bedoya and Gabriel Sanchez, and laymen such as Francisco Jimenez and his wife Elvira Gonzalez, Mencia Jimenez, the killer Juan L. Sixpez and his wife Agata Jimenez, and Alonso Lopez Sebastian. In Guadalajara, too, the Dejados extended their influence in the period after the first denunciations, winning the support of Rodrigo de Bivar, chaplain and cantor of the Duke of Infantado's choir, Diego de Espinosa, a flageolet player in the Duke's orchestra, Campuzano El Mozo, a member of the Duke's guard, the wife and daughter of Garcia de Baitrago, the Duchess's treasurer, Gabriel de Vega, steward to the Count of Saldaya, and, of course, Alcaraz's own kinsman, his brother Hernando and his nephew Pedro de Elbadan, son of the Duke's groom. These names give an idea of the social categories most attracted by the new doctrine: members of the clergy, educated, or semi-educated, laymen, and a strikingly high proportion of women. This impression is confirmed by the list of Alumbrado correspondence submitted to the Inquisition in 1527, of 46 names 13 are of women, 11 of friars and at least 5 of ordained priests. Although the correspondents were by no means solely devoted to Regimiento, they made up a large group of men and women searching for spiritual advice and methods of meditation, and surveying all the possible paths to perfection. Alcaraz had to travel for professional reasons and supervise the administration of his employer's estates. As he did so, he spread his spiritual message. On his journeys he encountered members of rival factions far more numerous than that of Mari Núñez and, in his view, in every way as distasteful. The most menacing was the one gathered round Francisca Hernandez in Valladolid. On a couple of occasions Alcaraz came across her gifted and celebrated admirer, the Franciscan preacher Francisco Ortiz. They met in Pastrana in 1523 and, although Alcaraz was one of the first people to denounce Ortiz, the preacher seems to have been favorably impressed by their encounter. Alcaraz and Ortiz met again at Ortiz's convent in Alcala, And this time the accountant was appalled by the terms in which Fray Francisco praised Francisca Hernandez. He set out for Valladolid in the hope of converting her, but she refused to receive him. This was a slight he never forgave. In 1522 the Count of Priego had died and Alcaraz departed for Madrid in the service of Don Benito Cisneros. There he first attended the spectacle provided by one of the men for whom he was to develop such contempt some months later. The Franciscan Juan de Olmillo satisfied the expectations of an enthusiastic congregation with physical displays of his divine inspiration. Alcaraz was horrified by what he referred to as tales visages, such grimaces, and he warned Olmillos that his ecstasies might well be temptations of the devil. Alcaraz knew about these temptations. He had had experience of them shortly before his arrival in Madrid. Not only had he observed the devil at work in Hernando Diaz, Mari Nunez and her maid, but he had also seen the effects of Satan on Maria de Tejeda, an ecstatic beata whom the Franciscans had entrusted to Isabel de la Cruz. When the tertiary had accepted the beata, whom she and Alcaraz were later to abandon, she had quarreled with Maria de Cazla, who had withdrawn her children from her care and had ceased visiting her. The moral phase of Alcaraz's activity as a proselytizer lasted for just over a year, from the beginning of 1523 to April 1524. It took place mainly in the castle of Escalona, where the Marquis of Villena seems to have been delighted with his new employee. Since neither the Marquis nor his wife were ever interrogated, we can only infer their reactions to Alcaraz's views from statements by Alcaraz himself and witnesses at his trial. According to a prejudiced source, the Mercedarian Fray Alonso de Figueroa, the Marquis and his wife were angustiados, anguished, by Alcaraz's words about God's indifference to works. But spiritual anguish was a sentiment which they clearly enjoyed, and the affection which the Marquis developed for Alcaraz is indicated by his efforts to secure his release after his arrest. It is also demonstrated by the jealousy which other members of the Marquis's household felt towards the accountant. Fray Alonso de Figueroa, who believed that Alcaraz threatened his power as the Marquis's confessor, and various servants in the Pacheco retinue, were obviously disgruntled by this novel influence. Alcaraz, for his part, regarded it as his mission to deliver the Marquis from the hold of the apocalyptic Franciscans. In Escalona he found Fray Juan de Olmillos, whose behavior had incensed him in Madrid, acting as guardian of the convent the Marquis had founded 30 years previously. He also encountered another visionary living with the Olmillos, Fray Francisco de Ocana. At first Alcaraz had no quarrel with Ocana. He praised his sermons, and the Franciscans spoke highly of the accountant, commending the spirituality he taught and pronouncing himself in full agreement with Alcaraz's doctrine on love and with his words on the superiority of the spirit over the letter and on the importance of denying one's own will. Ocana's approval of Alcaraz is of interest, since it illustrates once more the considerable area which Alcaraz shared with men generally represented as his opponents. Where Alcaraz and Ocana clashed, where Alcaraz found himself in conflict with Francisco Ortiz and Francisco de Osuna, was on the question of trances, visions and certain prophecies which Alcaraz put on the same level as those external observances he had stigmatized as arradiduras. The substance of Francisco de Ocana's prophecies was disclosed to Alcaraz in February 1524 when he returned to Escalona after visiting his wife and children in Guadalajara. Ocana had already informed the Bishop of Utica, Pedro del Campo, that reform of the Church was impending and that the current ecclesiastical hierarchy would be cast out like swine. Ocana delivered a sermon on Luke 18:31, "Behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and all things that are written by the prophets concerning the Son of Man shall be accomplished," in which he elaborated on the theme of the New Jerusalem on earth. After his sermon he made further revelations to Alcaraz. 1524 was to be the fatal year. The King of France was to be dispossessed of his kingdom by the Emperor, and Olmillos and Ocana himself were to go to Rome in order to accomplish the reform of the Church. They were to act in close collaboration with Francisco Hernandez, who was to revise the scriptures, and Buenviejo, this good old man the Marquis of Villena, was to install the new pope. Alcaraz was dismayed by the plan and scolded Ocana for distorting the text. He was not alone in his concern. The chapter of Toledo met, the Bishop of Utica conferred with the Canon Alonso Mejia, inquiries were again opened into the various circles of Tejados while Alumbrados perfectos in Pastrana, Guadalajara, Madrid, Escalona and the nearby convents. Mejia summoned Alcaraz and wrote to the Marquis of Villena. The fiscal or prosecutor of the Tribunal of Toledo pressed the inquisitors to collect further evidence and the plans were made for Alcaraz's arrest. In the meantime Alcaraz had resolved to act independently. He went to the Franciscan convent of San Juan de los Reyes in Toledo to speak to the vicar about the illusions of the friars in Escalona. The vicar called the guardian and they accompanied Alcaraz to the provincial, Andres de Esija. To the three friars Alcaraz expatiated on all he knew of Olmelos and Ocana. The friars listened. They even invited Alcaraz to stay for dinner. But Fray Andres gave him some advice. He reminded the accountant that it was as well not to inform the Inquisition about what had occurred since the Franciscans were bound by obedience solely to their superiors. The Order of St. Francis was still outside the jurisdiction of the Holy Office. Alcaraz did what Fray Andres had told him to do. When Pedro del Campo and Alonso Mejia summoned him, he did not inform the chapter of Toledo about the exact nature of the Franciscans' activities in Escalona. He simply said that he regarded Ocana as mentally unstable, a persona disconcertada. According to him, his interlocutors shared his amusement at the episode, dismissing it lightly, and indeed it is quite possible that Pedro del Campo, a friend of the humanists and readers of Erasmus who were to be implicated in the trials of the 1530s, gave little weight to the information about the Alumbrados. At this point the Franciscan provincial himself decided to visit Escalona in order to remedy any cause of scandal. Esija's visit and its consequences illustrate the attitude prevailing in the Franciscan order. Shortly after his arrival, on one Thursday, Esija said Mass in the Franciscan convent. When communion was celebrated, Olmelos knelt, received the Eucharist from the provincial, and fell into a trance. Esija ordered the friars to interrupt the plainsong so that he could hear what Olmelos was saying. The words of the visionary were so moving that the provincial's face was soon wet with tears. How could he proceed against a man so obviously inspired with the spirit of sanctity as Fray Juan de Olmelos? The disciplinary measures he imposed were slight. He decreed that Olmelos was only to say Mass in the cloister, and not in the chapter house, and that Ocana was to preach exclusively to the Marquis of Villena. The penance was brief. Soon afterwards Olmelos was again preaching in public. In 1527 he was elected Provincial of Castile, and when he died in Madrid in 1529 the chronicler of the order described him as Virum religiosissimum et obedientiae virtute signem, who died magna pietas opinion. Instead of inflicting a stricter punishment on the visionaries, Esija chose to look into the activities of Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz. This time the conclusions he reached were far from favorable. Isabel's influence had expanded not only in Guadalajara, Cifuentes and Pastrana, but also among the Franciscans themselves and at the University of Alcala. Andres de Esija promptly set out for Guadalajara and defrocked the tertiary. Alcaraz continued to engineer his own downfall. He made no secret of his disapproval of those numerous individuals who had fallen under the spell of Ocana and Olmelos or who had been duped by Francisco Hernandez. He tried to enlist the Marquis's support against the Franciscan visionaries, but Don Diego simply replied that their behavior was regrettable and that their superiors should be informed. Villena's household in Escalona seems to have been divided between the followers and the opponents of Alcaraz. Grooms, pages, secretaries, stewards, ladies and gentlemen in waiting, preachers, confessors. When the inquisitors arrived in the Marquis's demesnes, there was hardly a member of the retinue who did not put in a good word, or a bad one, for the accountant. The alcalde Antonio de Bisa and his family, his wife, brother and sister-in-law, supported Alcaraz. The accountant had devoted followers among the Marchioness's maids. The Marquis's chaplain Sebastian Gutierrez and the nurse of the corregidor Pedro de Barrios hung on his lips. Nogarol, Pedro de Marquina and Juan de Valdez, the Marquis's pages, were constantly in his society. But for every adherent Alcaraz made at least one enemy. His denunciations to the Franciscan provincial had the opposite effect to that which he had intended. In May 1524 the general of the order, Francisco de Quayanes, arrived. After holding the chapter of Toledo in Escalona, he issued a decree on 22 May 28 condemning the practices of Isabel de la Cruz and Alcaraz, both of whom had been arrested by the Holy Office some 4 weeks earlier. The Marquis of Villena protested. He dispatched Sebastian Gutierrez to plead with the Inquisitor General in Burgos and sent him to confer with Gaspar Dávalos, Bishop of Guadix, whom the Inquisitor General had appointed to investigate the Alumbrados before dispatching him to Valencia to deal with the converted Muslims. But the Marquis's intercession had no effect. Antonio de Besa was equally unsuccessful. Alcaraz's trial was to last until 1529. Imprisonment. The apprehension in the spring of 1524 of Alcaraz, Isabel de la Cruz and Gaspar de Bedoya set into motion a series of arrests which went on for almost 15 years. Fray Diego de Barreda, from the Recolectorio of Cifuentes, was imprisoned by his superiors in the convent of San Juan de los Reyes in February 1526. Alonso López de la Palomera from Pastrana was also arrested. The denunciations provided by Francisca Hernandez, who was herself arrested in 1529, yielded further material which the inquisitors could use against the circle of Isabel de la Cruz, and also led to the incarceration of Francisca Hernandez's own followers, Antonio de Melrano, Bernardino de Tovar, Fray Francisco Ortiz and several others. By then the charges, like the social and geographical area, had expanded. Those captured, often attached to the universities or the court, were frequently suspected of Lutheranism. In nearly all the trials, however, at least one charge was connected with the heresy of the Alumbrados. Treatment of the prisoners varied. Recent studies on the Spanish Inquisition have shown that the inquisitors were generally reluctant to resort to torture. Nevertheless, it was applied on a number of occasions in the Alumbrado trials, to Alcaraz, to Marfa de Kisla, and, in her old age when she was living in Seville, to Mari Nunes to prompt her fading memory. Shortly after his incarceration, Alcaraz, who seems to have been treated with greater severity than anyone else, complained of being kept in chains. Most of the accused were handled more leniently. The women prisoners can often keep a maidservant. The secrecy on which the Holy Office insisted was frequently infringed. Prisoners corresponded with one another and with the outside world, and Marfa de Kisla's trial shows how statements could be agreed upon and offenses coordinated. The heaviest sentences were those passed on the first members of the movement, Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz. In 1529 Alcaraz was flogged, and Isabel de la Cruz led, through the streets of the towns where they had proselytized, Toledo, Guadalajara, Escalona and Pastrana. Their property was confiscated and they were condemned to perpetual reclusion and perpetual habit. Reclusion meant confinement in some religious house or institution, and the habit was the penitential garment or San Benito. Perpetuity, however, was always limited in practice. Alcaraz was an obstinate man, hence his ill treatment in prison, and his insistence that he had been sentenced unjustly induced the inquisitors to prolong his confinement until February 1539. Even then it was modified in the course of the decade. By 1537 he was sharing lodgings with his wife and one of his daughters, and in 1539 he was allowed freedom of movement within the precincts of Toledo, relieved of his San Benito, and given some light spiritual penances. Isabel de la Cruz shared his sentence to perpetual reclusion until 12 December 4, 1538. She was then released, given spiritual penances to perform, and obliged to remain in the town of Guadalajara. The other sentences were more moderate. Gaspar de Bedoya was generally agreed to have been a follower rather than a leader. He does not appear to have been flogged, but was confined in the same building as Isabel de la Cruz and Alcaraz in 1530. By 1533 he was free. Marfa de Kisla was made to abjure de levi, the mildest form of publicly disavowing the heretical statements she was said to have pronounced, and was fined 100 ducats. Luis Sabeteda, tried in 1538 on various charges, one of which was showing sympathy with Isabel de la Cruz when she was wearing her penitential habit, also had to abjure de levi and perform certain spiritual penances. 40 Rodrigo de Bivar was sentenced in the following year to the more serious form of abjuration, to vehemendi, to pay 200 ducats, and to confinement in a monastery. The last part of his sentence was subsequently commuted to a fine of 30 ducats. The inquisitors divided. The attitude of the inquisitors to the heresy of the Alumbrados can be assessed by their reactions to the trial of Alcaraz. In the summer of 1527 a quarrel broke out among them which suggests a disagreement between the Tribunal of Toledo and the Suprema. Towards the end of June, Diego Ortiz de Angulo, the fiscal, presented the inquisitors with a letter in which he accused one of them, Anton Gonzalez Francis, of partiality towards the accused. During an interrogation of Isabel de la Cruz, Francis had allegedly prevented defendant from making a full confession, an error for which he was later reprimanded by his colleague Mariana, and on another occasion he had expressed the view that all the evidence against the Alumbrados was of little or no importance. Francis appears to have been especially delegated as a judge by the Inquisitor General, Alonso Manrique. The extent to which he was actually representing the Archbishop remains unclear, but the fiscal's reaction is reminiscent of other earlier incidents when the Tribunal of Toledo had attempted to pursue a course independent of that set by the Inquisitor General. As it was, Francis said that he would willingly withdraw from the tribunal if Manrique ordered him to do so, but that the fiscal was lying about his partiality. Ortiz de Angulo failed to discredit him and Francis remained. Later in the same year the inquisitors and judges first voted on the sentence, which was later modified. 7 voted in favor of the stake, relaxation to the secular arm, and 6 for more merciful punishment. When they justified their views, the Dominican Fray Domingo Pizarro alone compared the Alumbrado errors to those of Luther, but he added that they were in the tradition of Jan Hus, the Bigards, Amalric of Bina, and of Fray Alfonso de Mela in the heretics of Durango. He also associated the Alumbrados with the Comunero revolt and with the political crime of lese majeste. Alonso de Mariana, another judge to vote for relaxation, said that the defendants were all the more suspicious since they were conversos. It was generally concluded that the prisoners had interpreted the scriptures freely and that, by preaching digimento, they had encouraged the total quiet of the senses, denying the freedom of will and repudiating the benefit of works. Anton Gonzalez Francis, who voted for mercy, did all he could to mitigate the importance of heresy, presenting Alcaraz, Isabel de la Cruz and Gaspar de Bedoya as Catholics who had been misled but whose intentions remained good. The Franciscan Antonio de la Cruz, too, regarded the root of these errors as a zealous desire to come closer to God, however senseless, proud and foolhardy and unsuitable it might be. Even Alonso Mejia admitted that Alcaraz might have believed his errors to be a shorter way of reaching God. By and large this more moderate attitude was to prevail in Spain. Fray Luis de Maluenda published his Tratado Llamado Excelencias de la en Burgos in 1537, before the last Alumbrado trials had taken place. If certain dangers of errors have occurred in this kingdom, he wrote, such as the Dejados and Alumbrados and Betos, they sprung from a desire for fervent faith and devotion. The judgments of Alcaraz suggest some uncertainty about the importance and the origin of the heresy. This same uncertainty was reflected in the Edict of 1525, in which the propositions were subjected to very diverse qualifications. Some, as we saw, were qualified as heretical, some as false, rash, erroneous and scandalous. 3, to which we shall return, were qualified as Lutheran, 2 as proceeding from the Bigards. But despite the attempt to link the Alumbrados with other heretics, the inquisitors tended to agree that what they were judging was something new. For them, indeed, it was novel, for, by the very nature of their institution, they were above all accustomed to a heresy of a very different sort, Judaizing. Chapter 5 The Alumbrados between two heresies. Numerically, the trials of the Alumbrados are of little significance in the history of the Spanish Inquisition. By the time the Alumbrados of Toledo were being properly investigated, the inquisitors in Castile were dealing with more and more cases of blasphemy and of utterers of scandalous words. The trials were brief and the sentences light, but the culprits, who often appeared spontaneously, were numerous. The Alumbrado trials are important for a different reason. They occurred when the tribunals of Castile had almost finished with the first wave of Judaizers and before they had got to grips with the other heresy which seemed to threaten 16th century Spain, Protestantism. The trials thus present hybrid traits. They form a passage between two heresies, and in them we see inquisitors accustomed to one type of heretic preparing to face another. As the fear of Lutheranism increased, moreover, a second feature emerged. In their efforts to trap potential Protestants, the inquisitors would include one or more oft propositions condemned in the edict against the Alumbrados in a bill of indictment largely composed of different charges. Alumbradismo consequently acquired a broader significance. Judaizers and conversos. The Spanish Inquisition was founded in order to deal with Judaizers, and for a few years, until about 1488, the Castilian tribunals treated the accused with a severity which was rarely repeated during the long life of the Holy Office. Some idea of the extent of the Inquisitors' activity can be gathered from the trials of the converso community of Ciudad Real, where there appear to have been approximately 50 new Christian households. At least one member of each of these was tried and condemned. After 1488, however, the victims diminished. There was a brief revival of ferocity, albeit on a smaller scale, in the first 4 years of the 16th century. Thereafter, even if they remained the principal objects of the Inquisitors' attention during the first 2 decades of the century, the converted Jews could expect to be handled more leniently. Death sentences, so common at first, decreased. In 1507, after the atrocities of the Inquisitor of Córdoba, Diego Rodríguez Lucero, Cardinal Cisneros succeeded the converso Diego de Deza as Inquisitor General. The policy of the Holy Office grew more clement as the Inquisitors found themselves trying a dwindling number of suspected Judaizers ever more advanced in years and innocuous in behavior. Just how widespread Judaizing really was among the conversos is difficult to estimate. Nor do we know much about the form it took. It probably varied from sincere attempts to revive the old religion to the more or less superstitious observance of ritual gestures and customs. Occasionally, too, there seem to have been efforts to combine Judaism with Christianity in a third, syncretistic and supposedly perfect faith. The degree of assimilation of new Christians and their descendants in the 15th and 16th centuries also varied. Throughout the 15th century, conversos tended to distinguish themselves in commerce, in the liberal professions and in the arts, accumulating, as H. C. Lee wrote, honors, wealth and popular hatred. They were appointed to high posts at court and intermarried with the old Christian aristocracy. By the end of the century, many aristocrats had Jewish ancestors. The Mendoza family and the Pascos, Marquesas of Villena and Dukes of Escalona, the Enriquez family, admirals of Castile and future dukes of Medina de Fosco, even King Ferdinand of Aragon had Jewish blood. It was also among the nobility that the conversos met with least prejudice. A great many new Christians joined the Marquess of Villena's uprising against the Catholic kings in 1474, while others entered the service of the aristocracy as bailiffs, stewards and accountants, secretaries and treasurers, and in a variety of humbler professions. In such positions the new Christians became the repositories of great confidence on the part of their employers. An example is one Ramirez, whose posthumous trial extended from 1512 to 1524. Although Ramirez had confessed to Judaizing before the Tribunal of Córdoba in 1487 and had been sentenced to payment of a substantial fine, he entered the household of Cardinal Cisneros in Ciudad Real in the early 1490s and became the Cardinal's majordomo. The Cardinal was aware of his precedence but never ceased to trust him and, on his death, he was succeeded in his office by his son Diego. The resentment the old Christians felt for the conversos increased in proportion to their success. They were resented by the impoverished gentry, the hidalgos whose chief claim to nobility was a mythical racial purity, by the peasants who associated the conversos either with a Sabbatic urban way of life or with the demands of a landowner, and by all those whose rents, taxes and acutes were collected by new Christians. In the late 14th century, the Old Christians had released their anger in pogroms. By 1500 the practicing Jews had been expelled, but the Old Christians had two new weapons against their descendants. The first was the Inquisition. The second was the Estatuto de Limpeza, the Statute of Purity of Blood, on which all sorts of religious and secular institutions could insist as a condition for preferment, or even acceptance. The statutes, first devised and imposed in the 15th century, were a matter of controversy over many years. Besides military and other secular foundations, religious orders too had endeavored to apply them. They had been accepted by the Spanish Hieronymites, despite severe opposition, in 1486. Although they were not always imposed consistently for any length of time and were liable to papal revocation, other orders tried to introduce them into certain convents, the Dominicans in 1496 and again in 1531, and the Franciscans in 1525. The purpose was usually to close the hierarchy to new Christians, and the statutes remained a constant threat which grew in prominence after 1547, when the Archbishop of Toledo, Juan Martínez Silaicheo, imposed an Estatuto de Limpeza on the entire chapter of Toledo, a large organization in which numerous conversos were employed. Thereafter even the rumor of Jewish ancestry could be an insurmountable obstacle to a career in every sort of field for a man not protected by a patent of nobility. In the first part of the 16th century, the conversos who were most vulnerable were those whose ancestors or relations had been denounced to the Inquisition as Judaizers, and few descendants from the more recent converts to Christianity could claim to have no forefather or relative who had been penalized. Such a precedent could dishonor a family for anything up to 3 generations. The defendants of the Alumbrado trials were nearly all affected by arrests among their ancestors. The parents of Maria de Cazalla had been tried and subsequently reconciled by the Holy Office. Alcaraz's maternal grandfather had been imprisoned and his paternal grandmother condemned. Both of Luis Zabeta's parents and his mother's sister had been tried and reconciled. Old Christians were so exceptional that Rodrigo de Bivar urgently stressed his racial purity as a point in his defense. That Alcaraz, Isabel de la Cruz and Marfa de Cazalla were new Christians was emphasized by the more malignant witnesses. But even if they had not done so, the inquisitors would soon have discovered it from the books of genealogies so frequently referred to in the trials of the Holy Office, which contained details about converso families. There were also the lists and the catalogues. In Toledo in 1503 a list was drawn up of all the parishioners who had not taken communion at Easter. A few years later a catalogue was produced in Segovia of all the new Christians, descendants of Jews and Muslims, listed by parish, together with particulars concerning their families and other members of their households. In the Middle Ages Guadalajara had been an important center of Judaism. It was thus rigorously supervised after the establishment of the Holy Office. A conspicuous number of conversos had entered the service of the Mendoza family, and the gossip and jealousy which thrived among the various retinues guaranteed for the inquisitors a regular flow of denunciations. In 1520 proceedings were opened against Guillermo Fernandez, who was employed as cook by Doña Brianda de Mendoza, the Duke of Infantado's sister. Both Guillermo and her husband, Luis Alvarez, who acted as Doña Brianda's accountant, had been converted to Christianity in 1492 and had subsequently spent some time in Portugal. Like Alcaraz, they were denounced by their fellow servants, in this case by the wife of Doña Brianda's muleteer, and were charged with observing the Sabbath and a traditional Jewish diet. In the same period Mayor Melendez, employed with her husband in the Duke of Infantado's pantry, faced similar charges made by the wife of the Count of Corona's steward and the daughter of the Duke's steward out of the pettiest vindictiveness. 10 years later Antonio Melendez, the Count of Saldana's accountant, was also charged with Judaizing and abjured, together with his wife, in the summer of 1531. The pattern which emerges from the trials is monotonous. The delations tended to be motivated by revenge of the basest kind, and the vengeance the denouncers gained must have been satisfying. Even if the charges were never wholly substantiated, the victims were frequently arrested and had their property confiscated during the time of their imprisonment. The Inquisition was not only a weapon used by old Christians against new. It was used among the conversos themselves, Beyond new Christian against another and by new Christians against old. The Alumbrado trials are full of such cases and also indicate the faith which some conversos had in the Holy Office. Even if he did not actually do so, Alcaraz seems to have been just as ready to denounce the Franciscan visionaries to the Inquisition before his arrest as they were to denounce him. Francisco Ortiz, of converso descent, was convinced that Christendom was indebted to the Holy Office for the extirpation of Judaism. When it became evident that the Holy Office was being used to stifle ideas which were by no means unorthodox, during the trials of the humanists in the 1530s, men who had once had faith in it turned against it. But to start with, in the early years of the Alumbrado trials, we can still discern that eagerness to use it as a means of purifying Christianity which had contributed to the Inquisition's foundation some 40 years earlier. Alcaraz as a Judaizer. The inquisitors who filed the evidence against the first Alumbrados and who conducted the interrogations were therefore accustomed to trying Judaizers. It was in the trials of the Judaizers that they had acquired their experience, and it was to detect Judaizers that they had been trained. They had developed an extreme perceptiveness for all the propositions or habits that smacked of Judaism, and the heretic with whom they were most familiar was a converso who had reverted to the faith of his ancestors. In the Judaizing trials of the early 16th century, the same charges, the same propositions recur again and again, formulated in the same words. And so a type of man was created, a man who had reneged on the religion of his fathers and denied the faith he acquired. He was prone to both political and religious treachery. Gathering in conventicles with his fellow culprits, he elaborated plans to subvert the Church of Rome and undermine the state of Spain, allying himself with the Turks or the Protestants, inspired by ancient Jewish prophecies predicting the return of the Mosaic Law. From a Christian point of view, he had no religious belief. He was a materialist, a libertine, and had become the mouthpiece of a number of current blasphemies characteristic of heresy at all times. Not only did he break Christian feast days, observe Jewish feasts, eat Jewish food and wear Jewish clothes, but, when obliged to go to Mass, he turned his head away and disgust at the elevation of the Eucharist. He denied the Trinity, mocked the sacraments and the commandments of the Church, and denied the existence of an afterlife. This last charge was perhaps the most recurrent in Judaizing trials. One victim after another was accused of the theistic conviction that life on earth consisted of birth and death alone, que en mundo no había otra cosa sino nacer y morir, and that there were no such things as heaven and hell. The denial of hell was a common charge against early and medieval heresies. In Spain a similar proposition had been attributed to the readers of Pedro de Osma in the 15th century, and it was one to which the inquisitors were sensitive. This emerges from the trial not of a converso but of an old Christian, Don Juan Gastixen, in 1522. Gastixen was arrested for what was soon to be the commonest of crimes, scandalous words. He admitted to the inquisitors that he used to regale the local chaplain with a joke. Hell, he told him, was between a woman's legs and the devil behind a man's codpiece. The joke was clearly derived from a popular anecdote, a version of which is to be found in Boccaccio's Decameron, but the inquisitors were not satisfied as to its harmlessness. Did the defendant's statement, they asked, mean that he did not believe in hell? Don Juan Gastixen protested his orthodoxy, but was nevertheless sentenced to temporary banishment. The inquisitors were Alonso de Mariana, a veteran investigator of Judaizers whose theological ignorance amused Francisco Ortiz, and Sancho Velez, the men who received some of the earliest denunciations made against the Alumbrados. Denial of hell was one of the first propositions attributed to Alcaraz, and there were times in his trial when his accusers contrived to provide a picture of him which the inquisitors would have associated with that of the Judaizer. If Alcaraz and his fellow sectarians did not look away at the elevation of the Eucharist, they behaved almost as badly. They had the insolence to stand motionless, their hands at their sides, and to stare at it. Every gesture they made in church was given a sacrilegious interpretation by hostile witnesses. Even Alcaraz's somewhat slovenly way of dressing was taken as a sign of mockery. 6 months after his arrest, Alcaraz was presented with his first bill of indictment. Of the 22 charges, the first 8 centered on the denial of hell, disrespect for the sacraments and contempt for indulgences. The next 10 concerned impeccability, digimento, and suspicious interpretations of the scriptures, and the last charge was that the said Pedro de Alcaraz and other people ate a fina cooked in the Jewish manner on the Sabbath as a Jewish ceremony and with the intention of observing the Mosaic law. To this Alcaraz replied that he had never eaten a dafina, a form of stew, and did not even know what it was. The inquisitors then ordered him to do something which suspected Judaizers were frequently made to do, to recite the Pater Noster, the Ave Maria, the Credo and the Salve Regina, and to cross himself. Alcaraz did so perfectly. Nevertheless, other accusations aimed at the traditional image of the Judaizer followed. In 1526 Alcaraz was accused of having rejoiced at Barbarossa's recent victory over the Spaniards. He would thus have been a supporter of his country's most redoubtable enemy, the Turk. Alcaraz replied that he could not possibly have been gladdened by Barbarossa's triumph since he had lost both a cousin and a brother-in-law in the battle. In 1527 the prosecutor again referred to Judaism, for what, he asked, was the purpose of digimento if not to subvert the Catholic Church and to conduct the whole of Castile to the observance of the Mosaic law? The actual accusation of Judaizing soon disappeared from the Alumbrado trials. However, the heresy itself continued to be associated with conversos until the end of the century, while many of the accusers of the followers of both Isabel de la Cruz and Francisco Hernandez expressed strong feelings of anti-Semitism. One of the maids of the Marchioness of Villena referred to Alcaraz's habit of talking in private to other servants of her mistresses and added how shocking she regarded it since he was a layman, married, and of converso descent. To imply that Fray Francisco Ortiz, one of the emperor's favorite preachers and the pride of the friars minor in Castile, was guilty of Judaizing would have been rash. Yet that Ortiz remained a Jew at heart was indeed suggested, while some of his fellow friars expressed their dislike of the rapacious little Jew, as the new provincial, Fray Juan de Olmelos, described Ortiz after his arrest. The tentative use by the inquisitors of charges associated with Judaism reflects above all the uncertainty with which they approached the new heresy. They were no doubt tempted to shift the trial of Alcaraz onto ground that was familiar to them, but they soon realized they were dealing with something new, with something resembling the other new heresy, Lutheranism. Lutheranism in Spain. The first stages of the Reformation, from the composition of Luther's 95 Theses attacking indulgences in 1517 to the issue of the papal bull Ex Surge Domini in June 1520, seem to have had little impact on Spain. The official attitude was initially divided. At the end of 1519 Adrian of Utrecht pronounced himself against Luther, but many of Charles V's courtiers were more favorably disposed. In May 1520 the court moved from Spain to Flanders where there was a considerable tolerance of Luther's views. In the months following the bull Ex Surge Domini condemning 41 of Luther's propositions as heretical, this conciliatory approach altered. The papal legate Jerome Aleander acquired the assurance of the emperor's full support against the reformer. On 8 October he succeeded in having Luther's books burned in Louvain. On 29 December obtained a decree banishing Luther and his followers from the entire empire, and on January 3, 1521 Luther was excommunicated. There is little information about the circulation of Luther's early writings in Spain. No doubt, some of them were accessible in Latin to a small number of theologians in the universities as early as 1519, but it does not seem to have been until 1521 that the first works of Luther to be translated into Castilian were brought into the peninsula. The initiative was taken by conversos living in Antwerp who regarded them as an excellent weapon against the Inquisition, but what these works were, and who read them, is unknown. On March 21, 1521 the Pope urged the Constable and the Admiral of Castile to prevent the spread of Luther's writings. On 7 April Adrian of Utrecht issued orders that all books by Luther should be handed over to the Inquisition and burned, and that anyone possessing or selling them 3 days after the decree should be punished. A week later the Royal Council announced serious penalties for those who sold or kept Luther's works or who discussed his errors in public or in private. The inquisitors, the bishops and the various governors of Spain were now unanimous in calling for the strictest measures against the new heresy. They associated it both with the conversos, responsible for circulating Lutheran literature, and with the rebellious comuneros who had disrupted the life of the country for 11 months and whose demands had included the abolition of the Inquisition and tithes. Lutheranism was thus widely connected with civil disorder. Yet this view was still not shared by some of the more enlightened members of the emperor's peripatetic court. April 1521 was the month of the Diet of Worms at which Luther had to defend his teaching before the emperor. Courtiers such as Juan de Vergara and Alfonso de Valdez attended the Diet in the ironic spirit characteristic of many humanists at the time. Juan de Vergara said later that His Majesty's entire court was full of Luther's books and that todo el mundo approved of Luther's ideas on the necessity of reforming the Church and putting an end to the corruption of the clergy. There was, moreover, a wide interest, particularly evident in Italy, in Luther's teaching on justification by faith, and the persuasion that Catholic acceptance of such a doctrine might lead to reconciliation between the Lutherans and Rome. These hopes were to remain alive for 20 years to come and had a deep effect on the thought of a number of loyal Catholics. Luther's enemies, in the meantime, did his cause almost as much good in Spain as those who admired him. Within a few months of the Diet of Worms there appeared some invaluable vehicles for the propagation of his ideas, the attacks by Jaime Olesa and Cipriano Bennett, detailed confutations of Lutheranism containing equally detailed analyses of it. Written in Latin, these and other polemical works were admittedly only accessible to the educated, but the inquisitors considered some often dangerous enough to forbid their circulation in 1540. In the middle of July 1522 the emperor and his court returned to Spain. Luther's works were easily available in the imperial retinue, among Charles V's cosmopolitan staff, Flemings, Italians, and Spanish conversos. Even if the inquisitors seem at first to have been successful in preventing the infiltration of Lutheran writings in the peninsula beyond the court and the universities, an alarming discovery was made in May 1523. This was a consignment of Lutheran literature smuggled from the Low Countries into the Basque lands and distributed among bachelors of arts, priests and other persons of that area. The books were apparently intended to reach Valencia. What effect did these events have on the Alumbrados? The first explicit evidence of their knowledge of Luther is of a later date. Alonso López de la Palomera said he had heard the reformer referred to as Antichrist in 1523 or 1524. Certainly the Alumbrados had received information about the developments in Germany well before then, but we can only speculate about what they knew. Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz can hardly have had enough Latin to read Luther's early writings, yet these must have been accessible to their more learned friends, scholars and theologians at the University of Alcalá and in the Franciscan convents. Juan de Casla, for example, would have read them. Juan de Valdez, whose brother was at Worms, was acquainted with works by Luther dating from 1518 and 1520, though this can only be documented in 1529. It may therefore be surmised that Luther's views were first transmitted to the leading delegados orally. In the early 1520s, however, they might have come across Castilian translations, and any works effectively smuggled from the Basque area to Valencia would probably have passed through Guadalajara. These, however, all remain hypotheses, and the inquisitors never managed to prove that the Alumbrados arrested in 1524 had direct knowledge of Protestant writings. What does emerge from the investigation into the early Alumbrados is the fear of Lutheranism. That the decision to prosecute them was connected with the advance of Protestantism is virtually certain, and a concern with Lutheranism is evident in the conduct of the trials. The Edict of Faith of 1525 qualified 3 of the propositions as Lutheran: that confession was not instituted by divine law, contempt for indulgences, and mockery of the cult of the saints. The bill of indictment presented against Alcaraz in October of the previous year contained the last 2 charges besides accusations of having denied transubstantiation and of having asserted that good works were performed out of self-interest and were of no avail for salvation. At a later stage Alcaraz was interrogated about the infusion of grace by God independently of any works. The last occasion on which Alcaraz's interrogators seem again to have been trying to gauge whether or not he was a Lutheran was shortly before the final sentence was passed. The interrogation took place in March 1529 before the Suprema, and is of particular interest since those present included the Inquisitor General, Alonso Manrique, and an official, Fernando de Valdez, who had been appointed to the Suprema in 1524, had followed the Alumbrado trials closely and was himself to become Inquisitor General many years later. Alcaraz was first questioned about his interpretation of Psalm 118:22. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Those who refused the stone, said Alcaraz, were the Pharisees, and the builders were the men who wanted to establish their own doctrine against the Christian Church. The stone was Christ. The way not to refuse the stone was humility. Originally, the inquisitors reminded him, he had said that the builders were those who struggled against temptations and refused the stone which was the love of God. Now, however, Alcaraz stood by the more orthodox interpretation. Then he was asked about his interpretation of 1 Cor 13:8, charity never faileth. This was a passage now closely associated with the Alumbrados and about which a blind beggar who laid a momentary claim to carnal impeccability, Martin Cota, was interrogated a year later by the Tribunal of Toledo. But Alcaraz's reply was orthodox. Man, he said, could fall if God dropped him from his hold, but charity never. Alcaraz was also questioned about whether he had indeed maintained that man's salvation lies more in God's mercy than in works, and he admitted he had. He believed it, he added, and regarded good works simply as a means to obtain salvation. 2 days later Alcaraz was summoned again. This time he was asked about the 199 letters submitted to the tribunal by the prosecutor. To start with, he was examined about the cryptic language used. Then the questions turned to faith. What did Alcaraz mean by those who were sustained by faith? In what way were they different from others? Alcaraz said he had never intended to draw a distinction. He was interrogated about the phrase living in silence and what he meant by the word pospuesto, subordinated. Those, he replied, who subordinated everything that was contrary to the service of God. Had Alcaraz introduced a form of obedience among his followers? No, he answered. Obedience was due only to God or to ecclesiastical prelates. The insistence of Alcaraz's interrogators on the security of grace, God's mercy and good works, faith, obedience and the existence of conventicles, suggests that the inquisitors may, in a circuitous manner, have been trying to establish whether Alcaraz was a Lutheran. Yet they never broached the matter directly. Their approach, Fernando de Valdez was to write 30 years later, was the result of fine experience. They were still unfamiliar with the new heresy, but they were to acquire a better idea of it in the course of the next decade and to learn to recognize it under the various guises it assumed. Chapter 6 Humanism attacked the uncertain and tentative approach of the inquisitors in the trial of Alcaraz may have been partly due to their inexperience of Lutheranism, as Fernando de Valdez was later to claim, but it was also a reflection of the continuing dogmatic uncertainty of the Catholic Church, which continued, throughout the 1530s, to admit a wide range of views. On one side there was a variety of evangelical positions extending from more or less strong sympathies for Lutheranism to that of individuals who would have agreed with the words later ascribed by Thomas Starkey to Cardinal Pole in the fictitious dialogue with Thomas Lopset, I will not follow the steps of Luther, whose judgment I esteem very little, and yet he and his disciples be not so wicked and foolish that in all things they err. Heretics be not in all things heretics. Therefore I will not so abhor their heresy that for the hate thereof will fly from the truth. On the other side there were those who would accept no form of compromise with Lutheranism or with anything resembling it. In Spain the conflict between the two extremes was characterized both by the accusation of Alumbradismo and by resentment of the conversos. It turned into a campaign against a certain type of man, a converso who had studied at the University of Alcalá and who either remained at the university or who traveled with the court and would in both cases have had access to Protestant literature. One of the features these men often had in common was an admiration for the Dutch humanist Desiderius Erasmus, and it is his fortunes in Spain that best illustrate the development which took place. Erasmus in Spain by 1516, the year of his appointment as counselor at the court of the future Charles V in Brussels, Erasmus was a celebrity. He had published some of his best-known works, the Adagia, the vast collection of proverbs to which he added over the years and which was to obtain enduring popularity, his Morae Encomium or Praise of Folly, the satirical masterpiece which, with its mockery of the absurdity of scholastic theologians, the superstition and ignorance of friars and monks, and the abuses by prelates, gained him both admirers and enemies, and his Enchiridion Militis Christiani, the handbook of a Christian soldier, with the best definition of his Philosophia Christi, a simple piety based on the precepts of the Scriptures and free of superfluous ceremonies and devotions. In 1516, moreover, he published his book on the education of the Christian prince, the Institutio Principis Christiani for the benefit of Charles of Ghent, and his edition of the New Testament. The intention of this last work, one of the most controversial of his publications, was in many respects similar to that of Cardinal Cisneros' Polyglot Bible. In an effort to improve on Jerome's Vulgate which, he believed, had been corrupted over the centuries, Erasmus provided a new Latin translation of the New Testament printed beside the Greek original, and a large apparatus of notes. Despite the many criticisms drawn by the edition, it was widely greeted as a monument of scholarship and contributed still further to Erasmus's swiftly growing reputation in Spain. Patronized by Charles's chancellor, Jean Le Sauvage, he was offered a bishopric there. He was also invited to the country by Cisneros in 1517, and he was urged by the royal courtiers to accompany them to their sovereign's new kingdom. Erasmus declined all these invitations. 3 years later the Spaniards started to attack Erasmus. In 1520 Diego López de Zúñiga published his first criticism of Erasmus's edition of the New Testament. Zúñiga regarded himself as the defender of the biblical scholarship at the University of Alcalá. Insofar as his book was a cry of indignant patriotism it was relatively harmless, but this was no longer true of his far more brutal attack of 1522. The Lutheran schism had taken place and Zúñiga emphasized Erasmus's attacks on the cult of the saints, on the sacraments of matrimony and penance, on indulgences, pilgrimages, miracles, ceremonies and monastic orders, to prove that the humanist was not only a Lutheran but the standard-bearer and prince of Lutherans. These accusations coincided with the beginning of Erasmus's true success in Spain. The court had returned to the peninsula, and it included personal friends and admirers of the Dutch humanist, the new Chancellor Mercurino Gattinara, the future Imperial Secretary Alfonso de Valdez, the Secretary of the Archbishop of Toledo, Juan de Vergara, Alonso de Fonseca, Archbishop of Compostela and future Archbishop of Toledo, and others. At the Complutensian University, moreover, there was the highest esteem for Erasmus as a biblical scholar despite Zúñiga's attack. But even beyond the court and the universities a vast number of educated Spaniards saw Erasmus and his Philosophia Christi as synonymous with the Catholic Reformation. In Alcalá in 1525 the printer Miguel de Eguía started to produce editions of Erasmus's principal works in Latin, and in the following year printed the Castilian version of the Enchiridion Militis Christiani, translated some time earlier and at last approved by the Inquisitor General. It was amazingly popular. In the court of the emperor, in the cities, in the churches, in the convents, even in the inns and in the streets, wrote the translator, there is no one without a copy of Erasmus's Enchiridion in Spanish. But for all the support of Alonso Manrique, the imperial court and the professors at Alcalá, the Spanish translation of the Enchiridion was received with distaste in certain monastic circles. Although Erasmus's attacks on monks and friars were modified in the Castilian version, his spirit remained. His contempt for the tyranny of the convent, for hollow rites and for the parasitism of the mendicant orders was clearly perceptible. The men offended by Erasmus protested and in 1527 Manrique organized a conference in Valladolid to decide on whether or not Erasmus should continue to be read. For the event the mendicant orders prepared a list of objections to Erasmus's views on 22 points, including the Trinity, the sacraments, the freedom of the will, ecclesiastical authority, the commandments of the Church, and the cult of the saints and the Virgin Mary. As Erasmus defended himself against the charges and at the conference his supporters triumphed. Between 1527 and 1531 the Spanish presses produced one translation of his works after another. Yet hostility to Erasmus was mounting fast. Attacks started to appear which shows that it was not only the more bigoted friars who opposed him. The Apologia Monastici Religionis of 1528, for instance, was written by Fray Luis de Carvajal, a Franciscan with a humanist education who truly believed that scholasticism and monasticism had been maligned. The suspicion was also growing that the Dutchman's works were being used as a cover behind which to cultivate Protestant ideas. Such a view was not altogether unjustified. In Italy in 1526 Erasmus's name had, after all, actually been put to a work by Luther. That the approval of the Enchiridion could have practical uses in the defense of those accused of heresy in Spain is shown by an episode in the trial of Alcaraz. In maintaining that he had always believed it was the intention with which a charitable deed was performed that counted, Alcaraz referred to the Castilian translation of the work. He did so in June 1527, after he had been in prison for over 3 years. He is thus most unlikely to have consulted the book. He even misquoted the Castilian title, giving it as Arma rather than Manual del Caballero Cristiano, and the reference was probably suggested to him by his counsel, Fray Reginaldo de Esquina. The case of Juan de Valdez's Dialogo de Doctrina Cristiana is even more relevant. The book, published by Miguel de Eguía in 1529, was presented as an Erasmian catechism. In reality, however, it contains excerpts from Luther's Decim Praecepta Wurtembergensi Predicata Populo of 1518 and from his Explanatio Dominici Orationis Pro Simplicia Rebuslades of 1520. Valdez also paraphrases Ecolampadius's in I as I am Proftam Hypomnemata of 1525 on the vanity of human knowledge and probably Melanchthon's Enchiridion Elementua Brillium of 1524. Whether they were right or not in seeing Erasmianism as a cover for Lutheranism and despite Erasmus's own refusal ever to leave the Church of Rome, Erasmus's Spanish enemies could undermine the official approval and protection accorded to the humanists' works even by the Inquisitor General. They did so by applying to the local tribunals of the Inquisition which could still operate with a considerable measure of independence of the Suprema. Again we find the Holy Office being used as an outlet for personal bitterness and vindictiveness. The role of Mari Nunes, her maidservant and Hernando Diaz in denouncing the first Alumbrados was now to be filled by Francisca Hernandez, her maid and her confessor. Playing on the Inquisitors' fears of Lutheranism, they supplied them with the denunciations behind the second wave of Alumbrado trials which included those of courtiers and humanists. This was preceded, however, by an experiment in religious reform to the failure of which Francisca Hernandez also contributed. The attempt to evangelize the territories near Medina de Riosco of the Marquis of Villina's brother-in-law Don Fadrique Enriquez. An experiment in evangelization. The experiment was suggested to Don Fadrique in the summer of 1525 by the Basque priest of Converso de Sant Juan el Sixpes d'Isilin. Juan Lopez had been in the service of the Duke of Infantado's chaplain Alonso del Castillo since about 1523. In Guadalajara had encountered the followers of Alcaraz and Isabella de la Cruz. His name appears as one of the Alumbrado correspondents, and Antonio de Beza introduced him to the Admiral of Castile. At first Dom Fadrique adopted Juan Lopez's proposals which aimed, he informed the Admiral in a letter of July 30, 1525, at la Reforma 6 and de la Verdadera Cristianidad. Furnished with a certificate from his protector, Juan Lopez set out to from the 12 apostles to assist him in his mission, apostles middle. Whom Don Fadrique undertook to pay 20,000 maravedis a year and to house in the vicinity of Medina de Riosco while more appropriate lodgings, in the form of a convent, were being found. Juan Lopez was accompanied by Diego Lopez de Huselos, a priest from Toledo, the friend of Juan de Caslin and a former follower of Francisco Hernandez. Together they sought out their disciples in the humanist circles of Alcala. Those they approached included scholars and theologians of distinction, such as Fray Francisco Ortiz and Alejo de Venegas. There was also a woman, the Fleming Anna del Valle. 9 to start with, however, only 3 of the 12 accepted the Admiral's offer: Gaspar Villafana, Luis Sabatita and Juan del Castillo, the last a professor of Greek attached to the retinue of the Inquisitor General who had met Juan Lopez through one of Vergara's half-brother Bernardino de Tovar. The apostles' arrival at Medina de Riosco was a disappointment. They found no money, no lodgings, no employment. Don Fadrique showed no inclination even to receive them and, one after another, they departed. Juan Lopez was left alone with his protector, who suddenly displayed a renewed interest in the project and lodged the priests in a house near the town. 3 other candidates now arrived: the canon of Palenque Pedro Hernandez, the printer Miguel de Iguia, and Fray Thomas de Guzman, a Dominican related to the Mendozas. They soon left, however, and when Juan del Castillo returned from Valladolid, where he had visited Francisco Hernandez, he found Juan Lopez on his own. By this time he had abandoned the entire idea and, towards the end of 1526, he agreed to accompany the professor of Greek back to Valladolid. Don Fadrique, it appears, had heard from Francisco Hernandez that his protégés had expressed a favorable opinion of Luther and had decided to have nothing further to do with them. What were their opinions? The plan to evangelize an estate certainly had a Protestant ring and recalls Caspar Schwenkfeld's slightly earlier projects in his own Silgenlandstadt. Juan Lopez, at all events, was arrested by the Holy Office 2 years after his departure from Medina de Riosco, after having stayed in Valladolid, Alcalá and, finally, Granada, where he had been appointed chaplain of the Royal Chapel. In the prisons of the Tribunal of Granada he found himself together with another aspirant apostle, Diego el Sixpez de Huselos, and was accused of having defended 65 erroneous propositions. These he alternately acknowledged and denied, interrupting the investigation with 2 successful escapes. In the course of the second of these he went to Alcalá, where he dined with Miguel de Iguia and Rodrigo de Bivar, and discussed Erasmus's paraphrase of the New Testament. A number of the propositions attributed to Juan el Sixpez resembled those imputed to the Alumbrados, but could equally well have been taken from Luther. He was alleged to have maintained that it was sufficient to love God fervently without performing any work, that the advice of theologians was unnecessary for understanding the Scriptures, that the true spiritual exercise was contemplation of God. He was charged too with saying that perfect peace could be attained on this earth, that the spiritual man was not bound by common laws, that the man reborn with the divine will cannot sin, and that God was indifferent to man's attitude towards him. He was suspected of defending predestination and claiming that, since Christ had died for our sins, nothing further could be done by man to obtain forgiveness. Too little information about Juan Lopez has survived to show how many of these propositions he had actually upheld and whether he really did maintain that Luther was no heretic but a good Christian. The books which he said he had written on the true nature of the soul have disappeared. The inquisitors certainly believed him to have been a Lutheran, his escapes weighed heavily against him, and he is one of the very few defendants of these trials to have been burned at the stake. Slightly more information is available about Juan del Castillo. After studying at the University of Louvain in 1523 he entered the service of Alonso Manrique in Seville. Then came to Toledo, where he obtained a master's degree in theology and a post as teacher of Greek in the Colegia de Santa Catalina. At the University of Alcalá he encountered Bernardino de Tovar and the men who were to involve him in the apostolate of Medina de Riosco. He conferred with Maria de Cazla in Guadalajara and with Francisco Hernandez in Valladolid. To the inquisitors, Juan del Castillo, despite his attachment to the Inquisitor General, was doubly suspicious. He had studied in the Low Countries and was therefore likely to have developed Lutheran sympathies, and he was a new Christian. It is uncertain whether, at the time of his association with Juan Lopez de Silán, he had already acquired the high regard for Luther which was to bring him to the stake 10 years later. Certainly he admired Erasmus, and the 5 letters he wrote to his sister Petronila de Lucena from Valladolid at the time of the apostolate are filled with a belief in spiritual renewal. He refers to the ties between the believer and Jesus Christ who dwells in our souls forever, to the total abandonment to God who commands us to appear empty and in reverence before Him. He writes off works as pertaining to death and begs our Lord, in His infinite goodness, to number us all among His chosen people. Above all, he emphasizes the importance of attaining that peace of God which passeth all understanding. Phil 4:1. Scholars and courtiers. The first sign of an official association between Alumbrados and Lutherans was an order from the Suprema to the Inquisitors of Aragon, Castile, Majorca and Navarre, dated August 11, 1530, proposing that to all edicts issued by the Holy Office be added those who know about the books and doctrine of Luther and his followers, or about the Alumbrados and Dejados and authors. 15. This was a convenient clause for proceeding against the friends and admirers of Erasmus. Their enemies at last had the chance for which they had been waiting since their defeat in Valladolid in 1527. The court had left for Italy and Germany in 1529 and was to stay away for 4 years. Manrique was disgraced in the emperor's absence. The other great protector of Erasmus at court, the Chancellor Mercurino Gattinara, died in 1530. Now, with the assistance of Francisca Hernandez and her confessor, the lecherous and fanciful Diego Hernandez, some revenge could be taken. Francisca Hernandez had been placed under arrest in March 1529. Attended by her maid and cosseted by her warders, her imprisonment was of the most comfortable kind, and her readiness to collaborate with the Holy Office ensured the continuation of her privileges. She started to denounce her numerous acquaintances in July 1530, and her evidence was corroborated and elaborated on by her confessor 2 years later. Her interrogator, the Inquisitor Vagar, interrupted her examination by reading to her the edict against the Alumbrados. This enabled her to attribute the propositions it contained to those she denounced without any further effort of memorizing. The charge of Alumbradismo and the trials of Francisca Hernandez's followers both altered and expanded the image of the Alumbrado. This is particularly evident in the case of one of her first admirers, Antonio de Medrano. LSA Converso from the Rhine area where his family had long been in the service of the Dukes of Najera. Medrano had been tried on various occasions by the Holy Office on account of his behavior with his female penitents and his claim that he had reached such a state of grace that he could not sin. A lover of good food and drink, he had also maintained that God was as much present in the Eucharist as he was in a fatted capon, an idea which he said he had taken from a sermon by Juan de Cazalla. After having been arrested again in 1530, he admitted under torture that his relationship with Francisca Hernandez had indeed been carnal, although, as the physician who established her virginity confirmed, it had stopped short of sexual intercourse. Medrano's misdemeanors contributed to the ascetic piety of Isabel de la Cruz, Alcaraz and Maria de Cazalla being transformed into the orgiastic antinomianism encountered in the Alumbrado movements of the later 16th century. But was Medrano an Alumbrado? He was indeed accused of saying love God, for love instructs us, as the so-called Alumbrados had said, but when questioned about the movement in Guadalajara he replied that he had no idea who the Alumbrados were or what their errors were. This denial seems to have been accepted by the majority of his judges. Only 1 out of 9, the Inquisitor Yanez, associated him with the Alumbrados and recommended he be sent to the stake. The others were far more moderate, and 3 of them did not even regard him as a heretic. If Medrano is at one end of the spectrum which Alumbradismo now started to present, the scholars and preachers arrested are at the other. Fray Francisco Ortiz, admired by the emperor and the court and highly esteemed within the Franciscan order, occupies, admittedly, a somewhat exceptional position. He caused his own arrest by publicly attacking the Inquisition for having imprisoned Francisca Hernandez in a sermon delivered in San Juan de los Reyes. His principal crime was his overriding devotion to the Beata and not the thoroughly orthodox form of mysticism which he practiced. With other of Francisca Hernandez's victims the matter was different. Unlike Ortiz, they were open to the charge of Lutheranism, and it is in their trials that we find Alumbradismo and Lutheranism linked. The first of these, and the longest, for it was still going on in 1541, was of a man at the center of Castilian intellectual life. Bernardino de Tovar had accompanied Francisco Hernandez to the tribunal of Valladolid in 1519 and had long been in the Beatas' thrall. Subsequently, he was involved in the apostolate of Medina de Riosco. He came from a powerful New Christian family. One of his half-brothers, Francisco de Vergara, was professor of Greek at the University of Alcalá, and another was the versatile humanist Juan de Vergara. The brothers, above all one, were close friends of Erasmus, and Bernardino de Tovar endeavored to propagate the Dutch scholar's ideas from his residence in Alcalá. He also possessed works by Luther and other reformers. These were compromising items of evidence. First interrogated in December 1529, he was arrested 10 months later. Tovar's trial has been lost, but that of his brother Juan de Vergara survives and allows us to see how a humanist of distinction dealt with the charge of Alumbradismo. It also shows how the protection accorded to the admirers of Erasmus broke down. Juan de Vergara had studied at Alcalá and had worked on the Complutense and Polyglot Bible. In about 1516 he had been appointed secretary to Cardinal Cisneros and then passed into the service of Cisneros's successor as Archbishop of Toledo, Guillaume de Croix. He traveled in 1520 to the Low Countries where his friendship with Erasmus began, and in the following year attended the Diet of Worms. After the archbishop's death Vergara became imperial chaplain. In 1524 he accepted an appointment as secretary to yet another Archbishop of Toledo, Alonso de Fonseca. Widely respected at the court and at the universities, Vergara believed that his friendship with the Inquisitor General and his post as secretary to Fonseca placed him beyond the reach of the Holy Office. Yet he had blatantly flouted its rule of secrecy. Promising favors and money to the notaries, bestowing gifts on the warders, he sustained a long correspondence with Bernardino de Tovar, whom he was determined to rescue. The letters were only discovered almost 3 years after he had started writing them. Vergara's main offense when he was imprisoned in June 1533 was his contempt for the Inquisition, and he was accused of insulting the Holy Office. But there were also other charges. He was accused of being a Lutheran and of knowing, teaching and believing the errors of those called Alumbrados which almost coincide with the said Lutheran errors. Besides possessing books by Luther and defending his doctrine, he was charged with denying the necessity of religious ceremonies and good works, with preferring mental to vocal prayer, with denying that confession was ordained by divine law, and with supporting certain views of Erasmus which had been prescribed. To this Vergara replied that he had approved of some of Luther's ideas before he had been condemned by the Pope, and that Erasmus, far from having been anathematized, was protected by the Pope, the Emperor and the Inquisitor General. To the charge of being an Alumbrado he answered with one of those bursts of sarcasm which make his defenses such a pleasure to read: "I have always kept my shoulders in their place without raising them to my ears. My dress has always been extravagant rather than shabby. I have always shared the company and pastimes of all, shunning nobody and displaying no particular eccentricity. My conversation is never about prayers and saints, if anything I am, according to some, slightly given to gossip. I believe that these vanities of poor little women have no greater enemy than I in the whole world, nor one who is more suspicious of them." The arrest of Bernardino de Tovar in 1530 was a sign of warning for all those who had associated with the Alumbrados as well as for courtiers and scholars who had admired Erasmus. The imprisonment of Juan de Vergara confirmed what might happen to anyone who did not heed the warning. The intercession of Vergara's highway-placed friends had no effect, and his greatest patron, Alonso de Fonseca, on whose help he had counted most, died in 1534. By then, moreover, the campaign was well underway. Trials had been prepared against Juan de Casla, who died in 1530, and against the Valdez brothers, Juan and Alfonso. Juan del Castillo had fled to France but was arrested in Bologna in 1533 and brought back to Spain. His brother, Gaspar de Lucena, had been imprisoned in the previous year, and his sister, Petronila de Lucena, was to be incarcerated in 1534. In the course of the decade nearly all those involved in the apostolate of Medina de Riosco were apprehended: Juan López de Silón, Diego López de Hucelos, Gaspar de Villafana, Diego del Castillo, Luis Sabeteda, and, As late as 1540, Ana del Valle. Miguel de Eguía was captured in November 1531. Mateo Pascual, the rector of the University of Alcalá, left Spain but was tricked into returning from Rome in the summer of 1533 and kept in the prisons of Toledo for 36 months. Late in 1534 the arrest was made of Benedictine Alfonso de Virus, who had translated Erasmus's Colloquia into Castilian and was a particular favorite of the emperor. The aged chancellor of the Complutensian University, Pedro de Lerma, was imprisoned in 1537. The Portuguese priests Manuel de Maena and Miguel de Torres, the vice-rector of the Trilingual College of Alcalá, were, together with the Valdez brothers, among the few to make a successful escape abroad. Short. Why after the incarceration of Juan de Vergara, Rodrigo Manrique, the illegitimate son of the disgraced Inquisitor General, wrote from Paris to his former tutor, the humanist one Luis Vives, that Vergara had fallen into the hands of worthless boors who hate men of value and think they are performing a fine and pious work by eliminating scholars on account of a mere word or joke. You are right. Ours is an envious, proud land, and a barbarous one. It appears increasingly evident that no one can practice good letters in Spain without their being charged with heresies, errors and Judaism. In such a way silence has been imposed on learning, and those attracted by erudition have, as you say, been terrorized. An atmosphere of terror had indeed been created. Otherwise, however, the official measures against the readers of Erasmus were surprisingly mild. The only book by the Dutch scholar actually to be prohibited in this period was the Colloquia, the reading of which, either in the vernacular or in Latin, was forbidden by the inquisitors in 1536 and 1537 respectively. The last Alumbrados of Toledo. Not all the victims of the great wave of arrests were scholars. Maria de Cazalla was imprisoned in April 1532, her late apprehension being due, as we saw, to her response to an edict proclaimed in February 1525. But further evidence had been provided against Derby Francisco Hernandez and Diego Hernandez, and she was charged with believing the Lutheran errors and, the errors, of those who called themselves Alumbrados but who should rather be called blind, and other types of heresy. Since 1525 Maria de Cazalla had continued to attract individuals in search of spiritual guidance. Her influence was especially strong in Alcalá. From there Bernardino de Tovar, Juan López de Silán and Juan del Castillo set forth to converse with her, and in their company she would occasionally utter a word in favor of Luther and came across Juan de Valdez's Diálogo de Doctrina Cristiana. She also read Erasmus, and in her trial, perhaps disingenuously, she placed great emphasis on him as a writer who had been officially approved. There is not a single word in Erasmus which she does not believe and quote, said her confessor, reaching the point of regarding him as the gospel and not wishing any other author to be read, preached or translated into Castilian. The Enchiridion was presented as her favorite reading matter. What attracted her most about it was Erasmus's treatment of the struggle between the flesh and the spirit. She too, she admitted to the inquisitors, was tormented by the same conflict. And the words of Erasmus, after those of St. Paul, were the most consoling she had read. Courageous even under torture, Maria de Cazalla managed to convince the inquisitors that she was not the Lutheran described but be the prosecutor. She denied having justified Luther, but admitted that she had initially heard people say he was right about certain points and that she had repeated what she had heard. She confessed to having regarded Isabel de la Cruz as a good woman and a servant of God until she saw her condemned as the contrary. She had, she said, admired Juan de Valdez's Diálogo de Doctrina Cristiana although she put it in a chest and forbade her daughters to read it after hearing Bernardino de Tovar upbraid Valdez for publishing it without correcting certain points. She accounted satisfactorily for the other charges and submitted herself to the mercy of the Church. Marfa de Cazalla's sentence was light, abjuration de levi and of 100 ducats. Light, too, were most of the other sentences of the 1530s. Antonio de Medrano was sentenced to abjuration and perpetual reclusion, but his behavior in perpetual reclusion is a further indication of the manner in which the punishments of the Holy Office were imposed. Despite his request to be imprisoned in his hometown of Navarrete, he was originally recluded in a convent in Toledo. Here he pestered the friars with his complaints about the food, would leave the convent grounds only to return late at night, and insisted on bringing women to his quarters. He was therefore transferred to a hospital where he was supposed to work as a guard. He repeated his offenses and soon the inquisitors agreed to send him to a convent in Navarrete. In 1537, 5 years after his sentence, he was released, partly as a result of a plea by the Duke of Najera. The sentences did not necessarily even affect the reputation or the careers of those who had been arrested. After having to retract his more offensive statements, Fray Francis Cortes was sentenced to confinement in the convent of Taora Laguna for 2 years, during which time he was to perform various spiritual penances. He resolved never to leave the convent again, but he was respected by his fellow friars, venerated by all who heard about him, and his superiors vainly implored him to relinquish his seclusion, resume his functions and return to the pulpit. Don Fadrique Enriquez, with whom he corresponded, repeatedly but unsuccessfully invited him to his estates near Medina de Riosco. Some 2 years after his arrest in 1531, Miguel de Iguifa returned to his birthplace, Estella in Navarre. There he was appointed alcalde in 1535, Regidron 1537 and 1539, and alcalde once more in 1541. By 1546 he had set up a printing press in Estella, the second to be introduced into Navarre, and when he died in the same year he was buried, in accordance with his last wishes, in a Franciscan habit. Juan de Vergara's sentence was one of the heaviest, abjuration de vehementi, a fine of 1,000 ducats and a year's reclusion in a monastery. Within 4 months the Inquisitor General agreed to modify the punishment to confinement within the precincts of the Cathedral of Toledo, but Vergara was soon accused of breaking the rules by attending a chapter meeting and was again imprisoned for a few days. The Inquisitor General prevented the local tribunal from doing more than sending him back to the cloister for a month, after which he was once more confined to the cathedral grounds. In February 1537, just over 2 years after his original sentence, he was set at liberty and returned to his intellectual activities, compiling an attack on the Estados de Limpsa as well as a brief tract and reply to certain questions put to him by the 4th Duke of Infantado. Only 3 of the many defendants of the 1530s seem to have been sent to the stake: Juan López de Silán, Juan del Castillo, and Tovar's disciple Alonso Garson. The clemency shown otherwise suggests that the equation between Lutheranism and Alumbradismo proposed by the prosecutor in the bills of indictment was not accepted. Even if the inquisitors were gathering experience in the treatment of Lutheran views, they still hesitated to condemn defendants guilty of little more than evangelism. Their relative clemency suggests that they considered imprisonment a sufficient penalty for the type of man at whom the campaign was aimed, a courtier or a scholar of converso descent who availed himself of his privileged position to read works attacking the Church of Rome. It can also be concluded that the local tribunals were satisfied with showing their strength to the emperor. That they did so effectively is demonstrated by the trial of Alonso de Virus. The emperor followed the proceedings attentively. He ordered Manrique to supervise the trial in person, but the Inquisitor General, either unwittingly or deliberately, proved dilatory. During the 2 years of the Benedictine's imprisonment, the Inquisitor General received letter after letter from the emperor and the empress urging him to accelerate the trial. By April 1536 the emperor's secretary had written to the Suprema to obtain an explanation for the delay. In October of the following year, after Virus had abjured de levi and had been sentenced to 2 years' reclusion during which time he was not allowed to preach, the imperial secretary beseeched the inquisitors to modify the sentence. The emperor finally managed to obtain a papal brief of absolution and, later in 1538, boldly confirmed his devotion to the Benedictine by appointing him Bishop of the Canaries. Chapter 7 The fear of novelty. The association between Alumbradismo and Lutheranism evident in the 1530s was accompanied by a tendency, which persisted until late in the century, to use the charge of Alumbradismo against various fonts of novelty, not only against Protestantism and evangelism but also against the carriers of a revived Catholicism. Certainly, As we shall see in this chapter, some of the latter had once been attracted by evangelism and had been acquainted with the victims of the campaign of the 1530s. They often had a similar background. Fonder students of Alcala, they had connections with the court and were sometimes of converso descent. For these and other reasons they were easy targets. Conventicles. One of the features which made the Catholic reformers vulnerable was the formation of prayer groups in which the laity took part. The spirit behind such movements, it could be argued, was to have a glorious future in the confraternities founded by the Jesuits from the late 16th century onwards, one of the more successful achievements of the Counter-Reformation. At first, however, assemblies of pious men and women who met in order to pray, frequently in private houses, evoked the image of the Alumbrados. The Suprema had displayed its concern at the discovery of the 199 letters found in the possession of the Alumbrado leaders in 1529. The cryptic language, recurrent terms such as living in silence, subjection, subordination and sustaining oneself in faith, the correspondence custom of calling one another brother and sister and of not referring to each other by name, all this, besides the habit of Isabel de la Cruz's followers of meeting in order to discuss the scriptures, suggested the existence of a secret sect whose members fund conventicles. The somewhat obsessive idea among the inquisitors that any movement or group which displayed extreme piety smacked of Alumbradismo is demonstrated by an episode involving Juan de Valdez's brother Alfonso, the imperial secretary. In 1529 he completed his Dialogo de Mercurio y Karen, which has long been regarded as one of the great products of Spanish Erasmianism. In 1531 the manuscript was submitted to the Inquisition and judged by a censor, Dr. Velez. Most of the passages Velez found unacceptable contained echoes of Erasmus, and sometimes of Luther, mockery of bulls, indulgences and jubilees, jibes at the Pope and the friars, bishops and ecclesiastical ceremonies, a reiterated claim for the superiority of mental prayer, and a belief in the importance of faith. But there were other passages which also aroused suspicion. Mercurio is telling Carsixen about his recent visit to Earth. There, he says, he found lamentably few good Christians, a single group of truly devout men mercilessly persecuted by a far larger group usurping the name of perfection. Velez was in no doubt as to who made up these groups. The smaller one, he said, referred to the Alumbrados, persecuted by a large throng of inquisitors and friars. There is no evidence to suggest that this interpretation was correct. Alfonso de Valdez may equally well have been describing the admirers of Erasmus who, in 1529, were beginning to feel the effects of the surreptitious but widespread dislike of all the Dutch scholar represented. But that the censor should have leapt with such alacrity to the conclusion that a small and pious group could only be the Alumbrados is an instance of a prejudice which will be further illustrated in other cases. Ignatius Loyola. Later in the century the Jesuits were especially open to charges of Alumbradismo both because of the many links between Ignatius Loyola and those implicated in the Alumbrado trials before and after the foundation of the Society of Jesus in 1540. And because of Loyola's own experiences in Spain. Loyola, who came from an aristocratic family of old Christians, had served as a page in the household of the second Duke of Najera, Don Antonio Manrique de Lara, and probably encountered Antonio de Medrano, who was also protected by the Duke and had a friend in common with Loyola in the Duke's half-brother, Don Francisco Manrique de Lara, future Bishop of Salamanca. By 1522 Loyola had renounced the secular life he had been expected to lead as a young nobleman. After recovering from a wound received at the siege of Pamplona he had gone to Montserrat, had exchanged his clothes with a beggar, and made his way to Manresa, northwest of Barcelona. Here, influenced by the meditational treatises of the Devotio Moderna, he wrote a first draft of what was later to become a manual of Jesuit instruction, the Ejercicios Espirituales. From Manresa he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, passing through Rome. When he returned to Spain in 1524 he studied theology first in Barcelona and then at the University of Alcalá. Loyola arrived in Alcalá in February 1526 and was followed shortly after by 3 companions. In the university town he became acquainted with some of the most prominent individuals later to be pursued by the Inquisition. He and his companions were given hospitality by the printer Miguel de Igia and his brother Diego. As his confessor Loyola chose the Portuguese priest Manuel de Maena, who introduced him to the works of Erasmus. Maena, a friend of Bernardino de Tovar and Alonso Garzon, was to be denounced as an Alumbrado by Diego Hernandez in 1532 after he had left for Paris. Within a few months of his arrival, Loyola found himself at the head of a group desiring spiritual instruction. The majority were women, two gentlewomen, the widow Maria del Vado and her daughter Luisa Velázquez, and a number of young maidservants and wives of craftsmen. Here too there were some who were involved, albeit marginally, with the Alumbrados. Beatriz Ramirez, Luisa Velázquez and Luisa Arenas, whose maid and sister were implicated in Loyola's trial, all knew both Manuel de Maena and Bernardino de Tovar. They were later to take Diego Hernandez as their confessor and, like so many of his penitents, to be denounced by him. Such acquaintances make it likely that Loyola himself encountered Tovar and possibly even Juan del Castillo and the Lucinas dates Loyola, the three young men who had followed him from Barcelona, and a fourth who had joined him more recently, were obtrusive for the eccentric manner in which they dressed, their long grey habit with a grey hood. The meetings they held savoured of the secret conventicle. Loyola's disciples would assemble either in his rooms or in their own houses where they would hear him preach about the commandments, sin and the power of the Spirit. He persuaded his congregation to go to confession and communion once a week, to examine their consciences twice a day and to meditate according to the instructions in the early draft of his Ejercicios Espirituales. Such meditation probably consisted in the identification of the subject's sins, followed by the rendering of thanks to God, a request for further grace and for forgiveness, and the resolution to improve. This exercise would have been succeeded by three types of prayer: a preparatory prayer connected with meditation on the commandments and an analysis of sin, a prayer pronounced aloud attended by meditation on each word, and a prayer recited in the mind with the same system of meditation. 6 Mystical union with God, if Loyola touched on it at all, occupied no place of significance in his exercises. He himself, as we see in his Diario Espiritual composed many years later, did indeed experience it, but he made no attempt to inculcate the need of it in his followers. Nevertheless, by concentrating on the technique of meditation, Loyola can be said to have placed the practitioners of his exercises in a position to proceed to higher forms of prayer. He provided the means for acquiring a mental discipline which, in the Ejercicios as it stands, ends in meditation on scenes from the Gospel, but such a basis could be, and was, used to advance further. There would thus seem to have been a certain ambivalence in the exercises which accounts for the developments at the early prayer meetings. The younger and more impressionable of Loyola's female followers were soon subject to curious fits. Some broke out and sweat and fainted, some vomited, some writhed on the ground claiming to have visions of the devil. The more lucid participants attributed this behavior to hysteria. It was pointed out that, with the exception of two widows given to swooning, only the very young were affected. The married women retain their senses throughout. In November 1526 Alonso Mejia, acting as the inquisitorial visitor of the University of Alcalá, engaged in a general inquiry into the Alumbrados, decided to investigate the matter. Loyola was warned that he was under suspicion of being an Alumbrado. Mejia interrogated his disciples, but the evidence was inconclusive. The Holy Office abandoned the case. Loyola and his 4 male companions were ordered to relinquish their grey habit and to dress more conventionally. Just before Christmas the Vicar General summoned Loyola and forbade him to go barefoot or to hold meetings. Loyola took no notice, and in March of the following year the case was reopened, not by the Holy Office but by the Episcopal Tribunal. Once more the investigation was suspended. The matter might have rested there had it not been for the sudden disappearance in the middle of April of Maria del Vado, her daughter and her maid. Pedro de Cirulo, former professor of Thomism at the University of Alcalá, who is better known for his important work on mathematics and astrology and was distinguished from his more liberal colleagues by his opposition to Erasmus, denounced Loyola as being responsible. Loyola was arrested on 21 April. His followers were interrogated yet again. The most damaging evidence was now provided by a reformed prostitute, Maria de la Flor. Loyola, she said, was in the habit of establishing which sins were mortal and which not, and of advising his disciples not to reveal certain matters to their confessor. Both he and his companion Calixto de Say, she continued, claimed to have taken a vow of chastity and said that if they were to lie in the same bed with a young woman they would not be committing a sin. Further witnesses told the Vicar General about their fainting fits. Loyola was gravely incriminated, but his position was improved by the unexpected return of the three women, who had been on a pilgrimage. Absolved on the score of having engineered their disappearance, Loyola was nevertheless still under suspicion because of the utterances of Maria de la Flor. On 1 June, after again forbidding him to wear his grey habit, the Vicar General prohibited him from preaching publicly or privately for the next 3 years, after which he was only to do so with the permission of the bishop or his vicar. The sentence would have put an end to Loyola's activity as a preacher. He therefore left Alcala and, having vainly tried to persuade the Archbishop of Toledo to revise his sentence, settled in Salamanca. Here, after being questioned and even imprisoned by the friars in the Dominican convent of San Esteban, Loyola and Calixto de Say were transferred to the town prison and again came before the episcopal tribunal. Martin Frias, Vicar General of the Bishop of Salamanca, asked Loyola for a copy of his Ejercicios Espirituales. Finding that the most suspicious aspect of his teaching was that someone who was not a trained theologian should decide on what was mortal and what venial sin, Frias released him, telling him to refrain from such definitions until he had studied theology for at least 4 years. Otherwise Loyola was free to discuss spiritual matters. Although the sentence of the Episcopal Tribunal of Toledo appeared to have been reversed by this verdict, Loyola realized that the Vicar General had in fact stifled the essence of his teaching. At the end of September 1527 he left for Barcelona and thence for Paris. Having obtained a degree in Paris in 1534, Loyola, with 9 companions, took the vow of Montmartre by which they undertook to lead lives of absolute poverty and chastity and to travel to Palestine. The latter plan proved impossible, so, after ordination in Venice, they made their way to Rome. Encouraged by some of the leading figures in Italian evangelism, such as the Cardinals Reginald Pole and Gasparo Contarini, Loyola founded the Society of Jesus. It was formally sanctioned by the Pope in 1540, a society of clerks regular devoted to works of charity and to education, to the propagation of the principles of Catholicism throughout the world, and totally obedient to the papacy. Its members took vows of poverty and chastity, and Loyola's Ejercicios Espirituales was, after its approval by the Pope in 1548, a widely used manual. It had, however, been heavily revised since the founders' experiences in Alcala and Salamanca, and the final passages concerning the Church militant, 18 rules on the observance of the commandments of the Church, had been added. From the outset the Society of Jesus had a number of features striking for their novelty. It had abolished the choir office to which the earlier orders attached such importance. This was a sign of the subordination of tradition to practical purposes. Certain passages in the first constitutions against excessive external observances such as fasts and disciplines seemed a deliberate attack on monasticism. Answerable solely to the Pope, finally, the society was both international and mobile. A powerful group of Spanish Dominicans resented the new order directed from abroad and, despite Loyola's declared disapproval of Erasmus, saw the society as a continuation of the movement against which the Inquisition had struggled in the 1530s. Loyola, they believed, had rightly been accused of being an Alumbrado. He had, after all, fallen under the suspicion of the ecclesiastical authorities twice in Paris, once in Rome and once in Venice. In 1538 his orthodoxy had been established after a revision of his former trials, but his Dominican enemies chose to ignore this. Their suspicions found further confirmation in the number of men who had once been implicated, directly or indirectly, in the Alumbrado trials and who either helped or joined the society. Pedro Ortiz, the brother of Fray Francisco and former professor of theology in Salamanca, was of immense assistance to Loyola when he arrived in Rome. Miguel de Iguefa's brother Diego was one of the very first members of the Society of Jesus and became Loyola's confessor. Manuel de Maena, who had fled from Spain in 1530, joined the society in 1544, while Miguel de Torres, another distinguished fugitive, joined it in 1547 after passing through Paris and Basel. The society clearly attracted the liberally educated humanists who had admired Erasmus. At a time when the Estados de Limpia were being applied with increasing rigor, moreover, it was still open to men of converso descent. Loyola's successor as general of the society, Diego Lafnus, had Jewish blood. Although, as the case of John of Avila showed, there was sometimes a marked reluctance to accept new Christian members, it was not until 1592 that the General Claudio Acquaviva agreed officially to exclude conversos. The Dominicans therefore had even more cause to distrust an organization which insinuated its way into the hearts of kings, which abolished the more traditional customs of the Church, and which was not bound by any conventual rule. One of the most celebrated Dominican theologians, Melchor Cano, recalled that the founder of the society had fled from Spain under suspicion of being an Alumbrado. The new society, he said, would corrupt the simplicity and Christianity of Spain. In 1553 Fray Thomas de Pedroche was nominated by the Archbishop of Toledo to preside over a committee examining Loyola's ejercicios espirituales. Pedroche also pointed out that Loyola was an Alumbrado who had fled to Rome to save himself from the Inquisition. The traces of Alumbradismo in the ejercicios espirituales were manifest. The work was originally written in the vernacular, there was no place in it for preaching, the method recommended led to perfectionism. 16 years later, as we shall see, Fray Alonso de la Fuente identified the society with the Alumbrados of Llerena, Theatines, Alumbrados, Jesuits, to him they were all the same thing. In 1587 yet another Dominican, Fray Alonso de Vendaillo, accused the Jesuits of being Alumbrados. The society retorted by denouncing him to the Inquisition in 1594 and claimed that if there was an Alumbrado who imperiled Christendom it was surely Alonso de Vendaillo himself. John of Avila, another future saint whose teaching was associated with that of the Alumbrados, was John of Avila. Born near Toledo in the last years of the 15th century, he was of converso descent on his father's side. He attended the universities of Salamanca and Alcala, and was at the Complutensian University at the time when the Alumbrados were proselytizing. There he studied philosophy and theology, and was ordained in 1525. In 1526 he arrived in Seville, intending to set sail for the Indies in order to act as a missionary. Such was the name he gained as a preacher, however, and such his reputation among the aristocracy, that the Archbishop, Alonso Manrique, forbade him to leave. The Apostle of Andalusia, as he was later to be called, preached in the city and its neighborhood, sometimes even out of doors, to congregations so numerous that other priests found themselves addressing empty churches. His sermons were on the importance of spiritual renewal to be acquired by the study of the Scriptures and the Church Fathers, and by the regular practice of meditation. At the same time he organized smaller prayer meetings in private houses where he would continue his spiritual instruction. Within 5 years of John of Avila's arrival in Andalusia a large enough number of statements, made in his sermons and at his meetings, had been assembled for the prosecutor of the Inquisition to present a case against him. In 1531 he was arrested. Although he spent about 2 years in prison, John of Avila either denied or succeeded in justifying the propositions imputed to him and was absolved. Yet the charges do give us an idea of his beliefs at the time. One was that he had claimed that the victims of the Inquisition were martyrs. Avila managed to prove that this was based on a misunderstanding, but he does seem to have insisted on the importance of not hating those condemned by the Holy Office and to have said that those who truly regretted their sins and displayed fortitude at the stake might go to heaven. He was accused too of saying that heaven was reserved for the poor and the peasants, a stricture which might have dismayed his aristocratic patrons, but which could reflect his taste for a literal interpretation of the Gospels. and of maintaining that he could explain the scriptures better than Augustine, perhaps an expression of his distaste for the exegesis of the past. The charge that he had described the state of matrimony as superior to that of virginity could be associated with John of Avila's admiration for Erasmus and his opposition to forced entries into convents, but it also leads on to that aspect of his activity which, more than any other, had laid him open to suspicion: his prayer meetings. The ones which were found most offensive were held in a house in Assigia at dusk, when the absence of light was particularly conducive to meditation. As in the cases of Loyola and of John of Avila's later disciples, the gatherings were criticized largely because of the women who attended them. For their benefit, apparently, John of Avila had stressed the divine favor accorded to simple women, and had advised his followers to confess to him alone. He was said, moreover, to have been persistent in his attentions to a beata given to feigning fits and trances. All these charges, together with the complaint that he had upheld the superiority of mental to vocal prayer, had come to form part and parcel of the image the inquisitors had created of the Alumbrado, the false mystic organizing conventicles attended by the laity where, behind the back of the church, immoral deeds could be performed with impunity and heterodox methods of meditation be put into practice. Such a view of John of Avila was hardly justified. Undoubtedly, after his early experiences with the Inquisition, he learned to be cautious, and this caution is evident in his writings on meditation of a slightly later date. All we know of his religious instructions shows that they varied according to the condition of the individual he addressed. Although he admired Bernabé Palma and Francisco de Osuna, he told Fray Luis de Granada, the Dominican mystic who so revered the Apostle of Andalusia, that while the second and the fifth of Osuna's abecedarios were always edifying, the third should not be read too generally. He warned against excessive frequency in taking communion. The common people, el vulgo, he said, need only do so 3 or 4 times a year, those more interested in spiritual matters 9 or 10 times, those truly dedicated to religion once a fortnight, or, if they were married, once a month. The meditational method he recommended was traditional. He advised that certain times of day be reserved for meditating, for praying, for reading and for attending Mass. He suggested subjects of meditation, and he dwelt on the need to accompany its practice with works of charity. Here too his advice was always adapted to the circumstances of the individual. Members of the clergy were expected to spend more time on their spiritual training than the laity, and to priests he recommended greater rigor and strenuousness in the practice of prayer. In contrast with the Franciscan mystics, John of Avila was not primarily concerned with the attainment of perfection or mystical union with the Almighty. These privileges were reserved for the few and, in the letters he was later to write to Teresa of Avila, he expresses to the full his doubts about whether such experiences should even be divulged. Like Loyola, he set meditation on Christ's Passion at the center of his exercises, a large part of which was devoted to the examination of conscience. In his counsel about virtuous living, the image of Christ crucified, the need to follow him in the path of suffering, was stressed repeatedly. The place of the Church, although not overlooked, was accorded less emphasis than a more direct relationship with the Savior, and, in the 1530s, we can detect in John of Avila's work another element which was bound to displease the investigators of his orthodoxy: the supreme importance of faith. Just over a year after his absolution by the Holy Office, John of Avila was preaching in Cordova and, at the end of 1536, in Granada. At the same time he continued to work on the book he had started to write during his imprisonment, Audi, Filia. The first version was completed between 1545 and 1548 and dedicated to one of his aristocratic patrons, Don Luis Fernandez de Portocarrero, Count of Palma. The book did not appear until 1556, however, when John of Avila had withdrawn to Montla, where he was protected by the Marquis of Brigo, and it was promptly condemned by the Inquisition. The first version of Audi/Ilio contains various unguarded statements about the trust we must have in God's mercy and in Christ's having died for us on the cross, which, in spite of the author's emphasis on the necessity of a good confessor, of a spiritual advisor within the Church, and of prudence and humility, prevented the book from being approved until 1565. By then, Avila had added passages on the sacraments of baptism and penance and attacking Lutheranism. But we have only to look at the original version of the work, and at certain letters written when he was composing it, to understand the anxiety of the Inquisition. In a letter to one of his earliest followers in Ecija, Doña Leonora Inostrosa, he wrote, "Here our foundation and support is the mercy of God who wishes to save us through the merits of Jesus Christ his Son, giving us the means so that, even if our works are lacking, even if God's commandments are broken, we can, if we wish and if he helps us to wish it, obtain forgiveness, and recover the lost grace, and FMD salvation in Jesus Christ our Lord, whose merits obtain for us the mercy we do not deserve." A further aspect of John of Avila's teaching in those years which savored of evangelism was his attitude to the Bible. This emerges in a letter written in 1538 to another of his early followers, Garcia Arias, the prior of the Hieronymite convent of San Isidro del Campo in Seville, who was to be executed for Lutheranism in 1559. Arias was a priest and John of Avila adapted his advice to his superior spiritual condition, making suggestions he would have hesitated to make to a layman. He counseled him to study the New Testament, raising his heart to the Lord, reading the text without any other gloss. Only if doubts arise about the meaning of the words does John of Avila suggest that certain commentators be consulted, John Chrysostom, Nicholas of Lyra, and Erasmus, or someone else who only explains the letter. He is likely to examine the real sense which the Lord intended. In the same year John of Avila repeated his advice to a different disciple, but urged a certain caution in reading Erasmus's paraphrases of the New Testament. In all the editions of Audi, Lelia, as well as in his epistles, John of Avila warned his readers about the heresy of the Alumbrados, and he did so with ever greater urgency when his own followers were being accused. There has been no lack in our days of persons who were sure they were going to reform the Christian Church and bring it to the perfection it had at the beginning or even to a greater one. Others wished to seek new paths which seemed to them a very short cut to reaching God quickly. They thought that once they had given themselves to Him perfectly and had abandoned themselves in His hands, they were so well loved of God and ruled by the Holy Ghost that all that came into their heart was nothing but light and the inspiration of God. And their illusion reached such a point that, if that interior movement did not take place, they refused to proceed to any work, however pious. And if their heart moved them to perform any work, they had to do it, even if it was against the commandment of God, thinking that the desire which they felt in their heart was the inspiration and freedom of the Holy Ghost which liberated them from any obligation towards the commandments of God whom, they said, they loved so truly that they could not forfeit His love even if they broke His commandments. With his austere emphasis on ascetic preparation rather than on mystical union with God, Avila was opposed to the visions and trances which could so easily be the work of the devil. Even on his deathbed he expressed his concern about the time the prayer meetings of his disciples were taking, and ordered them to guard against treacherous feelings of sweetness lost als eras y sentimientos espirituales. Yet the stigma of heterodoxy continued to cling to John of Avila as well as to his followers. His arrest in the 1530s was never forgotten. He could still be remembered as an organizer of conventicles, and his association with men later charged with Lutheranism served to confirm the danger of his statements about faith. Alumbradismo remained a convenient term with which to express this combination of suspicions, and John of Avila's enemies, who were principally Dominicans, were further able to attack the Apostle of Andalusia and his school on account of their relations with the Jesuits. For years there was talk of John of Avila entering the Society of Jesus himself, and he expressed the desire to make over his educational foundations to the Jesuits. His own converso descent seems to have been one of the main reasons for his not joining the new order at a time when it might have embarrassed its leadership. Consequently he gave up the idea. The Jesuits retained the greatest esteem for him, however, and a number of his disciples did join them. 28 Such close connections put into relief the affinities between the two movements, whose founders had had similar experiences at the start of their careers. The indignation which the Dominicans felt about John of Avila was due, at least in part, to the position of power he and his followers acquired in southern Spain. In the large cities and in relatively neglected areas of Andalusia and southern Extremadura they succeeded in creating an atmosphere of religious revival and excitement. Of the various establishments for lower and higher education whose foundation John of Avila encouraged, the most influential was to be the University of Pisa, which developed in the 1540s. One of the main objects of the institution was to equip its students with the knowledge necessary for the study of the scriptures. Besides 2 chairs of philosophy, 2 of scholastic theology, and a chair of grammar, it revealed the merits of humanism in the provisions for chairs in rhetoric and Greek. At the same time John of Avila sponsored the publication, also in Pisa, of a number of devotional works in the vernacular which included texts on mysticism. Like the Complutensian University before it, the University of Pisa was bound to attract the attention of the Inquisition. Staffed largely by new Christians, it taught the study and the exposition of the scriptures. Following the example of their master, moreover, John of Avila's disciples had congregations of their own in which the devotional methods devised by the Apostle of Andalusia were practiced. These congregations were joined by numbers of beatas, and these pious women were to pose a growing problem for the ecclesiastical authorities in the second half of the century. The inquisitors seem to have started investigating the University of Pisa in 1549. 2 prominent members of the staff, Gaspar Loart and Bernardino de Carvalho, were arrested in the early 1550s, but soon released. Both were conversos. Carvalho was the first rector of the university, and Loart, who had a chair of theology, was later to join the Society of Jesus. The more systematic prosecution of John of Avila's disciples began some 20 years later, after the master's death in 1569. But by then there had been considerable changes in Spain. Illustrious churchmen had been charged with Alumbrados, and guilt, usually by association, could be found in a wider range of individuals than ever. Protestantism. After the late 1540s, many Spanish churchmen again saw dangers in innovation and reform. These were of 2 kinds. One has already been discussed, the establishment of the Society of Jesus. Its aims were closely linked with the decisions taken between 1545 and 1563 at the Council of Trent to reform the Catholic Church, and the arrival of members of the Society in Spain was followed by further efforts to reform other religious orders. In the Iberian Peninsula the reformers found friends and powerful protectors, but also enemies. Their enemies regarded the piety which they spread as an imported faith which menaced a national tradition. They distrusted them as they had distrusted conversos and readers of Erasmus in the past. The other danger was Protestantism. This, however, was different from the evangelism of the 1520s and 1530s, and to understand its development we must glance briefly at the events which had occurred in Italy. Throughout the 1530s there was a far more tolerant climate in much of Italy than in Spain. It was there that various fugitives from the Spanish Inquisition sought refuge, and Juan de Valdez could live unmolested in Naples at the center of a circle of scholarly aristocrats and churchmen who assisted him in spreading views he would certainly have been unable to express in his homeland. In Italy, where Protestant works could be obtained without too much difficulty, interest in the Lutheran doctrine of justification by faith was wide even among the prelates, and the belief persisted throughout the decade that an agreement with the Protestants might be reached. Hopes were raised at the Conference of Regensburg in 1541 when the Venetian Cardinal Gasparo Contarini, acting as papal legate, seemed to have come to terms with Philip Melanchthon, one of the most humanistic of Protestants. But they were dashed by the ultimate failure of the ensuing meeting and the opposition to compromise of the faction of Cardinal Gian Pietro Carafa in Italy and of Luther himself in Germany. As a result of the collapse of the conference, the Pope, Paul I, founded the Roman Inquisition in 1542, its first purpose being to combat Lutheranism. 3 years later the Council of Trent opened and, in January 1547, a Catholic doctrine of justification was defended, the Lutheran teaching condemned once and for all. There followed a polarization of beliefs. Some of the men who had been close to Valdez in the 1530s left the Catholic Church, thereby committing themselves to Protestantism. This was the course taken by the Capuchin Bernardino Ochinoa and the Augustinian Pietro Martiri Vermigli, who fled north of the Alps in 1542. Others, with the two cardinals Giovanni Morone and Reginald Pole, remained within the Church of Rome. Yet eager though such men were to serve the Counter-Reformation, they remained under suspicion on account of the conciliatory ideas they had once held and of their approach to justification. For many years they were able to demonstrate their loyalty to the Church. Pole and Morone attended the Council of Trent and, however disappointed they were by its decisions, they obediently bowed to its decrees. Their enemies awaited their chance, which came in 1555 when Gian Pietro Carafa was elected Pope. No churchman was out of Paul IV's reach. He arrested Morone and was preparing a trial against Pole. Pole died just in time, and Morone, after a long imprisonment, was only acquitted by Carafa's successor, Pius IV, in 1560. The hardening of papal policy had its effect on Spain, even if the Spanish Inquisition was hardly in step with the Roman one. In Spain, too, a vigilant eye was kept on statements about justification by faith, and it was often on their authors that the term Alumbrado was bestowed. Although the inquisitors could claim that, with their campaign against the readers of Erasmus in the 1530s, they had purged their country of any potential sympathy with Luther, they had formed, by the 1550s, a far clearer idea than before of what Protestantism was. They saw it as a combination of 7 main errors, some of which had been discovered among the Judaizers and the Alumbrados: the denial of purgatory, opposition to the worship of the saints and the Virgin Mary, contempt for the authority of the Pope and his bulls, the rejection of clerical celibacy, the refusal to confess to a priest, the refusal to fast in periods prescribed by the Catholic Church, and denial of the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. By far the greater part of the Protestants tried by the Holy Office in Spain was made up of foreigners, French immigrants, especially in Catalonia, but also merchants, sailors and traveling scholars from other parts of Europe. It was not until the late 1550s, in Valladolid and Seville, that the inquisitors detected 2 large groups of Spanish Protestants, the intellectual and social distinction of whose members made them particularly alarming. The Valladolid group seems to have been converted to Protestantism by an Italian nobleman who had immigrated to Spain and had close connections with Protestants in his country of origin, Don Carlos de Siso. 35 His wife was related to the royal house, and he had been appointed corregidor of the town of Toro in about 1554. Another prominent figure in the group was the Dominican Fray Domingo de Rojas, a son of the Marquis of Bosa. In the company of the future Archbishop of Toledo, Bartolome Carranza, he had attended the Council of Trent and appears to have made at least one visit to Germany before settling in Palencia. Together with his brother, his sister, his nephew and his sister-in-law, Fray Domingo represented, among the Valladolid Protestants, a family both ancient and powerful. But the family with the greatest number of adherents suggested a continuity flowing from the Alumbrados of Toledo, the Caslas. Marfa's cousin Pedro, the royal accountant, had had Francisca Hernandez to stay with him in Valladolid many years earlier and had been denounced by her. He had died in 1543, leaving his wife, Doña Leonor de Bivero, and a number of sons and daughters who were all to display varying degrees of commitment to the new doctrine. The most distinguished was Agustin de Casla, who had studied at Alcoi in the late 1520s and had been appointed imperial chaplain in 1542. He traveled with the court in Flanders and Germany and returned to Spain in 1552, but he does not seem to have been truly converted to Protestantism until the late 1550s. Then there were Agustin's younger brothers, 2 of them priests, Pedro de Casla, who served in Pedrosa, and Francisco de Bivero, who lived in Valladolid, and one of them, Juan de Bivero, a layman. Finally, there were the royal accountant's 2 daughters, Beatriz and Costanza de Bivero. The Inquisition was alerted to the activities of the group in 1557, and their habit of assembling to pray and discuss religious topics does not seem to have started very much earlier, despite the efforts of Carlos de Siso. In Seville, on the other hand, sympathy for the Reformation had a longer history. It can be traced back to the biblical sermons of one Gil or Dr. Egidio, the Alcala-educated cathedral preacher in the 1540s. It was sustained in the following decade by Dr. Egidio's fellow student at Alcala, the imperial confessor and chaplain Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, who, after accompanying the court to the Netherlands in 1548, returned to Seville in 1553 and succeeded Drive Egidio as cathedral preacher. As Invalidolid conventicles were formed at which prayers were said and theological matters discussed. Prohibited Bibles, both Protestant and in the vernacular, together with the works of a number of the Northern European reformers and Spanish and Italian dissidents, seem to have been circulated still more widely in Seville than in Valladolid in the 1558. Besides a scholar of distinction such as Ponce de la Fuente, the prayer groups included members of the higher nobility, Don Juan Ponce de Leon, for example, second son of the Count of Bailen and cousin of the Duke of Arcos. Nor was it only the laity and the secular clergy who were affected in Seville. Protestantism was also popular in certain local convents. One of the most zealous members of the group was a nun from the convent of Santa Isabel, Francisca de Chaves, and a profound Protestant influence was detected in the Hieronymite convent of San Isidro del Campo. Among the friars who fled from San Isidro in the summer of 1557, before the Inquisition had started fully to investigate the Protestant conventicles, were three men who were to play a prominent part in Reformed circles in Northern Europe: Antonio del Cro, Cipriano de Valera and Casiodoro de Reina. That the men and women tried both in Valladolid and Seville did not remain evangelical Catholics but were actually converted to Protestantism seems certain. What is less certain is the type of Protestantism to which they were converted. They have gone down to history as Lutherans. They read works by Luther, but also by Calvin and other reformers such as Bucer, Bullinger, Ecolampadius and Melanchthon, and by more spiritual writers such as Juan de Valdez. The beliefs to which they confessed hardly correspond to those of any of the Protestant churches north of the Alps. They were, rather, an amalgamation of various creeds in which the influence of Calvin may have prevailed over that of Luther, even if their ideas on the Eucharist prevent them from ranking as Calvinists. Those of the Spanish Protestants who managed to flee to Northern Europe tended to be bewildered by the Reformed communities they met. This is clearly illustrated by Casiodoro de Reina, who joined a succession of Protestant churches. Hoping to find harmony, simplicity and tolerance, he found squabbles, acrimony and attempts to impose a doctrinal discipline he could never accept. The presence of scholars, some of whom were conversos and who had studied at Alcala and attended the court, the popularity of Juan de Valdez, and the prominence of the Kisla family made it possible to regard the Protestants of the 1550s as the spiritual heirs of the first Alumbrados of Toledo. The Inquisitor General responsible for their trials and the exceptional severity of their sentences, 59 of the accused in Seville and Valladolid were burned at the stake, was Fernando de Valdez, who, as we saw, had followed the Alumbrado trials and attended the interrogations of Alcaraz. In a report on the Protestants which he dispatched to Paul IV, Valdez stated that their origins were to be found in the heresies of the past. The errors held by those called Alumbrados or Dejados, natives of Guadalajara and other parts of the Kingdom of Toledo and elsewhere, he wrote, were of the same seed as these Lutheran heresies, but the inquisitors dealing with those cases were not well enough acquainted with the Lutheran errors to act with sufficient rigor. The Protestant centers of Valladolid and Seville were given particular consideration because of the presence of citizens of distinction, theologians, scholars, officials and members of the nobility. But the elevated connections of the accused also facilitated the implication of personal enemies of the Inquisitor General and of the spiritual innovations some of his allies had come to suspect. Carranza, besides the works of the Northern European reformers, the educated Protestants of Valladolid and Seville possessed writings by Luis de Granada, Thomas of Villanova, John of Avila and Bartolome Carranza. They had, in their cosmopolitan careers, known some of these men. John of Avila had acted as spiritual advisor to Garda Arias, the prior of the convent of San Isidro del Campo executed in September 1559. He was also a close friend of the Jesuit Don Diego de Guzman, the brother of Don Juan Ponce de Leon and executed at the same autodage. One of Avila's most distinguished disciples, Diego Perez de Valdivia, who is examined in more detail later, shared the common admiration for Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, went to hear him preach and called on him at his house after the sermon. While John of Avila's name was also mentioned by witnesses in the trials of the Valladolid Protestants, he was further incriminated by his connections with the recently appointed Archbishop of Toledo, Bartolome Carranza, who had been consulting his Audi, Filia, and with whom he had a common friend and disciple in Luis de Granada. Bartolome Carranza was connected still more firmly with the Protestants of Valladolid. He had once been Agustin de Casla's confessor. He had known Juan de Valdez in Alcala and, on his travels, had met Carlos de Sasso. His fellow Dominican Domingo de Rojas constantly reminded the inquisitors of his own intimacy with the archbishop. Such charges gave Fernando de Valdez the chance he had awaited. He had long hated Carranza for personal reasons, and he could count on the support, in impeaching him, of some of his Dominican enemies. Carranza was consequently arrested in August 1559. From a humble but old Christian family, Carranza, who had once studied at Alcala, had had a career of distinction in the Dominican order in the service of the Church. Few Spaniards had done more than he to combat Protestantism. After participating in the Council of Trent, he accompanied the future King Philip II to England in 1554 in order to attend his marriage to Mary Tudor. In England he actively supervised the reintroduction of Catholicism and the punishment of its opponents. Yet even in his struggle against heresy, Carranza betrayed a sympathy for some of the churchmen who had been drawn by Juan de Valdez and justification by faith. Both at Trent and in England he had had much to do with Reginald Pole. This was to be held against him and to be interpreted as a confirmation of the evangelical views detected in his writings. From England Carranza went to Flanders, where he was equally zealous in defending the Catholic faith. In the summer of 1558 he returned to Spain after his elevation to the See of Toledo, and was arrested soon after. During his long trial, in which he fell victim to the contention between the Spanish crown and the papacy, Carranza appealed to the Pope. In 1567 he was transported to Rome. The death of Pius V, who believed in his innocence, led to further protraction of the proceedings. In the end Carranza was sentenced to abjure 16 propositions in the presence of Pius's successor, Gregory XM. He died shortly after his release in 1576, having spent 17 years in prison. In 1558, some little time before his arrest, Carranza had preached a sermon to the court in Valladolid. 30 years ago, he told the congregation, there rose a sect of Alumbrados and the kingdom fell into such perdition that if a Christian was seen kneeling before a crucifix he was called to justice and accused. This shows how, in the course of time, names lose their decorum and reputation. A few days later, on entering Toledo, the Archbishop returned to the same theme. People call prayer, church-going, communion and confession Alumbrado, he said. They will soon call them Lutheran. Certainly this is what happened in his own case. Earlier in the same year Carranza had published in Antwerp his Comentarios sobre el Catecismo Cristiano. The work contains a stirring appeal for the reform of the Catholic Church. It attacks every kind of abuse, argues for the improvement of the clergy, insists on the importance of punishing heresy, and contains numerous confutations of Luther. It was published hurriedly, however. Many statements were somewhat unguarded and, especially if taken out of context, could be exposed to censorship. When Carranza arrived in Spain, the book was being read attentively by a board of theologians, members, like himself, of the order of preachers. The most decisive condemnation was provided by Melchor Cano, a scholar of impressive erudition, able to detect the forgeries of Aeneas of Viterbo 4-5 but always ready to condemn attempts at introducing novelty in the Church. From Carranza's book Cano, supported by his fellow censor Fray Juan de la Pifaya, managed to extract a sufficient number of careless passages to associate the Archbishop with the Lutherans and the Alumbrados. Cano's criticisms of Carranza's Comentarios begin with its being written in the vernacular. It was accessible to women and the ignorant, the same people who made up the movement of the Alumbrados of Toledo. To encourage them to read the whole, or part of the scriptures, Cano claimed, was dangerous and had led to the Alumbrado heresy. It was equally rash to reveal to them the mysteries of the faith and to publicize Luther's errors, even if only for the sake of refuting them. Kano was deeply concerned about the traces of evangelism he could find in the book. Carranza had maintained that a Christian should give up the use of reason and navigate according to faith. Besides smacking of Lutheranism, this reminded Kano of the Alumbrados, who let themselves be ruled in all, or nearly all, things by revelations and divine enlightenment. He thought that Carranza had derived the idea from some Lutheran or Alumbrado book which emphasized the prerogatives of the spiritual man, dismissed the benefits of reason, and undermined both the structure and theology of the Church. The importance of faith also led Carranza to underestimate the importance of works, another idea Kano associated with the Alumbrados, and to stress the certainty of grace. Here too Kano referred to the peril, which had emerged among both the Lutherans and the Alumbrados, of knowing who had grace and who had not, the peril of using personal experience as a criterion. He quoted Carranza's claim that the love of God and man is God and traced a conviction of impeccability from the Pelagians to the Bigards and the Alumbrados. The reliance on the love of God, Kano continued, led to complete passivity which always savors of filumbramiento. Thus Alumbrados, the sons of Bigards and Beguines, are troubled by nothing so as not to lose the quiet and inner peace of their abandonment, digimiento. A further point which Kano regarded as Alumbrado was the idea of the spiritual Sabbath. Carranza had said that spiritual men and perfect Christians do not have to distinguish between days. All days are feast days, since they always have joy in God and perform a true and perpetual Sabbath. The Alumbrados, countered Kano, convinced that they were spiritual men, considered themselves freed from this law of the external Sabbath. They would withdraw for 20 or 30 days at a time in order to practice their secret exercises and fail to go to Mass on feast days when this would not cause a scandal. Yet, said Kano, the people, los populares, must all, or most of them, take part in the active life, otherwise the Republic will be ruined. He here connected the Alumbrados with Calvin and pointed to the disastrous effects of a doctrine of perpetual rest. 50 He drew the same conclusions from Carranza's statements on the benefits of prayer, since some Alumbrados of our days have placed the goal of Christian life in prayer and contemplation. In order to condemn Carranza's emphasis on the superiority of mental to vocal prayer, Kano again argued that the Alumbrados had used prayer as an excuse for neglecting all outward actions and duties. Kano even saw Alumbrado errors in Carranza's pleas for reforming the clergy. To Carranza's insistence that the clergy should lead irreproachable lives, he objected that some of our Alumbrados, the Lutherans of Spain, wanted to revive the impeccability of the baptized, particularly of the spiritual men and the perfect. It was not only Carranza who was attacked in Kano's report. The Dominican extended his censorship to a man who had been Carranza's pupil in Valladolid and had remained one of the Archbishop's closest friends, Fray Luis de Granada. Recently appointed provincial of the Portuguese Dominicans, he had hastened from Lisbon to Valladolid to intercede for his former teacher. Luis de Granada was in too strong a position to be implicated in Carranza's fall, but the Inquisitor General could not forgive his interference and Kano acted according to his wishes. Fray Luis's newly published Libro de la Oración was censored on a variety of points. These, we shall see, were to become a standard part of Dominican criticism and were taken up by Alonso de la Fuente later in the century. Like Carranza's work, the Libro de la Oración was in the vernacular. It was generally accessible and the devotional method recommended could be practiced by anyone, irrespective of condition. The method itself was claimed to lead to perfection. But, Kano reminded his readers, such instruction should in fact be restricted. Luis de Granada, moreover, bestowed lavish praise on mental prayer. To do so at the expense of vocal prayer was, according to Kano, a direct outcome of the teaching of the Alumbrados. The index to confirm the severity of his policy and in emulation of the new Roman Index of Prohibited Books issued by Paul IV in 1558. Fernando de Valdez published an index of his own in 1559. Valid only for Spain, where the Roman indexes were of no effect, it contained the works of the Inquisitor General's enemies, Carranza's Comentarios, Luis de Granada's Libro de la Oración, Gulfi de Pecadores and Manual de Diversas Raciones, and Audi, Fila by John of Avila. Besides various works of Erasmus, in Latin and Castilian, the Enchiridion, the Colloquia, the Praise of Folly, and others, it included a number of the earliest devotional writings to have been published in the vernacular: Savonarola's Commentary on the Lord's Prayer, Jimenez de Prejanos Lucero de la Vida Cristiana, Hernando de Talavera's Católica Impugnación, Juan de Casa's Lumber del Alma, and the widely read Flos Sanctorum. There were several mystical works: Herp's Theologia Mystica in Latin and Castilian, Bernab de Palma's Via Spiritus, and, by Francisco de Osuna, the Gracioso Convite on the Eucharist, suspicious because of its insistence on frequent communion. The first object of the Index of 1559 was to eliminate the circulation of anything resembling Protestant doctrine. In addition to the writings of the Northern European reformers which had already been prohibited in the first years of the Reformation, books by Italian Protestants, Bernardino Ochino, by Spanish Protestants, Juan Perez de Pineda and Juan del Encina, and by writers whose sympathies were less overtly declared, Juan and Alfonso de Valdez and Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, were all included. The second object was to curb devotional literature in Castilian. The Index was stringent in the prohibition of the scriptures in the vernacular, more so than ever before. Besides the devotional works already mentioned, it listed books by authors whose orthodoxy had never been questioned, such as Fray Luis de Maluenda, Frances Borgia and Jarque de Montemayor. Coinciding as it did with the trials of the Protestants in Seville and Valladolid, the Index was interpreted as a gesture of uncompromising strictness. If not the first of its kind, indexes had been published since 1551, while, ever since the 1520s, the Inquisition had issued numerous orders forbidding individual publications. It was by far the most rigorous. Valdez revoked the permissions accorded to a large number of theologians to read prohibited works, and made provisions for a sharp control of printers, bookshops and libraries. By forbidding so many books published with the approval of Cisneros, the Index could also be regarded as the first official statement condemning his spirituality, the coronation of the trials which had started in the 1520s and of which the Alumbrados had been the first victims. Teresa of Avila reminds us in her autobiography what a shock it was for a pious admirer of mystical writings to encounter in the Index the names of so many authors she had been reading with devotion. In fact, Valdez's Index was less oppressive than it seemed at the time. In its condemnation of the works of Erasmus, it did not go nearly as far as earlier indexes issued in Milan and Venice. Most of Erasmus's works on the New Testament, as well as other polemical tracts, could thus still be read in Spain. 56 The same can be said about mysticism. Many works remained uncensored. The writings of Alonso de Madrid and Bernardino de Loreto were not condemned. Even if, with the exception of the third, Francisco de Osuna's numerous abecedarios were to be expurgated in subsequent indexes, they were not even mentioned in the one of 1559 and were a rich source for later writers on the subject. Finally, we should keep in mind that the austere policies of Paul IV in Rome and Fernando de Valdez in Spain ended with their devisers. Already in 1559 Paul IV was succeeded by a more moderate man, while Valdez died within 7 years of the publication of his Index. Nevertheless, both the Index and the discovery of the Protestant conventicles, particularly in the south of Spain, helped to account for the attention the inquisitors dedicated to the disciples of John of Avila after the death of the Apostle of Andalusia in 1569. It was prompted more immediately, however, by the discovery, in the vicinity of places where John of Avila had taught, of antinomian groups of enthusiasts whose significance is discussed in the next chapter. Their detector, the Dominican Fray Alonso de la Fuente, was determined to associate them with John of Avila and could indeed show that they read his works and often practiced the devotional methods he recommended. John of Avila's disciples Many of John of Avila's disciples who held high posts in his educational establishments were, as we have seen, conversos: Bernardino de Carvajal, rector of the University of Pisa, Hernando de Herrera, canon of the Colegio of Ubeda, The Dominicas Domingo de Valdanes and Alonso de Vergara, possibly Pedro de Hojda, also rector of the University of Pisa, and certainly Diego Perez de Valdivia, professor at the university. The campaign against them, for so it must be considered, continued into the final decade of the century. The last victim, Pedro de Hojda, was arrested in 1590 and sentenced to abjure and perform various minor penances in April 1593. One of the most recurrent charges against these men was their opposition to the Estados de Limpza, which Domingo de Valdanes had attacked in 1556. Another was the persuasion that, in the present corrupt state of the Church, new Christians were worthier in the eyes of the Almighty than old. But while such accusations were connected with their suspicious ancestry, their descent from converted Jews, the trials against them were almost invariably prompted by information about the prayer groups which they formed. Obedience was supposed to be due solely to the organizer, there was allegedly no esteem for religious orders, and mental prayer and meditation were said to have replaced vocal prayer. The prayer groups were reminiscent of the circles of Protestants in Seville and Valladolid, but above all they evoked the image of the first Alumbrados, and it was as Alumbrados that John of Avila's disciples accordingly became known. One reason for anxiety about the prayer groups is familiar to us: the presence of beatas, a feature of significance in the prosecution of both Ignatius Loyola and John of Avila himself. By the 1570s the inquisitors were more alarmed than ever by the immense rapidity with which the number of pious females was increasing. In Pisa alone there were said to be between 1 and 2,000 beatas, a sizable proportion of the population, and there were still more in the region of Jaén. The Church was making ever more endeavors to control this group so attracted by mysticism and open to hysteria and imposture, but was hardly successful. It was to the beatas that one of the Inquisition's many victims, Diego Perez de Valdivia, devoted an extensive work. The professor at the University of Pisa wrote his Aviso de Gindi Recogida after his release from the prisons of the Inquisition, where he had spent almost 2 years, and published it in Barcelona in 1585. The book is striking for its humanity and for the enlightened and empirical manner in which the author attributes what was commonly diagnosed as diabolical possession to hysteria. At the outset of his work, Perez de Valdivia emphasizes the importance of charity and good works in the lives of the beatas and provides a definition of faith deliberately formulated so as to avoid any suspicion of Lutheranism. Aware of the other groups of Alumbrados in Andalusia and Extremadura, he also stresses the necessity of chastity, cautions the beatas not to confess too frequently, to exercise prudence in their choice of a spiritual advisor, and to avoid, whenever possible, the society of men, since women, he reminds us, act as fire and men as straw. Finally he assures his readers that the Church of Rome is the custodian of the truth, and that beatas never cease to be under obligation to observe the conciliar decrees and accept the instructions of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. In his skepticism about spiritual consolations and the outer manifestations of grace, Perez de Valdivia comes far closer to Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz than to the great Franciscan mystics. In order to put his readers on their guard, he not only refers frequently to Vincent Ferrer's strictures, but he also reproduces in the appendix that very section of the Dominicans' Tractatus de Vida Spirituali which Cisneros had removed from the edition published during his primacy. The Aviso de Gindi Recogida is manifestly the book of a man wishing to make his peace with the Church. The charges made against Perez de Valdivia during his trial, many of which he admitted, suggests that his sobriety was a recent acquisition. He was accused of claiming that the Eucharist sustains the body as much as the spirit, of having persuaded a woman not to enter a convent, of saying that anyone who was not in a state of mortal sin could take communion as often as he or she wished without confessing, and with prophesying the imminent end of the world. 6 leaders. Such ideas were current among the groups of Alumbrados to be discussed in the next chapter, and the effect of their detection was twofold. That the antinomian Alumbrados of Extremadura and Andalusia should have shared certain views with scholars as respectable as Perez de Valdivia damaged the disciples of John of Avila, but it also allowed the Alumbrados to claim an intellectual respectability to which they hardly seem to have been entitled. Chapterly, the Alumbrados of Llerena and Seville. As a term of abuse, the word alumbrado had various meanings from the outset. one of the FTRST, even before the word was applied to Isabel de la Cruz and her followers, was hypocrisy, piety which was ostentatious but assumed. In the second half of the 16th century the term was applied more and more frequently to religious impostors. Although it is hard to ascertain whether cases of imposture were really increasing, undoubtedly they were being investigated with ever greater severity. During the primacy of Cardinal Cisneros few of the visionaries were examined attentively, but within years of his death the situation had changed. Imposture and enthusiasm. One of the most celebrated episodes of imposture was that of Magdalena de la Cruz, prioress of the Franciscan convent of Santa Isabel de Los Angeles in Cordova. Like earlier prophetesses, she was venerated by the aristocracy and the court, but she confessed in 1543 that her inspiration came from the devil. Magdalena's example affected Teresa of Avila, inducing her to inspect her own sources of grace more thoroughly, and was one of the reasons for her to compose her Confessions, the Libro de su Vida, in the early 560s. Another case which acquired much publicity concerned the Dominican Marfa de la Visitación in Lisbon, whose miraculous powers had been approved and sanctioned by Luis de Granada. She too confessed to engineering her own levitations and to producing her stigmata artificially. In 1588 she was heavily sentenced, and efforts were made to involve Fray Luis in her fall. Magdalena de la Cruz and Marfa de la Visitación are perhaps the best known illustrations of imposture and its detection. Their notoriety made them useful instruments for discrediting mysticism in general. But they were two of many. Throughout the 16th century, all over Spain as well as in Spanish territories in the New World, prominent political or ecclesiastical events would throw into action a legion of visionaries and dreamers, sometimes in good faith, sometimes disingenuous, and frequently manipulated by a faction at court or in the church. The protagonists were often described as Alumbrados, even if they had nothing to do either with the original movement or with the later groups whose detection was followed by other edicts of faith. If, by the end of the 16th century, the term Alumbrado had assumed the meaning of imposture, it also had another significance difficult to reconcile with the piety of Alcaraz, but certainly applicable to the beatas and the friars whom he censored. It meant enthusiasm, exaggerated displays of emotion in church and at prayer, and a propensity to ecstasies. That is the association in the description of the Alumbrados provided by one of Teresa of Avila's most trusted followers, Jurix Nimogren, in the early 17th century. After his participation in the reform of the Carmelite order in Spain and Portugal, followed by persecution and adventurous journeys which brought him to Italy and North Africa, Grayson arrived in the Low Countries. Horrified and fascinated by the variety of heresies he encountered there, he composed his Dies Lamentationes del Miserable Estado de los Tistas de Nuestros Tiempos, which appeared in 1611. The proximity of Protestants and Anabaptists in Flanders, one of the homelands of the Beguards, reminded him of the Alumbrados about whom he had heard so much when he had first professed in the Carmelite order in Pastrana. The word dejado, he explained, was used because the early Alumbrados abandoned themselves in the hands of God and refused to perform any activity, but also because they surrendered themselves to raptures and ecstasies, porque se dejaban caer descentocaten fan ecstasis y raptos. He then recalled that, over 30 years earlier, an nonagenarian penitent in Pastrana had told him of an uncle of his who had witnessed the arrival from Guadalajara of a cleric and certain women spreading the doctrine of the Alumbrados. One day, during the elevation of the host at Mass, they all fell with their mouth on the floor and howled and trembled. Enraged by such a spectacle, the nonagenarian's uncle seized the aspergill and started flogging the Alumbrados, saying, "Raise your eyes, watch and adore the Holy Sacrament, rather than howl like animals." Although there is nothing in the Edict of 1525 which warrants such an interpretation of the Alumbrados of Toledo, they had certainly acquired the reputation at an early stage for a behavior Alcaraz and Isabel de la Cruz condemned. Gradually this was to be considered one of their characteristics, a development due, certainly in part, to the last groups of Alumbrados discussed in this chapter. Fray Alonso de la Fuente, the first substantial movement of Alumbrados after that of Toledo, The Alumbrados of Llerena is named after the town in southern Extremadura where the participants were sentenced by the local tribunal of the Inquisition. The best known protagonist of the episode is the man who detected it and who persistently urged the Holy Office to act, Fray Alonso de la Fuente. Born in Extremadura in 1533, he studied at the Colegiata Santo Tomas in Seville and entered the Order of Preachers in 1557. Subsequently he taught at his former college and was elected rector. In 1570 he returned to Extremadura, where he was appointed preacher at the Dominican convent in Badajoz. In what was one of the poorest areas in Spain, he started his campaign against the Alumbrados, which was to obsess him until his death over 20 years later. Alonso de la Fuente was infected by the prejudice so frequent among the Spanish Dominicans. He regarded himself as an heir of the medieval inquisitors, a guardian of orthodoxy as it was defined by the schoolmen, a perfectly ordered system in which there was no place for the widespread practice of mysticism and in which divine favors were bestowed with increasing scarcity over the centuries. In the Catholic reformers he saw almost as great a threat to this system as in the Protestants. He was suspicious of the entire Society of Jesus and of innovators such as John of Avila, Juan de Ribera, Teresa of Avila and Luis de Granada. He resented the idea, recurrent in John of Avila's epistles and in his Audi, Filia, that man must actually experience the cross of Christ, and he was appalled by the promise he found in Luis de Granada's Libro de la Oración and in other mystical writings that the result of prayer would be to feel the effect of grace. But what he deplored most, as shown by his attacks on Teresa of Avila, was the universal accessibility of mysticism, the claims to composing a shortcut to a perfect method of prayer. Ultimately Alonso de la Fuente paid a high price for his obsessions. His determination to carry his campaign against Luis de Granada and the Jesuits into Portugal incensed the Portuguese ruler and severely damaged Fray Alonso's reputation. It led to his being tried himself in 1577. Not always an objective source, Fray Alonso is not, however, an entirely unreliable one. He was a man with a sound theological training and his description of the religious situation in Extremadura remains of value. Besides, although Fray Alonso's passion drove him to extreme positions, his opinions, which frequently echo those of Melchor Cano, were widely shared and respected within the order of preachers both by his contemporaries and by later generations. The spiritual climate described by Fray Alonso in Extremadura in the 1570s is reminiscent of that created by Cardinal Cisneros in Castile. Piety of a mystical kind had been encouraged on an unprecedented scale. It had been fomented by two successive bishops of Badajoz, Cristobal de Rojas and Juan de Ribera. It had been spread by John of Avila, by his disciples, and by Luis de Granada during the years he spent in western Andalusia, and it had been supported throughout by Jesuit preachers. By the time Fray Alonso returned to Extremadura in 1570, Rojas and Ribera had been translated to other seas, Luis de Granada had moved to Portugal, and John of Avila was dead. What remained were the writings of these men, conveniently available in the vernacular, and thus read in circles of men and above all women with little theological training. The Alumbrados of Llerena. The existence of Alumbrados became apparent to Fray Alonso on his travels and preaching missions in the south middle and southwest of Extremadura. He first came across them in his birthplace, Fuente del Maestre. His disgust was heightened by finding, early in 1571, that his own niece had become a member of what he described as the sect. He made further discoveries above all in Zafara, but also in Fuente de Candos, Uzagra, Almendralejo and in numerous other towns and villages. Thereupon he started to draw up a series of reports which, he trusted, would prompt the Inquisition to proceed. According to Fray Alonso's reports, the sect, befriended and protected by the Jesuit preacher Diego de Santa Cruz, was headed by three priests, Hernando Alvarez, Gaspar Sanchez and Francisco Zamora. While the last two died in prison just over a year after their arrest and do not appear to have made a full confession, more information has survived about Hernando Alvarez, who was generally considered to be the leader. Alvarez had assembled a group of clerics and female followers, beatas and widows, and imposed on them a rule of obedience and secrecy. Once he was confident of their obedience to himself alone, he absolved them of any further obligation to parents or prelates and freed them from observing the commandments of the Church. They thus ceased from fasting and abstinence in Lent or other prescribed periods. Refusing to perform any manual labor, spuming vocal prayer as a mark of imperfection, their only duty was to devote their lives to mental prayer and meditation. The women, who had their hair cropped ritually, were assured by Alumbrados and his male companions that their state as beatas and members of his community was far superior to that of nuns or married women. From Alumbrados or his fellow priests they received communion almost every day. Besides attending the ecstasies and trances of their leader, they too were encouraged to experience such manifest proofs of the grace and sanctity they had acquired. Some claimed to have seen the essence of God, others indulged in sexual relations with Alumbrados and his male followers in the certainty that this was no mortal sin but rather what God orders and desires. Hernando Alvarez's persuasions seem to have been shared by his male and female followers alike. A few added idiosyncrasies of their own. Juan Garcia, who said he could lead his disciples to perfection within 3 days, had his female devotees adore him as he posed in a crucified position. Francisco de Mesa, a priest in Zafara, told his penitents they should never say non sum digno when they received the Eucharist since such words were reserved for the imperfect. Christ Sixpal Chamizo, also from Zafara, maintained that he could restore the virginity of those of his penitents he had seduced and practice miraculous abortions. The main heresy of the Alumbrados of Extremadura was antinomianism. They were convinced they had attained such a state of perfection that they could not sin. They also believed in the miraculous qualities of mental prayer which led to raptures and trances. They found their views confirmed in the works on meditation which they read eclectically and passionately, Loyola's Ejercicios Espirituales, John of Avila's Epistles and his Audi, Filia, Luis de Granada's Guia Pecadores and Libro de la Oración, the writings of Juan de Ribera and the life of St. Catherine of Genoa. They were so enamored of this last work, which they read in the Portuguese translation issued in Lisbon in 1575, that the Holy Office ordered its suppression. Indeed, it is not difficult to understand the appeal which the Hagiology of Caterina Adorno, composed soon after her death by her disciples and first published in 1547, must have had for them. The Genoa saint was married, and, although she devoted her life to works of charity, lived in the world rather than in a convent. When a Dominican claimed greater superiority in the eyes of God than herself on account of his monastic vows, she expatiated convincingly on her own capacity to love God as well as he. Such passages must have been appreciated in circles which express their contempt for conventional life. Catherine of Genoa, moreover, stressed the speed with which she received divine revelations. Her followers gave details of the miraculous effects on her of grace, her trances, visions and stigmata, the state of perfection in which she had no sins to confess and could never receive any temptation of the senses, and her claim to be able to tell whether a host had been consecrated by its taste. In his reports Alonso de la Fuente insisted that the Alumbrados were inspired, and in some cases possessed, by the devil. He compared their doctrine to that of the Bigards, but he also referred to their similarity to the Alumbrados of Toledo. Originally this comparison does not seem to have been an idea of his own. He owed it to a fellow Dominican, Fray Juan de Ochoa, to whom he showed one of his reports when he called on the provincial of the order in Seville in 1572. Juan de Ochoa was an old man and was to die in Rome 2 years later. He had taken an active part in the investigations into the humanists in the 1530s. Ordered to qualify the propositions attributed to Juan de Vergara, he was later summoned to Madrid, in 1570, to judge the writings of Carranza. As a result of his part in the trial of Juan de Vergara, he was well acquainted with the accusations against the Alumbrados of Toledo and suggested the comparison to Alonso de la Fuente. Despite Fray Alonso's urgent reports, the Holy Office was slow to act against the Alumbrados of Extremadura. Only after Fray Alonso had paid a personal visit to the Suprema in Madrid did the Tribunal of Llerena receive orders to proceed against the suspects. The first arrests were made in November 1573. The Suprema subsequently dispatched the visitor to Extremadura, and in July 1574 an edict of faith was issued condemning the errors contained in the accusations. Although the edict of 1574 was directed specifically against the Alumbrados, its difference from that issued in Toledo in 1525 is obvious. Alumbradismo had officially acquired another significance. While the ideas of antinomianism, passivity, abandonment and sectarianism were retained, there was now a clear emphasis on mystical extravagance, imposture and licentiousness. The principal members of the movement were sentenced at an auto de fe in Llerena in June 1579, but the arrests and trials of the Alumbrados of Extremadura continued for just under 10 years. By the standards of the Inquisition, both the treatment and the sentences of the accused were severe. Torture was applied in a number of cases, and resisted. The culprits had to abjure their errors de levi and forfeited their clerical offices and benefices. Hernando Alvarez and most of his male followers were sentenced to the galleys, Crist six pal chamizo to 6 years, Hernando Alvarez himself, Juan Garcia, Francisco de Mesa, Crist six pal Mejia and Hernando de Isilla to 4, besides having to pay substantial fines. Their principal female follower, Maria Gonzalez, received 100 lashes and 3 years imprisonment. A question which still remains to be solved is the extent to which the conventicles of Extremadura were composed of conversos. Alonso de la Fuente insisted on their prominence, claiming that in Zafara, the center of the movement, the Alumbrados were conversos for the most part and that of 70 priests 60 were Jews. In reality, the proportion of new Christians would seem to have been far smaller. Of the 19 Alumbrados given penances at the Auto de in Llerena in 1579, no more than 5 appear to have been of Jewish descent: Hernando Alvarez himself, 3 of his most active male followers, and 1 of his female devotees. A similar proportion emerged when the inquisitors extended their investigation to Andalusia and, in the city of Jaén, proceeded against a group of enthusiastic beatas and clerics whose errors corresponded to those of the Alumbrados of Llerena. The leader was the prior of the Church of San Bartolome, Gaspar Lucas, who was allegedly inspired by the great Flemish mystic Jan Ruysbroek, a work by whom was found in his possession. He was seconded by a beata, Maria Romero, and was sentenced with his followers at an auto de fe held in Cordova in 1590. He himself was deprived of his sacerdotal functions, banished from the diocese of Jaén, and sentenced to 10 years' reclusion in a monastery, while nearly all his followers were flogged. Gaspar Lucas, alone of the 8 culprits, is stated to have been of converso extraction. Teresa of Avila Alonso de la Fuente's pursuit of Alumbrado groups in Extremadura and later in Andalusia became part of a campaign to discredit mysticism of any kind. One of the most illustrious victims was the greatest contemporary writer of mystical works, Teresa of Avila. The Carmelite reformer had had various dealings with the Holy Office in her lifetime. She had been denounced to the Tribunal of Cordova in 1574. She was in Seville in 1575 and 1576 when the investigation into the Alumbrados of Llerena was at its height. Engaged in the foundation of a reformed Carmelite convent, she was denounced by a former novice for spreading a doctrine consisting of superstition and fraudulence and with a dangerous emphasis on mental prayer. Thereupon the local inquisitors asked the Suprema to allow them to examine the manuscript of her confessions, which was in the hands of Fray Domingo Bañez in his Dominican convent in Valladolid. The Suprema refused and investigations were abandoned, even if suspicion remained attached to Teresa's foundation in Seville and the mystical enthusiasm fomented by her imitators. At the same time, moreover, Teresa herself was acquainted with the other reformers who had fallen foul of the Inquisition or who were about to be tried by it. Besides John of Avila, whom she greatly admired, she knew his disciples Bernardino de Carval and Diego Perez de Valdivia. The true campaign against Teresa, however, started 2 years after her death with the publication of her works in 1588. In 1589 and 1590 Alonso de la Fuente addressed a number of letters and reports to the Holy Office imploring the inquisitors to prohibit her writings. She was, he assured the Inquisition, one of the Alumbrados. The doubts about the source of her inspiration which induced her to compose her autobiography in 1562 were fully justified: it was the devil. All the saint's expressions of humility were given the darkest interpretation. Her incapacity to be a satisfactory confessor was taken as a sign of her deeply rooted disobedience to the Church. The early Massilians, Toller, the Bigards, Luther and the Alumbrados, said Fray Alonso, were her forefathers. The points which Fray Alonso found particularly dangerous were the general accessibility of Teresa's method of meditation, the emphasis on feeling, and the description of mystical union. When condemning the speed with which the saint claimed that mystical progress could be achieved, he quoted the Alumbrado Juan Garcia, who maintained that his disciples could attain perfection within 3 days. He indicated the perils of the idea that anyone, the clergy, the religious, the married, the weak and the imperfect of any state or profession, could advance to perfection by following her method of prayer. The favors which God bestowed and which produced the trances and visions described by Teresa and experienced by her followers were rare in the extreme and might be accommodated, he suggested, once in 1,000 years. He was equally appalled by what Teresa described as the feeling of the presence of God in the soul, a concept which he associated with the Alumbrados, and by her claim that God and heaven could be found within ourselves, words, he said, reminiscent of Toller. Teresa's insistence on mental prayer led Fray Alonso to conclude that she rejected oral prayer out of hand. This was in keeping with what he detected as the idea, condemned in some off-leading medieval mystics, of an essential union with God, and with the complete passivity of the senses such a union entailed. That, he decided, was little more than Lutheranism disguised. Although Teresa's defenders prevailed over her detractors and her works were approved and published, Alonso de la Fuente found support among other Dominicans, Fray Juan de Orellana and Fray Juan de Lorenzana, who coupled Teresa with the contemporary Flemish mystic Blasius. 23 But he also met with the agreement of certain secular theologians, such as the historian Francisco de Pisa. Even if Teresa's opponents did not always go as far as Fray Alonso in maintaining that her inspiration was diabolical, they were all preoccupied by the effects the spread of her writings could have on the laity and the growing number of beatas, particularly in Andalusia. The Alumbrados of Seville in the late 16th and early 17th century Andalusia had its share of fraudulent visionaries who could be accused of Alumbradismo. There was also the more serious episode of the Congregación de la Granada in Seville, a pious association whose main doctrinal error seems to have been its insistence on secrecy and a sacred leadership transmitted from one era of the Holy Ghost to another. Its gravity was largely due to the distinction of some of those involved, the Jesuit Rodrigo Alvarez, the sculptor Juan Martínez Monafis and others, but its investigation did not lead to discoveries quite as scandalous as those made about the last sizable Alumbrado movement, the Alumbrados of Seville, arrested between 1622 and 1628. Although they were detected up to 50 years later than middle. The movements in Extremadura and the north of Andalusia investigated by Alonso de la Fuente, the Alumbrados of Seville, were regarded as part of the same phenomenon. The direct links with individuals arrested in Extremadura, however, were slight. One of the leaders of the Seville group, the Beata Catalina de Jesus, had been a devotee of John of Avila's disciple Pedro de Ojeda, the rector of the University of Pisa, who was tried in 1590. Yet the charges made against the Alumbrados of Seville were almost identical with those against the Alumbrados of Llerena, and the edict issued against the former in 1623 was largely the same as that issued in 1574. The sudden activity of the inquisitors in Seville in the 1620s can be attributed to the efforts of Philip IV's powerful favorite, the Count Duke of Olivares, to reorganize the Suprema and to inspire that lethargic body with greater enthusiasm manned by a more dynamic staff. The Tribunal of Seville proceeded to the arrest in 1622 of the two leaders of the movement, against whom denunciations were accumulating. Catalina de Jesus 28 had already been tried in 1611 on account of her claims to divine favor, but had then got away with a warning and had retained her reputation for visions and miraculous gifts. The other, Juan de Villalpando, a former Carmelite acting as priest of the parish of San Isidoro, was a preacher of immense popularity. The edict read in the churches in June 1623 elicited a number of denunciations unprecedented in the history of the tribunal. In assessing the teachings of the sect as they can be extracted from the brief accounts of some of the trials, the sentences, and the reports drawn up by a group of industrious Dominicans, a certain caution should, however, be exercised. Not only were the condemned propositions frequently the same as those in the Edict of Llerena, but the Dominicans who composed the reports venerated the memory of Alonso de la Fuente and had been profoundly influenced by the accounts he had written 50 years earlier. The similarities in the beliefs attributed to movements divided by a long period of time raise legitimate doubts about the accuracy of their description, but there is no other documentation by which to judge them. Again, the group is described as a sect in which the leaders demanded absolute obedience and absolved their followers of any duty towards their worldly or ecclesiastical superiors. Vocal prayer was derided and mental prayer commended. Confessions were received within the sect but no orthodox penances imposed, communion was administered with frequency, the state of the Beata was described as the most perfect while that of matrimony and religious ordination was scorned, the Inquisition was mocked pitilessly, worship of the saints and images was regarded as an impediment, the female members were required to wear humble clothes even if ascetic practices were discouraged, and the members were sure of their impeccability. Although Villalpando and some of his male colleagues seem to have kissed and caressed their female penitents, the Alumbrados of Seville were less prone to debauchery than the Alumbrados of Extremadura and avoided orgiastic excesses. The male participants were nearly all priests from Seville and the vicinity: Cristobal Blasco, Juan Crisostomo de Soria, Francisco de Villascusa. Some, like Villalpando himself, had once been in religious orders, and others, the Augustinian Nicolas de Santa Maria and the Mercedarian Diego de Montiel, still were. The sentences were markedly lighter than those pronounced in Llerena. At the auto de fe held at the end of February 1627, Catalina de Jesus, who had provided the inquisitors with a full confession shortly after her arrest, was sentenced to abjure de levi and to 6 years' reclusion in a monastery. Juan de Villalpando had to retract all his heretical propositions at the same auto de fe and was further sentenced to 4 years' confinement, a fine of 200 ducats and some spiritual penances. The sentences of their followers, some of whom were flogged or banished, were not much heavier. With the exception of a couple of accused of Muslim descent, those involved are not stated to have been New Christians. One of the more interesting aspects of the Seville movement is the book which its members read with particular fervor, the recent edition, published in 1618, of the Nachas Cura by John of the Cross. Just as Alonso de la Fuente had made use of the Alumbrados of Extremadura to discredit Teresa of Avila and other mystics, so the Dominicans of Seville tried to discredit Teresa of Avila's companion, this other great Carmelite reformer. The most ardent, Fray Domingo Farfan, claimed to have detected statements condemned in the Edict of 1623 in John of the Cross's work. He referred to 3 propositions, all of which concern the state of quiet accompanying union with the Almighty. According to the first, those praying in the presence of God should not even meditate on the passion of Christ or pause to think of his humanity. According to the second, it was possible to attain such a state of perfection that grace annihilated all activity and the soul could neither recede nor advance. According to the third, if the Almighty ordered the soul of the perfect to be good, it would become substantially virtuous and at that point would not have to work, love or do anything. Such was Fray Domingo's insistence on the dangers contained in John of the Cross's book that a copy of the Nachas Cura was dispatched to Madrid in order to be examined. In Madrid it was submitted to the judgment of the Augustinian professor at the University of Salamanca, Basilio Bonsteles Ixen. The reply was a persuasive defense of its orthodoxy. Bonsteles Ixen pointed out that all works, beginning with the scriptures, contained statements which, if taken out of context, could be interpreted heretically. In a letter to the Suprema written in September 1625, the inquisitors of Seville themselves came to a similar conclusion. They emphasize the dangers of mystical works read without the necessary theological knowledge and without fulfilling the basic conditions stipulated by the writers. 34 Although John of the Cross, like Teresa, Osuna and other mystics before them, provided meticulous instructions for mystical progress and insisted on the high moral requirements attending it. The Alumbrados of Seville had leapt to the last part of his work describing the all but total immobility of the senses, the state of union with God, and the ensuing feeling of divinity. They had overlooked the warnings which preceded it. From Alumbrados to Quietists, the Alumbrados of Seville are generally regarded as marking the end of the history of the movement. Certainly this was the last group to be known exclusively by that name, but it was not the last group of its kind, and its condemnation was not the last occasion on which the term Alumbrado was used. Groups bearing some resemblance to the conventicles of Seville came to light throughout the 17th century. The best known were the nuns of the Benedictine convent of San Placido in Madrid, who were denounced to the Inquisition in 1631. But although their confessor, Francisco Garcia Calder held ideas similar to those of Juan de Villalpando in Seville about the benefits of intimate contacts with his penitents, and although he was accused of being an Alumbrado, the episode was ultimately diagnosed as a case of diabolical possession. A less known incident was investigated in Valencia in 1668. The term Alumbrado was not applied, even if the group of 8 individuals who assembled round the 25-year-old Gertrudis Tosca had more affinities with the Alumbrados of Llerena and Seville than the nuns of San Placido. Gertrudis Tosca was married. She laid high claims to sanctity, maintaining that she could read the mind of God, that only she knew whether the souls of the deceased went to heaven, and that she herself was another god on earth. Her followers, who abandoned themselves to the divine will, were convinced of her impeccability. Her male disciples included 3 priests who expressed their devotion by becoming her lovers. One of them, José Torres, to whom she would administer the Eucharist, cherished the belief that whenever they performed the sexual act the soul would be released from purgatory. Determined to depopulate purgatory as best he could, he went as far as to copulate with her in the communion chapel of a local parish church. The word Alumbrado, at the same time, was used still more by writers on mysticism than by the Inquisition. It was taken to designate the type of heterodox piety which the practitioners of mysticism abhorred, and it served to stress their own orthodoxy. When describing the final stage of union with God, the orthodox mystics of the 16th century had resorted to the traditional divisions of the soul to allow some slight activity to one of its faculties. Francisco de Osuna argued for the activity of the intelligence, Bernardino de Loreto for that of the loving will. Teresa of Avila, too, admitted the continuous occupation of the will, but not of the memory or the understanding. The complete quiet of the senses, the passive surrender to God in which the via unitiva seemed to culminate, remained one of the greatest perils for writers on mysticism. For later authors, an attack on the Alumbrados was a convenient way of circumventing it. In the last years of the 16th century, the Carmelite Juan Araviles was warning his readers of the dangers of the Alumbrados. The warning was repeated in the following century by the Jesuit Alonso Rodriguez, by the Minim Juan Breton, and by the distinguished Mercedarian mystic Juan Falconi. Most insistent of all was the Franciscan Felix Salampn, later in the 17th century. He amalgamated the Alumbrado groups of Toledo and Llerena with the Protestants of Valladolid and Seville, and regarded them all as descendants of the heretics of Durango. They started well and with a great desire for betterment, but they then choose as their means the kind of prayer of contemplation here described, appearing in the presence of God without images or matter or meditation, behaving passively, believing they were governed in everything by the Holy Spirit, and since this kind of prayer, in which the operations of the understanding and the will are suspended, is so dangerous, they were little by little deceived by the devil, and precipitated from one error to another. In the late 17th, and even in the early 18th, century, other theologians, stimulated by the Quietist controversy, continued to look back on what was by then a well-established national heresy, the Descalced Trinitarian Rafael de San Juan, the Carmelite Francisco de Santo Tomas, and, in 1712, the Franciscan Juan de Ascargata. Alumbradismo thus lingered on as an accusation. The term was still being used by the Inquisition in the 18th century for isolated cases of imposture. It was also employed in works on mysticism even when it was on the way to being replaced by the new heresy condemned at the end of the 17th century, Molinosism or Quietism. With this another term came into currency which could be applied to that combination of mystical exuberance and lasciviousness with which the Alumbrados had been associated for almost 200 years. The man who gave his name to the movement, Miguel de Molinos, was born close to Saragossa and had been educated by the Jesuits. In 1663 he settled in Rome, where he became a most popular confessor and spiritual advisor. He published his celebrated Guia Spiritual in 1675, the year in which John of the Cross was beatified in the face of strong opposition. Mysticism had numerous enemies and Molinos's book was promptly attacked by both Dominicans and Jesuits. Nevertheless, for 10 years it looked as though Molinos had triumphed. He was protected by the Pope, Innocent XI, by Italian and Spanish princes of the Church, and by leading members of the Roman aristocracy. In the end, like Carranza, he fell victim to the political struggles at the Vatican. French hostility prevailed and in 1685 he was arrested. His doctrine was officially condemned in November 1687 and he was sentenced to an imprisonment which lasted until his death in 1696. Some of 68 propositions in the bull condemning Molinos, que lestes pastor, closely resembled propositions ascribed to the Alumbrados of Toledo and repeated, in slightly different forms, in the edicts issued in 1574 and 1623. The propositions describe a similar desire to banish images from the mind engaged in prayer, a similar condemnation of activity as an obstacle to perfection, the same idea of abandonment to the divine will which precludes even the struggle against temptation. But did they really reflect the teaching of Molinos? The statements condemned were taken mainly from letters which have not survived. It is fruitless to search for traces of such ideas in the Guia Spiritual, where Molinos displays the utmost caution in his description of the mystical way and stresses the role of the Church as an intermediary. The first attacks drove Molinos to write his Defensa de la Contemplación, which has remained in manuscript. In order to justify his spirituality he too resorted to a lengthy attack on the Alumbrados, false mystics whose doctrine should be compared to the true mysticism which he himself was teaching. The Alumbrados, he wrote, had decided to live in idleness, rejecting any activity, be it praise of God or gratitude to God. They believed they had reached a state of such perfection that they were above the practice of virtues which were only the recourse of the imperfect soul. They refused even to resist temptation and thus shows that their entire object was to procure the pleasure of the carnal and national appetite. How different from his own teaching! Theirs was idleness and repose of the flesh, impure and sensual, a quest for their own pleasure, for themselves, and in no way for God. But this other doctrine of the mystics and the saints is a spiritual quiet with which the soul waits on God, adoring Him, believing in Him and hoping in Him, the complete abandonment into His hands with loving and resigned devotion so that He may do with the soul what He likes and how He likes. The words of Molinos provide a suitable ending to a study of the Alumbrados. They show how the heresy which had assumed different forms in the course of the 16th and 17th centuries continued to serve a purpose as a bugbear. Yet, as Quietism advanced and spread through the most exalted intellectual circles in Europe, the essentially Spanish heresy of the poor little women and the ignorant gradually faded away. Conclusion: how should the Alumbrados be assessed? There has been a tendency in Spanish historiography, which can already be perceived in the 16th century, to look at the Alumbrados with a certain sense of affection. They were indeed heretics, but they were Spanish heretics. Their heterodoxy was the outcome of excessive zeal rather than of any deep hostility to Catholicism. The Alumbrados of Toledo came close to Lutheranism, but they did not go as far as Lutheranism. Contemporaries and later theologians could thus point to them in order to show how lightly Spain had been let off and to express their gratitude to the Inquisition which had guarded the peninsula so effectively. In judging the heresy we must make certain distinctions. We must distinguish between what the Alumbrados of Toledo actually taught and how their teaching was presented by the inquisitors. At an early stage the movement was associated with manifestations of hysteria and of moral depravity which were altogether alien to the doctrine of Isabel de la Cruz, Alcaraz and Maria de Cazalla. We must then detach Isabel de la Cruz and her followers from the later groups of Extremadura and Andalusia, even if the presence of the disciples of John of Avila makes the distinction sometimes less obvious than it might at first seem. There is no doubt of the evangelical aspirations of the first Alumbrados, however formless and contradictory their doctrine may sometimes seem to have been. What they would have become had the Inquisition not intervened when it did, how far they would have dared to go in a society preponderantly hostile to them, are among the many questions thrown up by history which can only be answered with speculation. Elsewhere in Europe we see men and women, undaunted by a persecution far more ferocious, who persisted in their beliefs and finally succeeded in founding churches of their own. The most obvious examples are the Anabaptists and certain groups of Protestants. Would the first Alumbrados ever have wished to go so far? If we take the development of Juan de Valdez as an indication, the answer would appear to be no. Valdez was always cautious in his attitude to the Catholic Church, he never broke with it and enjoyed his ecclesiastical benefices until his death. Such behavior may have been the result of indifference. The senselessness he attributed to all ceremonies led him and his followers in Naples to practice a form of Nicodemism or simulation, outwardly conforming but actually retaining their own evangelical beliefs. After his death, a few of Valdez's admirers did indeed leave the Church of Rome and go over to Protestantism, while others remained loyal to the papacy. Valdez's later works were published by Protestants north of the Alps, but were repeatedly condemned by the more orthodox members of the Reformed churches. In Spain, men with a similar background to the first Alumbrados and who were directly or indirectly associated with the movement also adopted different positions. Their sentences to the stake suggest that Juan del Castillo, Juan el Sixpez de Silon and perhaps Alonso Garz Sixen had committed themselves to Protestantism to an unacceptable degree. The majority, however, remained attached to Roman Catholicism. Miguel de Iguifa was thus buried in a Franciscan habit, while his brother, with Manuel de Maena and Miguel de Torres, joined the Jesuits. Indeed, the Society of Jesus, which managed to combine so many elements that had seemed to be in conflict with one another earlier on in the century, was an obvious haven for men once attracted by evangelism and who continued to believe in the reform of the Catholic Church. By 1600 the Jesuits were firmly established in Spain. Dominican hostility persisted, but Loyola's movement had won. It was, as it always had been, many-sided. There were cases of apocalypticism, of members of society who adopted the same Jochist ideas which had once been popular among the Franciscans and who were persuaded that the Jesuits were the men of providence prophesied by the Cistercian. 3 There were also cases of mystical extravagance, of raptures and trances. Yet what prevailed was a more sober spirituality. Loyola's Exercicios Espiritu Rules, considerably amended since its presentation to the prayer groups in Alcala, was read more widely than ever in the 17th century, but another highly popular work, first published in Seville in 1609, was Alonso Rodriguez's Exercicio de Piefshin y Virtudes Cristianas. Far longer than Loyola's book, Rodriguez's Exercicio, reprinted over the years and circulated throughout the world, lays an emphasis on the asceticism which was to characterize Catholic orthodoxy rather than on mysticism. With the other writers on mystical practices, Rodriguez provided the standard aspersions of the Alumbrados, condemning their passivity. We must, he said, cooperate with God at all times, even when practicing a kind of mental prayer extraordinary and outstanding. Extraordinaria y avantajada, which could not be taught, which was rare and brief, which must not be aimed at but could only be received, and about which Rodriguez was wary in the extreme. The acclaim with which Rodriguez's book was greeted reflected the changes which had taken place in the society after the death of its more mystical members, Antonio Cortázar and Baltasar Alvarez. By the early 17th century the Jesuits owed much of their influence both to their gifts as educators and to the confraternities, composed almost entirely of laymen, which they had managed to organize all over Europe. Like the other sodalities which abounded in the 16th century and later, These two had their forerunners in the Middle Ages. But the Jesuit congregations combined devotional practices, including meditation, with an active participation in propagating the Catholic faith in the performance of works of charity, and can perhaps be regarded as the most successful descendants of the prayer groups which Loyola had assembled in Alcala in the 1520s. But prayer groups, as the history of the Alumbrados shows, could also lead in different directions. The Alumbrado conventicles in the south of Spain had been reading respectable devotional literature, including Loyola's Ejercicios Espirituales. They had connections with men of unquestioned piety, Jesuits and disciples of John of Avila. Yet, convinced of their own incapacity to sin, they drew ever further away from the orthodox teaching of the Church, practiced religious ceremonies and performed religious duties only among themselves, and at the same time indulged in various degrees of lasciviousness. The Alumbrados of Llerena and Seville could hardly have been further removed in beliefs and practices from the followers of Isabel de la Cruz. Ecstatic manifestations of mystical unity with the Almighty seem to have held a central place in the conventicles of Extremadura and Andalusia, while it was these very manifestations which the Alumbrados of Toledo had repudiated. Their social situation was also different. The later Alumbrados may occasionally have been able to beguile reputable members of the Church, but they were far from having the protection of the aristocracy and the support of the learned which characterized the Alumbrados of Toledo. The Alumbrados of the late 16th and early 17th century are more reminiscent in their behavior of eccentric religious movements elsewhere in Europe. In the north, in England, the Low Countries and Germany, certain sectarians, members of the family of Love and of other groups descended from the Anabaptists, displayed the same belief in their own divinity in the 1560s and 1570s. Their members had read works of mysticism, especially the late medieval Theologia Germanica with its description of the Godded Man. And however common the accusation of lechery, advanced indiscriminately by enemies of heterodoxy, it would certainly appear to have been justified where some of the familists and their fellow sectarians were concerned. The relative lack of official control in many parts of Northern Europe meant that it was possible for sects to flourish in remote areas. Their members could intermarry or simply copulate, they could organize their own religious services and improvise their own form of priesthood, without too much danger of denunciation and prosecution. The glimpses were afforded of the Alumbrado groups in Extremadura and Andalusia suggest that they had little future, even if they were part of a recurrent phenomenon. They were regarded as aberrations, examples of the misunderstanding to which the most orthodox devotional literature can lend itself. They played into the hands of the enemies of mysticism who used them, in more or less good faith, to discredit the teaching in all its forms. The evangelism of the Alumbrados of Toledo, on the other hand, was attended by a genuine desire to reform the Church which found its way into various channels, both orthodox and heterodox, and did have a future, although historians may disagree as to what it was.